Hey, does anybody remember that time the Backstreet Boys recorded I Want It That Way, but with lyrics that actually made sense?
No goodbyes, ain't nothing but a heartache. No more lies,
But then they used the original version anyway.
tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
So the guy that wrote this song, his name is Max Martin. He's written so many huge hits. You name it, he probably wrote it. I think he's coming up to having the most number ones as a songwriter ever. It's crazy. He's a Swedish guy, and at the time, he didn't speak English very well. And so he wrote this song, and even though it technically works, like I think the grammar's pretty okay, you just don't know what they're talking about.
I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
And the record label thought this too, so they were like, what the heck, fix the lyrics and re-record it.
I'm yours completely. I feel so deeply.
So the guys did that, and it turned into a song called No Goodbyes.
No goodbyes, ain't nothing but a
But in the end, the one with the quote-unquote incorrect lyrics that don't really make sense was catchier, and so that released officially instead.
You are my fire, the one.
This also explains the first hit pop song that Max Martin wrote, where he meant to say "hit me up one more time."
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Hey, does anybody remember that time All For One and John Michael Montgomery released the same song about the same time?
I swear by the moon and the stars and the stars, I'll be there. I swear, like a shadow that's by your side.
So I remember I thought All For One did this song first, but I think actually it was John Michael Montgomery recorded it first, and then like not even 6 months later, All For One released their version.
I see the questions in your eyes.
And it's just a solid song. It's a great ballad, so it works in pretty much any genre, and both could exist at the same time.
I see the questions in your eyes.
But what's really wild is that a few years ago, John Michael Montgomery and All For One recorded it together.
I swear by the moon and the stars in the skies, I'll be there. And I swear.
Also, back in the 90s, a couple years after I Swear came out, they did it again, where John Michael Montgomery released I Can Love You Like That. And then, like, not even 6 months later, All For One came out with their version.
I can love you like that. I would make you my world.
I can love you like that. I would make you my world.
And I gotta say, I actually like this song better than I Swear, and this was my favorite part.
Like that. Like that. I can love you like that.
Also, how am I just now noticing that there's a white guy in All For One? He's just happy to be there. Hey, does anybody remember that time Green Day accidentally wrote the graduation anthem of the late 90s?
Something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
This song came out when I was a sophomore in high school, so not quite my graduation song, and that Vitamin C one hadn't come out yet. The school would only allow us to use the edited version because the full album version had that intro where he messes up twice and says fuck under his breath. And if I remember correctly, this song was meant to be an angry song against Billy Joe's ex-girlfriend.
Don't make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time.
But then the lyrics accidentally made sense in the context of people graduating from high school or college.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go.
But also, and this is just my opinion, the strings made it sound a little bit more graduation-like.
Of your life.
Also, it helped that the song was easy enough to learn to play that that one guy in your class that could kind of play acoustic could pick it up and learn it. After this, there was that other graduation song. I'll cover that in the next video, but here's a hint.
Wear sunscreen.
Hey, does anybody remember that time the boy band 98 Degrees and country artist Mark Wills recorded the same song about the same time?
I do cherish you.
Okay, so most people think that 98 Degrees did this song first. But because, as I've mentioned before, I grew up in central Indiana, I know that Mark Wills released the song first.
I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice.
As great as singers as 98 Degrees, Nick Lachey, all of them are, I much prefer the Mark Wills version.
Your hairbrush is mine.
The 98 Degrees version is just not subtle, which is for some people, just not for me.
Is in your eyes.
That super breathy boy band style of singing.
Yeah.
This was an era of the 90s where everyone was going for the wedding song. You know, there was Butterfly Kisses and From This Moment, You're Still the One, and just so many wedding songs. And this one was blatantly a wedding. You know, I Do. Yeah, it's a wedding song.
If you're asking, do I love you this much? I do.
And also, Mark is still singing. He's here on TikTok. I just checked it out, and he's still got it. He sings so well. You should go check him out if you enjoyed him before. I already did Brian McKnight and Mark Wills. I just did 98 Degrees and Mark Wills, and there's one more. Here's a hint.
Almost doesn't count.
Hey, does anybody remember that time 311 was not just down, but down, down?
Know that we have always been down, down.
If there were a soundtrack to my junior high and high school years, 311's Down would have to be on it because it has so much of what me and my friends loved about alternative rock at the time. Right down to like the intro, having that really like, I can only describe like messy electric guitar. And these verses just bring in that 90s white guy rap rock.
Chill, right on my side is my ego becomes.
I think it's funny that the chorus, even though it's super catchy, because the first two repeated words are some, it sounds like he's mumbling and doesn't know the words himself. But the genius of this chorus is, even if you don't understand the rest of the lyrics, it all brings it back to the down, down is the hook.
Change a lot of names, some. Know that we have always been down, down.
It checks the boxes for all the elements of like 90s alt rock, especially like 90s alt rock that was on the radio. It like had those record scratches.
When we start, we don't follow me now. Very much because I told.
Really chunky guitar. There's almost another percussion instrument. There's something about 90s rock drums that I love, and like how upfront and dry like that snare is. Those of you who've seen me talk a lot about different songs know that I love a good stop in the middle of the song, and this one delivers. And there's so much back and forth between the rap verses and that super hooky chorus that they finally kind of give you like this break from it with the bridge, and it's basically a melodic extension of what the chorus already was.
Keep my feet on the ground. Keep my head in the clouds.
Fast forward a few years and I went to college for music, and in my studio recording class we actually got to dissect this song, and I loved going through all the different parts. And I could keep talking about this, but we'd probably have to find some place to do that, and I'm going to be doing that soon, so maybe you should come find me and we'll be ready for it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Aaliyah sang over an Oompa Loompa beat with a baby sound effect?
Say yes or say no, 'cause I really need somebody. Tell me about somebody.
This song, Are You That Somebody, was produced by Timbaland, like a lot of Aaliyah songs were, and this one was for the Doolittle soundtrack. There were rumors at the time that the baby sound effect in there was like Timbaland's daughter or something, but I'm not sure that was true. If I remember right from interviews at that time, he said that he started making the track based on the Oompa Loompa song from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oompa, loompa, doompa-dee-doo.
And it doesn't sound exactly the same, but you can hear that that's where he started. And late in production, they were almost finished with the song, and he had a CD full of sound effects from like the 60s, and he just randomly played that baby sound, and it just pulled it all together. I know I said in the video about Donna Lewis that she was whisper singing, but Aaliyah was really the queen of whisper singing. At the time, she was described as the whisper you could hear across the room, and I think that's the perfect description.
Boy, I've been watching you like the hawk in the sky.
We lost her way too early. She had all the makings of being a superstar. Hey, does anybody remember that time Aerosmith had their very first #1 hit song? It's hard to believe that at this point, by the late 90s, Aerosmith had been around for a while and never had like a #1 in the US. And when they did, it ended up being this ballad for a movie soundtrack. And I just love how hyper romantic it is.
I could stay awake just to hear you breathing.
But when you're in the moment, you feel it. And that line, the story at the time was, it was inspired by something Barbra Streisand's husband said about her. And the writer of the song, Diane Warren, who's the real rock star that we're going to come back to, wrote that line down and, wrote this whole song around it. This is just such a classic power ballad. Like, the harmonies on Treasure in the pre-chorus as it goes into the chorus is just such a timeless moment. I don't think you can think of the 90s, especially the late 90s, without thinking of this chorus. It's just one of these melodies that's gonna live forever. And I miss this era where not only were power ballads like mainstream hits, but the chorus would take you on this emotional journey, and then the end line would summarize all those feelings.
And I don't want to miss a thing.
Shout out to whoever arranged the orchestra on this song, because the dynamic between the rock band, specifically the guitar, and the orchestra is just phenomenal. But yeah, the lady that wrote this song, Diane Warren, she has written so many other hits that you know, and just a couple are...
And I could not ask for more.
In fact, I got to talk to Edwin McCain about Diane Warren on my podcast.
And even to this day, when people ask, like, well, what's your goals for your career? I was like, to do whatever Diane Warren did, like write hits for everybody from Aerosmith to, everybody.
When you cut a Diane Warren song,
I've literally bumped into her a couple times in Hollywood, never got to talk to her, but I still idolize that woman. She's written so many hits that I grew up loving. Hey, does anybody remember that time Alanis Morissette wrote and sang the Millennial theme song?
'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a high five.
The way this song starts off is so iconic, with that like super 90s guitar tone, but also those like filter drums. And then Alanis goes through and sings a bunch of contradictions through the verses.
I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed.
Now, back in the 90s, I think this was just part of being like apathetic youth and trying to be cool. But as this aged into like what it is now, I think it just kind of describes how we as millennials, or me as an elder millennial at least, have had to grow up when things don't work and we just have to make them work.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind.
And the way she sings Baby here is just iconic. Like, I can't think of Alanis without thinking of this.
I'm lost, but I'm hopeful, baby.
Same with the way she sings Fine.
You said everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine.
So relatable. I feel that every day. And then she sings the title line, the one that kind of just says, well, we gotta just kind of chill and figure it out.
'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a peace sign.
And for a bridge, she gives this harmonica solo. I love how seamlessly it goes into the chorus again.
And what it all comes down to,
And then, in what is kind of rare these days, she gives a third verse after the bridge.
I'm green, but I'm wise. I'm hard, but I'm friendly.
But yeah, this whole song, I love it. It's such a vibe. The entire Jagged Little Pill album is iconic, and I love an album that was like characterized as such like a aggressive, angry album. This was like a pretty chill song and just maintained a solid vibe throughout the entire thing, and the overall message being,
What it all boils down to is that no one's
And here we are, decades later, and I don't know about you, but I ain't got things figured out. Hey, does anybody remember that time Alanis Morissette wasn't angry?
You've already won me over, in spite of me.
So her groundbreaking album, Jagged Little Pill, mostly sounded like this. But there was one track that was not only less intense, but also pretty romantic.
You treat me like I'm a princess.
And the music video for it was pretty iconic. In fact, it was just like her face in a really super close-up, lip-syncing to the song.
I had no choice but to hear you.
Until she wasn't.
You've already won me over, in spite of me. And don't be alarmed if I fall head over feet.
In fact, the whole video is kind of filled with little moments like this. And that was a really 90s thing, is to be quirky and strange. My favorite part was when the harmonica solo happens and she just whips out a harmonica from nowhere and just runs in and out of frame just kind of arbitrarily. I'm pretty sure this was homage to a Sinead O'Connor video.
Nothing compares.
And even though it's a bit of a departure from the themes of the other songs on the album, it fit really well and also still showed that Alanis could really sing. It was a really great song.
And don't be surprised if I love you for all that you are. I couldn't help it. It's all your fault.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Alanis Morissette had one of the wisest pop rock songs on 90s pop radio?
You live, you learn, you love, you learn.
By this point, most people knew Alanis Morissette from angrier, more intense songs like You Ought to Know or All I Really Want, or maybe you even knew her from some softer songs like Head Over Feet, but this was somewhere in between.
You cry, you laugh, you lose, you learn.
And I'm pretty sure this song came from a deeper, more personal place for Alanis, but for me, I was a teenager in high school, and I thought I knew everything about the world, so I printed these lyrics out of my dot matrix printer and hung them up in my locker.
You bleed, you learn, you scream, you learn.
I love how for Alanis, it probably came from a genuinely deep place.
I recommend getting your heart trampled on to anyone.
But for me, it just felt like it came from a deep place.
I recommend sticking your foot in your mouth at any time, yeah, yeah.
And really the lyrics were just a long ways of saying, go try things and see what happens. You might learn something about yourself. Don't let people get in your way. Ride a horse into a basketball court. Let your stunt double do backflips down the sidewalk. Even though You Learn never gets as angry as some of her other songs, she sings it with just as much passion. And this song is actually where we get the title of the album, Jagged Little Pill. This might be my favorite Alanis Morissette song. I like every version of it, the album version, the acoustic version, and there was this version that I can't find anymore where she did like a really hard rock fast version of it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Alanis Morissette wrote the breakup anthem of the 90s?
And I'm here to remind you.
Alright, so first of all, I feel like everybody knows this, but in case you don't, it's been long rumored that this song is about Uncle Joey from Full House. I don't know a whole bunch about that story, but it's one of the longest pieces of lore behind the song. And I don't know about you, but this is definitely a CD that I had my Discman when I was at church with my parents, so I could secretly hear the F word.
Slap in the face, how quickly I was replaced. And are you thinking of me when you fuck her?
The song itself was pretty groundbreaking at the time. It had really interesting rock production, and the bass was played by Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. And of course, those vocals from Alanis, like, she's really good.
All the cross I bear that you gave to me, you ought to know.
To some people, it might just sound like screaming, but she's pretty on point. It's pretty hard to sing. And back when MTV Unplugged was a thing, she proved it by doing an acoustic version, and she sounds immaculate.
An older version of me, is she perverted like me? Down here to remind you.
A ton of big artists have covered it, including Taylor Swift, Olivia Rodrigo, and even Beyonce.
And I'm here to remind you of the best you left when you went away.
And I don't know what to call this specific vibe or genre that Alanis has created, because there's definitely been women in rock before her, but she started this huge wave in the 90s that reverberates to even today.
I want you to know that I'm happy for you.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Alanis Morissette found peace and gratitude?
Thank you, India.
So after Jagged Little Pill was such a crazy hit album, it was so aggressive, and she kind of became known for the vibe of You Ought to Know that was pretty angry and passionate. So the story at the time was after that she went on a trip to India and found kind of peace and enlightenment, and then came back with this song. And even though it wasn't as massive as Jagged Little Pill, I still think this opening delayed keyboard sound is burnt into every millennial's memories. And the verses are these great conversations with herself about coming to grips with things and self-actualization.
How about me not blaming you for everything?
This chorus, this hook is so catchy, but also so specific. Like, she specifically thanks India and that trip to India in it.
Thank you, India. Thank you, terror.
But just because she found peace doesn't mean that she lost that passion. Like, you can still hear her deliver that passion in her gratitude in this song.
Thank you, silence.
I love Alanis's voice in any context, but when she harmonizes with herself like she does for the complete bridge is just next level.
The moment I let go of it.
I think when this song originally came out, more people were expecting like another aggressive. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the late 90s, early Y2K, when Alice DJ brought us one of the most hooky synth riffs ever? So this is one of those examples of less is more. There's only very few components to it and like 2 lines of lyrics for the whole song. But it starts off with what is like a little bit of the main synth hook, but it doesn't ever quite finish, and like a super 80s bass line. That incomplete synth phrase builds up this anticipation, but then finally, after a little while, the entire synth phrase gets played, and it's so satisfying to hear. And then comes in that hook, which is 90% of the lyrics of the song is just this line. The only time it really deviates from that is this section, which I guess it sounds melodically like a verse, but kind of functionally it's a little bit like a bridge because it's only happening once. But there's a section where she just sings "Talk to Me" in a different melody. And it wouldn't be a 90s pop dance club song without like a beat drop and just like this opportunity to like kind of cool down before it goes back into the hook.
Do you think you're better off alone?
And that's pretty much it. Like, I can't say that like this is my favorite written song ever, but as a vibe, this totally reminds me of like my high school, early college years. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when All Saints had one of the more unique pop R&B songs on the radio? Like, I specifically remember this song because when it started, it had like a nearly minute-long intro where it's just piano and her kind of like sing-talking or like light rapping over the top of it.
A few questions that I need to know. How you could ever hurt me so.
And when the girls come in with their harmonies and the organ, it's just, ooh, it's just such a cool vibe.
You can write it in a letter.
When I was a kid and the song first released and I heard it for the first time, I just assumed that this was how the song was primarily going to sound like, because at the time we had songs like the Sunscreen song would be coming out soon, and Luscious Jackson and Cake, like, and How Bizarre by OMC. But that was like nearly a minute of an intro, and then the actual verse comes in where she's singing.
My head's spinning.
Then we get that hook that I feel like even if you don't know All Saints or you don't think you're too familiar with this song and you lived through this era, you knew this hook because it was everywhere.
Never, ever, ever, ever felt so low.
And because the song is like super groovy, you don't really want to interrupt too much of this. Like it's like a slow jam, you know? To make it more dynamic, there's cool arrangement things. Like I love this part where it's just snaps and a piano while she's singing.
I'll keep searching.
Now that I'm thinking about All Saints, they tried to do Lady Marmalade a few years before Christina, Pink, Maya, and Lil' Kim did, and it wasn't as successful, but I think they did a good job in their own right. It just might have been a little bit too 90s arranged. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Amber had one of the ultimate dance anthems?
This is your night.
This song is just so full of hooks and catchy parts, and it starts right off with this super 90s scatting over house piano chords. And then she launches into that iconic hook. Like, I still think about the phrase, "This is your night," all the time.
This is your night. Dancing free until the morning light.
And I love how the song reassures you that you can feel free for a moment and like let go of your baggage. And it even says,
Everything is gonna be alright.
it just makes me want to sling around glow sticks and sing at the top of my lungs and let go of anything that's worrying me. And there's all these other like 90s elements, 90s dance elements specifically, like the "oh yeah" sing-along parts and "I'm in love with you." I feel like even if you don't know the song specifically, you've heard those phrases from this song. And there's other "oh sing-along parts that launch into those like 90s dance organs. And just for good measure, there's like a laser gun sound too, but not just once. Like it happens multiple times throughout the song right before the chorus.
This is your night.
So we've talked about Amber, we've talked about LaBouche and Real McCoy, and I want to talk more about like how great mid-90s specifically dance music was and how it was so identifiable. But there's so many songs we can't talk about on here because of restrictions. And also this pillow is just not really that comfortable for it, but this pillow is both comfortable and I feel like we could stay here for like an hour or more if enough people join us. Hey, does anybody remember that time Aqua had some really beautiful heartfelt ballads?
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
That's not what I was talking about, but most of you probably know them for this song.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world.
That was on their first album, and then their second album, Aquarius, came out, and the title track is gorgeous. Like, she can really sing, and then the song We Belong to the Sea is also gorgeous.
We belong to the sea, to the waves, you and me, living in the ocean so blue.
And then before they went on a really long hiatus, they had a really great farewell track called Goodbye to the Circus.
This is the end, so long as see you soon again.
Goodbye to the circus. We hope you enjoyed the show.
And they kept their promise,
We'll be back, you know.
because now they're back and they're actually touring. And as for this song,
I'm a Barbie girl.
most people know that they got sued by the company that made Barbie, and I don't actually know what came of that back then, but they must have made up because in the new Barbie movie, there's a remixed version of it featured on the soundtrack.
And I'm bad like the Barbie. I'm a doll, but I still wanna party.
Hey, does anybody remember that time the Backstreet Boys didn't care? I've been summoned. I don't usually do this, but I was going to talk about this song anyway. And you bring up a couple good points. I'm not really a producer, so I don't want to like definitively speak on like some of these parts, but I feel like the snare thing that you're talking about is just like a super tight snare sample. Max Martin has this sound, so I'm sure he has his own like library. And if I were to guess, I think that this might be in response to like when the 80s had snares that like echoed into eternity. So this might have just sounded like more succinct and like tight. And then the harmonies you mentioned are also awesome.
Can't get you out of my head.
I think that's another key thing to a lot of these boy band and ensemble tunes is that they're supposed to give so many different options for everyone to like kind of pick their favorite part, because there's other combinations of like harmonizing in this song that are like really great. But for me, on top of those things that made this song so like Y2K coded is the intro has this like really timeless like sound to it. And the chords that those pads carry at the time kind of carried this emotional weight to it if you were a fan of the song, and now I feel like carries like a nostalgic quality to it. And then that hook, man, like it follows this musical math that Max Martin, who wrote and produced this song, talks about all the time. The first three lines are the same melody, even though they're different lyrics.
Who you are, where you're from, what you did.
And as you get used to that, the fourth line changes things up a bit, but it's also like the foundation and title of the song.
As long as you love me.
So the song is pretty straightforward in that, where it like sets up these structures and then like gives you just a teeny bit of a surprise. I mentioned earlier that everybody has a different favorite part of the song, and to me, like one of my favorite parts is the second verse, where the track kind of dies down after the chorus as the first line of the verse is being sung, and then like that snare hits on said, and then the entire track lands on the word done.
Every little thing that you have said and done.
Just a cool, like, subtle use of like tension and release. And then I love that there's this acoustic guitar kind of all over the track, but here at the end it's playing a little bit of a solo, and this melody to me evokes like a feeling of nostalgia. As far as like what you're talking about, like no matter what you've done, this is just kind of par for the course for a lot of these like pop songs from the 90s, especially like by Max Martin. It's this extreme like hyperbole where it's how you feel, not actually how it is, hopefully. Yeah, classic, timeless Y2K pop from Max Martin and the Backstreet Boys. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Backstreet Boys had the millennial anthem? I know this is up for debate, and I might actually change my mind too, but the reason I thought of this was because I was just at a good friend's wedding, and the band took a break and put this song on, and everyone was getting ready to sit down, but then they slammed their glasses down and ran up to the dance floor, and it just went nuts. For good reason too. This song is engineered to get your body to move. From that intro that swells to let you know that it's coming in. Then when that beat drops, it's not too hard, but it's long enough for you to run up to the dance floor. And they get right into the hook, and that one single word is not only the title of the song, but so freaking catchy melodically. And it gets you to throw your hands up in the air and sing along. The verses bring it down a little bit so they can build it back up.
Oh my God, we're back again.
And then the pre-chorus is starkly different than the verse, but starts getting you hyped back up with the call and the response.
Am I original?
And when that hook drops, you throw your hands up in the air real wide and just sing along. And those harmonies are so tight and on point, and I love how they echo throughout that post-chorus drop. Everything about this song is made to interact with it. Sing along, throw your hands up in the air, move your body, dance. But when I saw every millennial's reaction at the wedding I mentioned earlier, I was like, this is our song. This is the one that gets us on the dance floor. Also, I thought it'd be fun to talk about now because this is kind of like a Halloween-themed, thriller-inspired music video. Growing up, I knew the Backstreet Boys songs that were on the radio, but I wasn't ever like a huge fan, so I'm not sure about all the lore behind them. I'm sure there's a story behind why a song called Backstreet's Back was on their first album, so if there's any super fans out there that would like to explain, please do. I'm really interested. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Backstreet Boys made Us Larger Than Life? Now, I've always been an overall pop music fan, but I wouldn't consider myself a crazy Backstreet Boys fan, especially back in their heyday. And of course, I was aware of and enjoyed their hits like I Want It That Way and Backstreet's Back. I've talked about those here. But Larger Than Life was the first Backstreet Boys song that I actually really loved and I go out of my way to listen to. And it all starts off with that crazy, like, vocoder-ish riff at the beginning. Instantly hooky. The verses are nice and short, but still kind of catchy. That pre-chorus is super short and also winds you up perfectly for that chorus. And then that chorus is such a cool, like, kind of march and chant, and it intertwines perfectly with that vocoder hook in the background. And these guys sing the heck out of it. Like, buried underneath all that production, they are actually singing so well. Now, here's where the divergence happens. I always listen to the CD version, and there's this killer guitar solo on it that I love. But whenever the music video played, and I think even when it played on radio, there wasn't this guitar solo. It was just like a dance break. And as far as pop music goes, all these parts come together and totally live up to the title. This song sounds so bombastic and larger than life. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Backstreet Boys recorded I Want It That Way, but with lyrics that actually made sense? So this is exciting. This video that I posted over 2 years ago about the Backstreet Boys recording different lyrics for I Want It That Way and then trying to release his No Goodbyes and then going back to I Want It That Way was one of my first viral videos. It has over 3.5 million views on it, and it looks like, based on a bunch of stuff they've teased, they're going to be releasing it in the summer. So the first thing is they posted this teaser for their Millennium 2.0 / Sphere residency, and you can hear in the background this clip of No Goodbyes. Not to mention that they recreated the Millennium album cover for Millennium 2.0. It's hard to believe the original's 25 years ago. But this is kind of a cool, fresh update. And if you go into like the pre-save for the album, you can see I Want It That Way, alternate lyrics on there. So I'm pretty sure this is No Goodbye. So it's kind of cool that they're going to be officially releasing it. And they did a great job of recreating this iconic album cover. I mean, I feel like any millennial that was into pop music in the early 2000s, like, this is a staple image, even if you weren't like the biggest Backstreet Boys fan. Heck, I wasn't the biggest Backstreet Boys fan, and I even have a shirt that I made that's like the updated like millennials, you know. So anyway, I'm excited to see like what this re-release, you know, entails. And I listened to the new song Hey. I think it's pretty cool. And if anybody on the Backstreet Boys or their team is watching this, I would love to talk to the guys about the different lyrics for No Goodbyes and just, you know, what it's like re-releasing this 25 years later. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when bare naked ladies counted down the days of a week?
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
Okay, I gotta be honest, I never really knew what this song was about. I mean, it is definitely a staple of the 90s, but there's so many lyrics in this that I never really caught on to what it was. But I did like the song. I mean, right off at the start, they get you with that like iconic hook.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry.
And this guy's rapping is so like unhinged. I feel like he's covering everything pop culture from the late 90s.
Hold it now, I want to hoodwink. Does it make you stop think?
One of the lines that really sticks out to me is when he just like randomly references Leanne Rimes. I think just because she was like really popular at the time.
When I bust rhymes, speak like Leanne Rhymes.
For whatever reason, I think it's the way that he alliterates and delivers the line, but the line about Chinese chicken really sticks out to me, and I think most people know this line.
Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking.
But I like how the track itself, in addition to being like the band, is also kind of like, what if a bunch of nerdy white guys made a rap track? Because there are like cool little like stings in the track, like here where there's like, I think a horn and then a string swell.
It's got the mad hits. You try to match wits. You try to hold me, but
And the pre-chorus has always cracked me up because it totally works, but it's this almost dissonant harmony.
can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad.
I remember being a kid in the late 90s and just this song was everywhere. I felt like you just constantly heard it in the background of TV shows, movies, and radio, and everywhere you went. Hey, does anybody remember that time that graduation song about sunscreen actually had a sung chorus part?
Do not read beauty magazines. They will only make you feel ugly.
Brother and sister together will.
I'll bet most of us forgot about that. The album version was 7 minutes long, and it had 2 choruses in it. People now, and most of us from back in the day, remember the single version that was like 5 minutes long, and it was played at our graduations, and it was on Now 2. That's how old this song is. It was on Now 2, and it starts off with,
Ladies and gentlemen of the class of 99, wear sunscreen.
one of the earliest versions said class of 97.
Ladies and gentlemen of the class of 97,
Where?
And this is because it was based on a speech written by a woman who didn't actually give a commencement speech, but wrote a article about if she was going to give a speech, and Baz Luhrmann took all the text from it and had an actor read it over this music. And it was actually a sample of a song called Everybody's Free to Feel Good, and it's so chopped up that it doesn't even sound like the same song anymore. I turned 40 last fall, and I just noticed that this song picks on 40-year-olds a lot.
The most interesting 40-year-olds I know, maybe you'll divorce at 40, or by the time you're 40, it will look 80.
It was a song that just had a lot of great advice.
Don't waste your time on jealousy. Sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're behind.
And most importantly,
But trust me, on the sunscreen.
hey, does anybody remember that time BB Mac was a boy band that was trying to emphasize the band part? So Back Here was the first song, at least, that I heard from BB Mac, and I could tell that they were definitely like following this boy band craze, but they were playing their own instruments, at least in the videos they were, and the songs even exemplified that, because like in the verses where it's more low key, like there's all it is just an acoustic guitar.
Since you ran away, nothing's been the same.
But this pre-chorus is where I started actually like taking note, because this is almost as hooky as a main chorus. Just this "Here I Am" just rings in my head still to this day.
Here I am, so alone.
And then the chorus actually leans a lot more into the boy band part. Like this sounds like a boy band from the late 90s.
Until you're back here, baby.
These boys could harmonize like it was immaculate.
There's a feeling inside, I want you to know.
And at the bridge, they harmonize while in their falsetto. Like it's such ear candy, but also shows a lot of vocal control. Even without all the music and stuff playing, I think if I remember right, the end of the music video shows them just harmonizing like live in the room while they're filming, and it still sounds great.
You are the one and I can't.
I don't know how many people remember BB Mac, but between this and the Treasure Planet soundtrack, like I remember them, and this and Always Know Where You Are, like some of my favorite songs from that era. Hey, does anybody remember that time Ben Folds 5 made a singer-songwriter ballad like a huge mainstream hit?
She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly.
I think this far in, everybody knows Ben Folds as a very accomplished piano player. But at this time, I feel like it was fairly new. And so for a mainstream song to start off with this gorgeous piano intro that wasn't like Celine Dion was kind of interesting to hear. And then when he starts singing, it really toes that line of just being conversational. Like he's almost talking, but it's slightly melodic, and it's not like super hard rhyming every single line or whatever.
6 a.m. day after Christmas.
So his whole performance just like makes you really lean in and listen to the story. And I love little details like how he delays and lingers on these words.
I am.
And let's not forget about this band. This upright bass and the brush drum kit was playing like super tastefully.
She is balled up on the couch.
And then the chorus hits that everybody knows. And to me, what makes this really stand out is he starts on the falsetto note, like the highest note.
She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly.
Once again, Ben Folds is such a great piano player. I love the little details he adds in here. Like as the post-chorus, there's always this little piano outro. To be honest, I wasn't familiar with Ben Folds or this song when it first came out. I heard about him later in college when I just gotten out of a bad relationship, and I wrote this song called She's Running, and a lot of my friends were like, hey, that sounds a lot like Ben Folds.
She's running.
And though it was about something different, I saw the similarities, and from then on, like years after, I was compared to Ben Folds, but I was not nearly as good of a piano player or singer. Hey, does anybody remember that time Billy Myers had the most dramatic anthem for someone who missed someone else? So Billy has a very distinct voice, and you either love it or hate it, and I won't be able to change your mind on that. And truth be told, when I was a kid, I didn't really love it, but as I got older, I got to like it a lot more. Now I really like it, but I've always really loved how well written this song is. How huge and dramatic those opening chords are. And And then the verses, to me, sounds like a phone call where you're talking to somebody that you're far away from and you miss and you're not going to see for a while. And then that chorus is so dramatic, but I love it. To me, it's really romantic. And, you know, it's like the distance between us doesn't seem as bad if you think of us being under the same sky. And she delivers it really epically. Then the phone call continues with the second verse, but I love after the second verse, instead of returning to the chorus, she teases it by singing the first line of the chorus and then going to this like really super dramatic guitar solo. And then goes back to just a couple of wild choruses. And I love the descending melody on Whenever You Need Me. This song was written by three people, Billy Myers obviously, producer Desmond Child, and Eric Bazillion, which you probably recognize another hit he wrote for another female rocker at the time.
What if God was one of us?
Hey, does anybody remember that time Bjork wrote a song for Madonna?
Today is the last day.
I know sometimes in these videos people are like, they didn't write it for them, blah, blah, blah. They wrote it and then didn't use it and then went out, whatever. This one, I remember specifically, before the album came out, there were rumors that Bjork was writing with Madonna, and Bjork actually went on an MTV award show and set the record straight that her and another co-writer were writing a song for Madonna.
I hear that you were writing a song with Madonna, maybe. Is that true?
Well, I co-wrote a song for her.
For her
Yeah.
new album?
Yeah, I've never met her.
You've never met her. She just
No.
asked for a song?
And honestly, there's so much, like, Bjork can be nothing but Bjork, so you can just clearly hear it in the song, right?
Today is the last day that I'm using words.
I miss you, but I haven't met you yet.
I feel like you could have a college course on the musical things that Bjork does in her songs and also how that translated over to this Madonna song.
Let's get unconscious, honey.
As a kid in the 90s, this was a huge deal because these were worlds we thought that would never cross. There was another memory I have of Madonna performing Bedtime Story on one of the award shows, and then they cut to Bjork, and I can't tell if she liked it or not. Hey, does anybody remember that time Blink-182 gave us all the small things? So 25 years ago, at the very end of the 90s, this classic pop punk tune dropped. And this intro, so a lot of people know that I'm a songwriter here in LA and I do songs for like ads and other artists and stuff. And whenever late 90s, early 2000s pop punk comes up, this intro vibe is the most like requested vibe to recreate. This intro and the entire song really is super basic, but I think that they know it and lean into it because everything about the song is pretty bass level. Like it's in the key of C. It uses the 1-4-5 chord progression, which is possibly one of the most recognizable and used chord progressions. But my argument is that because it's so commonly used, you have to really do it well, almost more than something more unique to stand out. And they totally do here. And they even open up the first verse with like what I would argue is the main hook of the song.
All the small things.
And then they give us another like really catchy hook with the pre-chorus that is so sing-songy.
Say it ain't so, I will not go.
But really, they just bring it all back home to that like owning and mastering the basics of pop rock by making the actual chorus just a bunch of nanas so you can sing along with it and you only have to know like one, not even full word, just a syllable. And the bridge of this song is so like motivationally building that in my head, whenever I hear this, I think about a character in a movie that's like realizing something important. But yeah, Blink-182 is arguably one of the template pop punk bands, especially from the late 90s, early 2000s, and this song is so iconic for that. Hey, Hey, does anybody remember that time You and Me, Baby Ain't Nothing But Mammals, so let's do it like they do in the Discovery Channel?
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
Of course, this was The Bad Touch by the Bloodhound Gang. This was probably one of the biggest songs that was out when I was in high school, and I don't know how to really explain these guys. This is arguably their biggest song, and it's kind of like white frat boy rap.
Sweat, baby, sex is a Texas drought, me and you do the kind of stuff that only Prince would sing about.
With these like preset drums. Preset arpeggiating club synths. The album it was on was officially called Hooray for Boobies and had all this innuendo imagery on it. But if you were a kid that had a shop at Walmart like me, you know that they censored it, and there it was just called Hooray and just had like cow udders on it. Still, super catchy song just about doing it. But a lot of their other songs were kind of like if you crossed Weezer with Bare Naked Ladies. But the thing they were most consistent with is hiding little funny gimmicks in each of their songs. In fact, if you listen to that last clip again, you'll hear that they hit the F-bomb in it. And then there was this song where that was just all Ralph Wiggum quotes.
I'm pedaling backwards this snowflake taste like fish sticks were a tune.
But I would almost guarantee you that if you say Discovery Channel around a millennial, especially an elder millennial, they'll just start singing.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Blues Traveler wrote a hit song about writing hit songs?
The hook brings you back.
This will connect two other videos that I've done, so if you haven't already watched them, there's a video about vitamin C graduation and a video about These Words by Natasha Bedingfield that you should go check out. But basically, this uses one of the most common chord progressions as like its base to kind of show that a song can be super simple. He's even making fun of you, the listener, for listening to the song right in the first verse. I mean, these lyrics.
Doesn't matter what I say, as long as I sing within flesh.
You've heard me say it more than 100 times on here, but a good hook is really catchy, and that's all he did with this hook is call it hook, make it catchy, and sing about how it just brings you back home. And because it's a Blues Traveler song, John Popper plays harmonica, and there's this like wicked harmonica solo. But then this bridge comes and he's almost rapping. Ironically, for a song that's about not having very much substance, he fits a ton of lyrics.
Suck it in, suck it in, suck it in. If you're in Tintin or in Berlin, make it a spin move or else you'll.
And it just keeps going.
Then shall I buy this lie to catch a little tune?
So then he like masterfully like wraps it all up back into the hook.
Stuck in the about got no rely on love because the heart brings back.
So much like Natasha Bedingfield and These Words, he wrote a song about writing a song and it became a hit. Hey, does anybody remember that time Blur kind of accidentally made one of the most rockin' stadium anthems of the 90s? So this was the only song that most of us knew from Blur, but it worked out for at least the lead singer because he ended up starting another project. You can hear it.
It happened when I was young.
Something I appreciate about the title Song 2 is that that's how we described songs, and at least in the 90s and early 2000s, was like, oh, my favorite song was Song 7 or Song 3, and we'd always have this argument of like which song number would typically be the best. But this Song 2, it followed this suit, because if I remember right, one of the gimmicks at the time was the song was 2 minutes and 2 seconds long, and then it had like 2 of each part. So like the intro had 2 parts. There was the acoustic version of that iconic guitar riff. Then the second part of the intro was the electric guitar version of the guitar riff with that iconic woohoo. And then later that woohoo section evolved into the chorus, but there were words between it, but this chorus was twice in the song. And then the verses had basically the same riff with less distortion, but there were 2 verses.
head shake.
And I just have to point out how gritty and visceral this bass distortion is. It's just so hard hitting. I don't know the exact story of this song, but even back then we knew that this song had to be a joke from the band. And there's a lot of like record label trolling, and not just in the 90s, but forever. This had to be one of those songs, but it just came out so hard hitting that it was used in like every sports promo, every like stadium that had sports, but I loved it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Boyz II Men sang the most gorgeous breakup ballad of the early 90s? When Boyz II Men comes up, the first thing that you think of are those vocals. They're always immaculate, and this song starts right off with them, and the vocal quality is already like insane, but then there's their pocket, especially for a slow song.
And you know that I'm right.
And they can do it all. They can do falsetto.
It's my mind, your first time.
They can belt.
Saying goodbye, you and I.
The track itself is such a 90s ballad, like in a great way. And it was, by the way, it was written by Babyface, so it's already going to be a banger. But the piano has that like chimey bell kind of tone, and there's like this gentle chugging guitar in the background.
We belong together.
And then we get to that iconic chorus, and this song, depending on how you count it out, is either in 6/8 or 12/8 time. Most people I know count it out in 12/8 because of the way the phrasing works and everything, but either way, that time signature, those time signatures really like lend themselves to that swaying feeling. I mean, they're swaying in the video itself. And the way they're singing it, I don't know if it's intentional, but it just feels like these reluctant steps. And of course, those harmonies, like the blend is absolutely perfect. One of my favorite things from this era of ballads was when the bass would just do this like spoken word part, and it wasn't just like a little part, it was like a chunk of the song.
Girl, I'm here for you.
And it blends into the bridge by like powering up by having like the spoken bass keep going, but then the singing also comes back in with all the harmonies and stuff.
Yes, baby, my heart is lonely.
And once again, these guys are all about their vocals, so that a cappella chorus at the end just takes your breath away. To me, Boyz II Men will always be the gold standard of boy band vocals and vocal blending, and this is such a great example of it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Boyz II Men had the best boy band vocals of all time while trying to keep our relationship together? Alright, I already talked about End of the Road. Boyz II Men even reposted it, which is crazy. This song, Water Runs Dry, this is my favorite Boyz II Men song of all of them, and they're all great. But it starts off with this intro that has Babyface all over it. He wrote the song, by the way, and I love how it has this beat, especially the snaps with this really cool string melody. I love how even when the guys are singing kind of fast during a ballad, their voices are like butter.
We don't even talk anymore.
I don't know if they were actually the first, but to me, they were the original, like, hit the swooning note and the swoon hands in music videos for boy bands.
Some people work things out.
And then this chorus lands with, like, the saddest melody and lyrics, and the harmony is so tight and smooth, and their voices blend so well, you almost miss it's a harmony. It just sounds like one godlike voice altogether. But this is my favorite part, is the post-chorus, where they do one of the coolest vocal arrangements. It sounds like something like a string quartet would play, except they're singing it. And the control that they have on their falsetto voices is insane. From the mid-90s to now, this is my favorite Boyz II Men song, and also on like my top favorite songs of all time. And I want to talk about way more Boyz II Men songs, but You guys already know that I haven't been loving this pillow, so I think I'm gonna spend some time on this pillow, you know, like an hour or more, but maybe we could talk about some more Boyz II Men songs. Hey, does anybody remember that time Brandy sang the grooviest 90s jam about your crush? This funk intro is perfect. Like, no notes. I mean, I'm going to talk about it, but like, it's absolutely perfect. From that, like, the drums are just in the right groove. There's the little ooh part and the slapping and popping bass, and even like the little chime over the top. And then Brandy's vocals, man, like I'm losing my breath just like thinking about it. Like, she is an absolute queen.
Seems like ever since the first day we met.
I think this might have been the first song I heard from Brandy, and when she sings "Stop" in that first verse, the note she hits, it just scratches my brain in a perfect way.
Tell me where to start, 'cause every time you...
And when she sang "You Invest in My Happiness," A, brilliant rhyme, but B, set a whole new standard for expectations in relationships.
Pray that you'll invest in my happiness.
This chorus is possibly one of the most catchy, hookiest choruses ever, let alone the 90s. And it's just, I love, it's brilliant how Room like ends on the high note. And of course, this, along with all the other songs on the Waiting to Exhale soundtrack, was written and produced by Babyface, so of course it was going to be perfect. And if you haven't seen them already, I talked on some previous posts about all my like stories about the Waiting to Exhale soundtrack, but like, we may go through every single song on that soundtrack at some point. Early Brandy was so good that she could be on a soundtrack with Whitney freaking Houston and still hold her own. Like, that's how much of a legend Brandy is. She just put out some new music. She's still great. I know longtime fans of Brandy know how great she is, but like, I feel like she should be way more widely known and a household name. So can we do something about that and tell the world about Brandy? Hey, does anybody remember that time Brandy and country singer Mark Wills recorded the same song, like, kind of at the same time?
Almost doesn't count.
Almost doesn't count.
Brandy recorded hers first, but I feel like even then she knew that at its heart it was a country song.
I can't keep on loving you, 1 foot outside the door.
Then a year later, Mark Wills came out with his version, and it was actually on the same CD as Back at One.
I can't keep loving you 1 foot outside the door.
Even though to me personally, I grew up with the Brandy version of Almost Doesn't Count.
But everybody knows almost doesn't count.
Mark is just such a great singer.
But everybody knows almost doesn't count.
A good song is a good song, and it just works in so many different genres. And this is a solid R&B song, especially for the 90s, and a solid sad country song as well.
Almost made you love me.
Almost made you cry.
Brandy always kills it for me. Her Full Moon album was my favorite. Hey, does anybody remember that time Brandy and Monica had the fieriest face-off duet of the 90s? The harp and the chimes in the intro are so 90s, but also like giving that like bougie wine auntie energy, you know? And then when the strings come in, it's almost like that auntie like turned on her talk shows. But they jump right into that chorus. The harmony and the melody is just, it's perfect. It's so catchy, and it's like super smooth, like silk. And the verses tell like a whole movie's worth of a story. I love how Brandy and Monica like intertwine their melodies and toss it back and forth.
You need to know it's me, not you. And if you didn't know it, girl, it's true. I think that you should realize.
Heck, even this album art looks like it's ripped straight off a UPN TV show, right? And for some reason, I always tend to hyperfixate on the backing track where it goes like wah, 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 and then the triangles like ting, ting, ting over the top.
I say what we have, you can't say. From the truth, you can't escape.
There was a rumor when this came out that this was a cover of the duet between Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, The Girl Is Mine, but that was a completely different song. They were just inspired by that one to do this one. And I like that because that's what art's all about, right? Just kind of being inspired by something else to create something new and fresh. These two, Brandy and Monica, I would say along with Maya, they were our 90s R&B queens. And this duet was such a perfect collaboration for these two, and it came at exactly the right time. Hey, does anybody remember that time Brian McKnight and country singer Mark Wills released the same song at the same time?
You're like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you.
Alright, so confession. When I was in high school, I actually hated this song on principle. The girl I was asking to prom really liked the song I Knew I Loved You by Savage Garden, and there was a vote between having that song and Back at One as the official prom song, and Back at One won.
It's undeniable that we should be together.
Now, I grew up in central Indiana, so you would think that I grew up on the Mark Wills version, but actually I only really knew the Brian McKnight version. I knew the Mark Wills version was out there, and I heard it every once in a while kind of in the distance, but I much preferred the Brian McKnight version. You said you hated it, right? Well, by the time I got to college, I had to admit it to myself. It's a good song. So much to the fact that I ended up doing a cover of it for like a terrible mix CD for a girl I was trying to impress at the time.
Repeat steps 1 through 3.
But I just listened to Mark Wills' version, and I have to admit, he could sing.
Girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. And
like I always say in these videos, it's a great song, and that's why it can hold up. And this continues a long tradition of country and R&B versions of songs that came out in the 90s and early 2000s. Brian McKnight's version had this sick piano intro. Mark Wills' music video has this like really bright American flag. Let's talk about Brian McKnight's music video. You can't show clips here, you just gotta go watch it. This thing gutted me. Mark Wills did another pop cover, and I'll talk about that in another video, but here's a hint. Hey, does anybody remember that time Britney Spears and Max Martin made the blueprint for late 90s, early 2000s pop music? Baby One More Time by Britney Spears, written and produced by Max Martin, was such a smash hit in the late 90s that elements of that song echoed throughout pop music for the rest of the decade, and in some cases even still now. Like, even just that intro, that really heavy kind of chromatic piano line, along with that really bouncy beat, and really funky, slick wah-wah guitar just tucked underneath the mix. And the bass was always holding its own in the background, and sometimes you would hear like a slap and pop at the end of phrases.
How was I supposed to know?
And I know back then it was really popular to try to dunk on Britney's vocals, and even now sometimes people make fun of it, but like, you might not like her singing, and that's one thing, but you have to admit, like, she can sing well, and she really had her own style and did something with it.
Show me how you want it to be.
This chorus may be one of the most universally recognized and iconic pop hooks of the late 90s, early 2000s, and possibly of all time. And on top of just being really great writing and composition, I think part of the reason is, at least at the time, bubblegum pop was usually like in major keys, and those usually sound happy, so that made sense. And minor key signatures would be used for like sadder songs and things. So to have an upbeat pop song that you could dance to be in a minor key wasn't unheard of, but in this bubblegum context was kind of unique.
My loneliness is killing me.
And I mentioned this when I talked about I Want It That Way, that Max Martin, who wrote and produced that song as well, wasn't great at English at the time. So the lyric, "Hit me baby one more time," he meant to say something more like "hit me up one more time," like "call me" or something.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby.
I almost forgot about that drop into the next verse. It was so much fun. And because it was a late 90s, early 2000s pop song, it had to have a piano break where it was really vulnerable and sentimental.
How was I supposed to know?
Yeah, I would argue that Baby One More Time by Britney Spears was the blueprint for the biggest pop songs that came after that for a long time, if not ever. Hey, does anybody remember that time Britney Spears had the hypest 90s pop remix ever? You Drive Me Crazy was on Britney Spears' debut album, but it sounded a bit different. Most of us remember the Stop remix that was from the movie starring Melissa Joan Hart, and it starts with possibly one of the most exciting pop intros ever. This song has all the elements that make up a hit Britney Spears song. It's those drums, that funky bass, and those orchestra hits. I love little production details like how the backing track sounds like it's muffled at the beginning of the second verse and then swoops into fullness and just adds the dynamic and the excitement of the track. Listening to this song and watching this music video just makes me so happy because to me, this embodies almost all of what 90s pop music was about. It's this escapist, brightly colored, there's like lots of sparkles, everyone's dancing and knows how to dance. Pretty much the embodiment of fun in the 90s. And of course it was called the Stop remix because there's an actual stop. And I remember being in, I think, AutoCAD class, and my classmate John looks over and he's like, have you heard the new Britney Spears song? I was like, I'm not that big of a fan. And he's like, but in this new version, it actually stops and you hear the record stop. The stuff that we were amazed by as kids. It was really cool though, and then I love the way it revs back up. And I disagree with anybody that says that Britney can't sing. I mean, she kills it on this song. Maybe you don't like her voice, but that's different for her not being able to sing. Anyway, this is a 90s pop classic, and it spilled over into the 2000s, and I think it's just peak Britney. Hey, does anybody remember that time Bryan Adams wanted to make a fashion statement by just wearing you?
The only thing that looks good on me is you.
I know that came across creepy, but the song was way more fun than that. I remember when this music video debuted, I was so young and I felt like it was so scandalous. But looking back, it's just a great song. Like, that intro has that great country rock feel. And I swear this verse is the first time I, as a young person, heard any of these fashion names.
Well, I don't look good in no Armani suits, no Gucci shoes.
Yeah, as like a preteen, I was like, what's Versace? Anyway, the chorus comes in, and I love how he does this thing where he just lists off the only thing I need, the only thing I want, the only thing.
The only thing I want.
And then he caps it off with an extended phrase that is the title.
Only thing that looks good on me is you.
And there's this fun thing here where when he's saying like a main line, it's just like the drums kind of vamping, and then after he sings the line, the guitar actually like responds.
Good on me.
Very similar to something that Shania Twain's music would do.
Don't want you for the weekend.
And for good reason. This song was co-written and produced by Shania Twain's then husband, Mutt Lange. The mid-90s was such a great era for crossover for like pop and rock and country. I miss this vibe. Hey, does anybody remember that time Bewitched released like the happiest 90s pop song ever? First of all, these girls are way too happy to be American.
Some people say I look like me dad. What? Are you serious?
And a lot of things in the song leaned into them being Irish, not just their accents. Instead of having a normal like pop girly dance break, they full on going to like Lord of the Dance, which was really big at the time. And they took an already popular catchphrase and made it even catchier. To this day, I can't even hear someone say "C'est la vie" without hearing this chorus. In fact, this song is so catchy and I was enjoying just the melodies and stuff that when it came out, I never really paid attention to the lyrics.
I wanna know just what I do. Is it very big? Is there room for two? I got a house with the windows and doors. I'll show you mine and show me yours.
And it's not just that.
Let the fun begin.
Like, is this what I think it's about? Like, this is such a catchy, innocent sounding pop song. I just didn't have it in my head to think of it this way, but there's too many references for it to not be kind of on purpose, right?
Play with the girls, play with the boys. Do you ever get lonely playing with your toys?
Anyway, I still love this song. It is peak 90s girl group pop, and I'm here for it. I had this CD single, and someone tell me if I'm right. I'm pretty sure the B-side of this was their cover of Play That Funky Music, White Boy. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when the band Cake was going the distance? So me personally, the first song I heard from these guys was Short Skirt, Long Jacket. And I love that song so much I went back and looked at their catalog and realized that The Distance was their first like really big hit. And I love this song too. And I don't know if you could say that it starts a cappella. I guess you could, because, you know, Cake's whole thing is he's kind of like talk, maybe kind of rapping, but it kind of gives this like beatnik vibe, but in the 90s.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line.
Besides the vocals and the story, to me, the star of this song is like the bass.
As they speed through the finish, the flags go down, the fans get up, and they get out of town.
This muted trumpet, it adds like this almost kind of spy vibe to the song, and something that Cake like kind of became known for in their sound.
The sun has gone down and the moon has come up, and long ago somebody left with the...
There's that like drum fill that breaks up the kind of vibe that's going on, and the hook that is just like rhythmically so catchy, and then that guitar lick. Like, I know I said the bass was the star, but that's because it's in most of the song. This guitar lick is probably the most identifiable instrumental part of the song, and of course all the rest of the guys like kind of doing like a crowd vocal.
Burns, he's going the distance, he's going for speed.
And they layer in all kinds of other stuff, like the background vocals singing Oz, and even this part where they use like a descending melody and instrument that gives it a little bit of that West Coast 90s hip-hop flavor.
Racing and pacing and plotting the course, he's fighting and biting and riding on his...
Not that the 90s could be summed up in any one band or song, but I think The Distance and the band Cake is one of like a handful of examples I would give to someone who wanted to know what 90s music was like. Hey, does anybody remember that time Celine Dion made a nearly 100-year-old song a hit in the 90s? Let's talk about the loneliest piano chords in history for this intro. Get the obvious out of the way. Celine sings this song out of the water. Like, these notes are insane. Anybody that picks this song in karaoke knows that no matter how bad or good you sound, in your head you always sound like... And if her vocals on the whole song, let alone that high note and those ad-libs after, weren't enough, she does another ascending run at the end that's just so satisfying and insane. At 14 years old, I had no inkling of what love felt like, but when this song came on, I had my hand pressed up against the window while it rained, lamenting some imaginary significant other that had died in a tragic car wreck or something.
When I dial telephone, nobody's home.
Back to the song being almost 100 years old. This was a cover of a song from the 70s by an artist named Eric Carmen. And he interpolated a song by Rachmaninoff that was made in like 1900 or 1901. Most people think that classical music is public domain, and a lot of it is, but Rachmaninoff was a little bit more modern compared to the other classical writers, so I think there was a big lawsuit with Eric Carmen on this whole thing. I'm guessing it got resolved because Celine Dion made it a huge hit later, but the song was just always meant to be filled with drama, right? Hey, does anybody remember that time Celine Dion sang the textbook love song before the Titanic?
You were my strength when I was weak. You were my
The first few lyrics she sings, the tone is just so unique and perfect. It almost sounds like a padded bell or something. I don't know. It's very instrument-like. It's so comfy.
For all those times,
It just sings as a very grateful list of things between partners.
times you stood by me. For all the truth that you made me see.
And for good reason. They had the power team behind this song. It was written by Diane Warren, who's written a lot of songs, but just to name a few.
How do I live without you? Come on, close my eyes. One break my heart.
And it was produced by David Foster, who once again has produced many hits, but one of them might be a little song that you know. And Celine Dion can get corny, but you can't deny that she can sing. And I love how this chorus really shows off her vocals, but it's something you can sing along to as well.
I'm everything I am because you loved me.
Her vocal runs and ad-libs in this song are just a masterclass. This was famously the theme song for a movie called Up Close and Personal, and even though I love Michelle Pfeiffer, at the time I didn't really care to see this movie, I just never got around to it. But I knew this song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Celine Dion was super surprised she got offered an upbeat song?
When you want it the most, there's no easy way out.
I wish I could find this interview, but I don't know where it was from. I have this distinct memory of seeing an interview with Celine Dion, and you can just picture it because you're familiar with her mannerisms. And she was like, what? This song's for me? It's not a ballad? Which is funny because, you know, she was really known for her ballads at the time. She still is known for her ballads. And not only was it an upbeat song, but it was written by Max Martin, who, you know, was responsible for I Want It That Way and all those Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Britney Spears hits and hits to this day. And this intro still, even though it's upbeat, still somehow fits Celine Dion because it feels just like blooming. And I've said this about Max Martin's productions before, but he tends to like to hide melodies in previous parts of the song so they sound familiar later. And the hook for That's the Way It Is right here in the intro, in like the first section of it. You can hear it in the instrumentation. Now, let's be honest, this whole thing is like mom shopping at Kohl's vibe. And it starts off with this line, this lyric that is like super relatable to that vibe. And I love that the end has this that's super hooky that you can sing along.
I see what you're going through, yeah.
And I love that this song knows its audience because this chorus is super hooky, of course, because it's Max Martin. But also it's basically like the songification of those inspirational plaques at TJ Maxx.
When you want it the most, there's no easy way out.
Just keeps doubling down on that vibe. You can't tell me you haven't seen this quote on a wooden plaque at someone's house.
Love comes to those who believe it.
Even the tag that's the end of the chorus, that's the title of the song, has this sassy hair flip energy to it. I don't know how else to put it.
And that's the way it is.
And of course, a song this inspirational has to have like that minor bridge to remind you that sometimes things are dark, but you can make it through.
Life is empty with no tomorrow.
But it's all worth it because there's this epic key change. And you know how much I love key changes.
When you want it the most.
Man, Max Martin has so many hit songs. I could talk forever about all the different hits he wrote for different artists, but I need to get a different pillow. There we go. Yeah, that's more comfortable. I feel like I could talk about a lot of different songs for like an hour or something, you know? Hey, does anybody remember that time Celine Dion sang a song meant for Meatloaf? And you can kind of tell, right? It sounds like something that would have been on one of his original Bat Out of Hell eras.
I would do anything for love, but I won't do that.
So the story goes, from what I remember, is Jim Steinman, who wrote a lot of Meatloaf's big hits, wrote this song, and Meatloaf really wanted it, but Jim said that he thought it really suited a woman's voice better. So, long story short, it ended up with Celine Dion.
It was lost long ago, but it's all coming back.
Of course, she killed it, and decades later, it got a new life on TikTok. But Meatloaf ended up getting to record his own version, so it's out there and you can listen to it. I think it's a duet with a woman named Marion Raven. I'm not familiar with her. Okay, for real though, I remember when this music video for Celine Dion first came out, and it was like an epic mini movie. I think the music video was like 7 or 8 minutes long, and there was an explosion at the beginning and a motorcycle accident. It was so dramatic.
There were nights when the wind was so cold.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Celine Dion and Peebo Bryson sang the best 90s Disney ballad? Okay, now that I got all the Disney adults upset, that's just my opinion. That's my favorite one. You're allowed to have your favorite one, and they're all totally valid. But let's talk about this one, because this is my favorite Disney Renaissance movie and my favorite song. It starts off with that intro, and they tuck in the iconic melodies in there, like the Tales Old Time melodies at the beginning, and then Beauty and the Beast at the end. And of course, Celine Dion delivers this performance perfectly. Even the way she performs this song. She doesn't just sing it. Like the way she flutters on the word friends.
Barely even friends, then somebody bends.
And it's hard to remember this now, but back then she wasn't as well known, at least in America. And so they wanted to have like a very established name, and that was Peebo Bryson. He's great, but it's just wild to think at one point Peebo Bryson was way bigger than Celine Dion. And he's also absolutely perfect.
Just a little change.
And I almost forgot about the cool instrumental responses to the ends of phrases. The way that the melody and the lyrics hit on both A Little Scared, it still kind of makes me choked up now.
Both a little scared, neither one prepared.
And if you weren't sure already, when they harmonize on that title phrase for the first time, you know this is going to be freaking magic.
Beauty and the Beast.
Everything about the melody, their vocals, the performance, and everything about it just lifts you to like a higher place. And these two were always meant to sing together, no doubt. I mean, there's like their voices were made for each other. Relatively recently, there was like a tribute to Beauty and the Beast, and Shania Twain did this song. I laid here just like I am now, watching that, crying for like a full half hour because it was just so beautiful. I could keep talking about this song for hours, all these songs that I talk about here, but I wish there was a place that I could maybe do that. I'm not quite there yet, but we're working on it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Chant by some Gregorian monks was like a best-selling album? I don't really know the history behind this so much. If I remember right, the recordings were actually from maybe like the 70s or 80s, and they didn't become popular until like the mid-90s, but I just remember seeing them everywhere on late night infomercials. Maybe my buddy Patrick Hicks or another music historian on here can talk about the history of that, because music history is just not my thing. But when this album became big, I remember there being like a Christmas album, and then the one specific song I remember is some Gregorian monks did a cover of U2's With or Without You. It totally worked. I mean, it was gimmicky, but it sounded good, and by the time they got to that bridge, like, I genuinely, unironically loved this. This is made for their voices. You remember Jars of Clay? They're the ones that did that song Flood.
I can't swim
already did a video about that, but they had a song on that album that opened up and it sampled some monks chanting. This whole phenomena is so hard to explain to anyone that didn't live through it because I don't remember there being an inciting moment. They just kind of like happened. And I'm not even sure. I don't think that it was just one set of monks. I think it might have just been anybody that had Gregorian monk chant music could become popular at that time. I still have the CD. Let me go get my CD binder. I can't believe I kept this album. I might have to go listen to it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Cher became the first poster child for auto-tune in the 90s?
Do you believe in life after love?
I don't know if this was technically Cher's 90s comeback, but for a kid like me that was in high school in the late 90s, it sure felt like it because, of course, I knew Cher, but she didn't have like a super relevant single up until this. And boy, did she jump into like the electro pop dance realm. And it starts off with that like 90s synth pad just to kind of get you in this like futuristic mood. And like I mentioned in the Where Do You Go video, because it was 90s dance music, everything had to like build up. So when the percussion got added, so did this like echo voice sample of Cher's After Love in the background. And when Cher starts singing, it sounds pretty normal. Now, Cher's voice is very distinct, so you either like love it or hate it, I feel like, but I really felt like it fit this track really well. Like dance songs have like big diva voices.
No matter how hard I try.
But then the ends of the phrases start making this glitching sound that we now know as hard auto-tune.
And I can't break through.
And I don't actually know if this was the absolute first song to use auto-tune, but it was definitely the biggest and the first mainstream hit. So much to the fact that I remember when I eventually did go to college and studied music, in the auto-tune manual, they actually cite Cher in the manual. And I think that she's still included in most of them till this day. And it's just a cool sound when it's used on purpose for like an effect. Back to the song. This line right before the chorus, "You're gonna be the lonely one," that has to be like one of the most like satisfyingly petty burns, right?
You're gonna be the lonely one. Oh.
Then we get to that iconic hook, and I think this is one of those things that people misremember, but there's not really auto-tune as an effect on this part of the song. You can just hear her sing and belt, and it sounds great. Not to mention, I love this like little hidden guitar line at the ends of the phrases that just make it all that more melodic.
Do you believe in life after love?
And of course, after that, artists like T-Pain would make auto-tune a big thing and it would become controversial. Then there would be this software called Melodyne, but I could get all into that, but it would take like an hour or more to talk about. And this pillow is just not that comfortable to talk about that for that long, but you know, I do have this brand new pillow. Oh yeah, that's much better. Hey, does anybody remember that time Zoot Suit Riot was the anthem for the swing revival at the end of the 90s? I'm not even sure if this was the first one, because there was a lot of swing-inspired songs that came out in the mid to late 90s, but this is certainly the one that a lot of people think of most when they think of this era. And I don't know if this is because ska was getting big or vice versa, or if it was a random retro revival, but this was a really fun time. I remember taking swing dance lessons around this time. This was a glorious era. There was full-on horn arrangements. Really over-the-top vocals. I feel like it was pretty faithful to the original swing and jazz music it was inspired by, just with like clearer recordings because of the time period. I really love this era of the swing revival because all the songs had like a lot of high energy and they all sounded kind of similar, so you could dance pretty similarly to a lot of the songs. I'm pretty shy when it comes to dancing, and so for me in high school, it was kind of a relief to like know exactly what to do when a song came on. And this song was controversial at school dances with the chaperones because he sings
Throw back a bottle of beer.
However, the band name Cherry Poppin' Daddies didn't set off any red flags with any of the chaperones. Hey, does anybody remember that time Christina Aguilera had two versions of the same song at the same time?
All I want is you. Come over here, baby. All I want is you.
I first fell in love with this song from the original version that was on the CD that came out in 1999, just called Come On Over, All I Want Is You.
All I want is you. Come over here, baby. All I want is you.
It was just 100% feel-good pop and was really focused around this Grease Summer Nights piano bass line vibe.
Come on over, baby.
As were some other songs during this time, like the Spice Girls or the A-Teens.
Tell me what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. She says to concentrate.
And then in 2000, she went to go make a music video for it, and I remember hearing either in the behind the scenes or an interview that if she was going to release a single of it, she wanted to make it a little more grown up, so they downplayed the Grease Summer Nights vibe at the beginning.
Come on over, baby.
They added a bunch of Y2K pop production elements, like that DJ dub scratch thing. And I don't know what you call this synth, but the boop. And harpsichord, of course.
I know, you know. So baby, don't.
And she updated all the lyrics in the second verse to be more grown up, so it's less about the guy's personality.
You got all I'm looking for. You got personality. Not just talking about your sexuality.
And like I said in the Lindsay Lohan Rumors video, these Y2K pop girlies always had to have like these big dance breaks with electric guitar and synth. Christina also added this like whisper rap part. This version was called Come On Over Baby, All I Want Is You. Hey, does anybody remember that time Christina Aguilera recorded a new version of Genie in a Bottle?
If you wanna be with me, baby, there's a price to pay.
Let's talk about the original first, though. So, besides Reflection from the Mulan soundtrack, Genie in a Bottle was Christina Aguilera's debut single, and like most 90s and early 2000s pop songs, it starts off with a piano. But then that groove drops, and for being a bubblegum pop song, this one just rides differently than things we'd heard around that time. And even though she wasn't belting yet, you could tell from the very first line that Christina had this like immaculate quality to her voice.
I feel like I've been locked up tight for a century of lonely nights.
This pre-chorus had those O's and then Christina's like response, and it was just this like really vibey ear candy.
My body's saying let's go.
Then this chorus, this iconic hook that everyone knows with that stacked harmony lands, but something that I used to love that no one else could hear or would want to hear is that there was like electric guitar in it. In fact, I think the very first note of the chorus is like an electric guitar stab.
If you wanna be with me, baby, there's a price to pay.
And even though the horns in this are clearly fake, it fits the vibe like perfectly.
I'm a genie in a bottle. You gotta rub me the right way.
And after all those melodic gifts, the ear candy of a pre-chorus, that iconic, catchy main chorus, she gives us like another hook as a post-chorus.
I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. You gotta rub me the right way, honey.
There's so many parts you can sing along to even if you've heard the song for the first time. Okay, so 10 years later, when she had her greatest hits album, she re-recorded Genie in a Bottle, but called it Genie 2.0, and the original will always have nostalgia for me, but this one, I think I prefer.
I feel like I've been locked up tight.
I don't know, there's just something about it, but we don't have enough time to talk about it here. And I'm not quite set up, but like we can discuss that in longer form, you know, but you got to find me. Hey, does anybody remember that time Christina Aguilera sang the most late 90s appreciation song for her man?
What a girl wants, what a girl needs.
So this song had two different versions, and I gotta be honest, normally I remember the original version, like with Come On Over, I remember the original version better. But this one, I don't think I actually ever knew the original version, so the one I know and that I feel like most people know is the radio and the music video mix.
What a girl wants, what a girl needs.
The original album version sounded a little bit different. Actually, it was a lot different.
What a girl wants, what a girl needs.
So I'm going to talk about the music video radio edit version. This one, to me, you know, of course the chorus and all that stuff is really catchy, but this run at the beginning is iconic. Like, I hear just this like vocal run and I know what song it is. And of course, late 90s, early 2000s pop music had to have those like rapid fire bubbles in the mix.
I wanna thank you for giving me time to breathe.
And I love that the whole song has been this really like cool, vibey demeanor, and then she kind of drops that, and the pre-chorus just gets like straight up uplifting in its tone.
Picture of us holding hands, making plans.
And then this is possibly one of the most late 90s hooks ever written. It's so catchy, but also the way the melody flows, it's kind of percussive and just almost forces you to shake your shoulders.
What a girl wants, what a girl needs.
Late 90s, early 2000s music had this infatuation of like doing this like harpsichord and almost like classically inspired like breaks and elements in the songs. This song in the bridge just leans into the whole harpsichord, baroque, like classical vibe. Christina re-recorded a lot of her songs from this first album for the singles versions, and this is one of them that I actually don't remember the original one all that well, but this radio mix, iconic. Hey, does anybody remember that time Christina Aguilera sang an All for One song?
For a sheep from the storm.
For a friend, for a love to keep me safe, safe and warm. I turn to you.
I turn to you.
This is one of those things that got lost to time unless you lived through the 90s. But in the mid-90s, there was a movie called Space Jam. I'm sure you've heard of it. And the soundtrack had a lot of hits on it. Unfortunately, one really great song didn't hit.
When I'm lost in the rain.
This was written by the legendary Diane Warren, who has written many other hits that you might know.
Close my eyes, unbreak my heart.
This isn't the first time it's happened with a Diane Warren song.
How do I live without you? How do I live?
Anyway, I think the song sounds great by All for One, but it never really caught on, even though it was on a huge hit movie soundtrack.
Giving me faith, taking me through the night. For the strength to be strong.
And was produced by Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. These guys are legends. Not only have they worked with Prince back in the day, but they produced and wrote bangers like
Come on, baby, let's get away.
years later, like 4, maybe 5 years later, Christina Aguilera was recording her debut album, and it ended up on there and became a huge hit for her.
I turn to you. Yeah.
I love both versions, but I really think All for One deserved to have a hit as well. Hey, does anybody remember that time Chumbawamba got knocked down but got back up again?
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
This was the hype-up anthem for 1997, 98, and probably 99, all because of how pumped the lyrics were and how hyped the chorus was. This is a pretty good example of a subgenre that I really like that a lot of people don't talk about, called DOR, dance-oriented rock. Essentially, it's a rock band disguised as dance music, and this was a perfect fit for the 90s because even though it had a great beat and a catchy hook, they got those crunchy electric guitars just punctuating everything. There's really not a whole lot to this song. There's that intro that gets you like ready for what's gonna come. And there's a part that we all know. There's this part which a lot of Americans misinterpreted, especially high school students. We were all like, are they just peeing all night? What's going on? The part that the teachers made us skip if we were listening to it in school.
Drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink.
And like this Danny Boy reference. And then it got back to the good part. And then it just kept repeating. And the only part that was actually different was this little instrumental horn section. I remember when I was back in high school, there was all these stories about this band and how they were super political. I think maybe even that they were anarchists or something. I'm not sure, but this song was all not that. And it ended up becoming their biggest hit. Actually, I don't even know another song by them. But if you walk up to any millennial and say, I get knocked down, you're almost guaranteed to hear in response. Hey, does anybody remember that time Collective Soul gave us hope? I'm super biased here because The World I Know by Collective Soul is one of my favorite songs ever. And even though they're not the first rock band to use strings, they were one of the first ones that I heard in the 90s as a kid that had such a heavy string arrangement in a rock song. I know there's a lot of people saying that Ed Roland, lead singer of Collective Soul, is copying Eddie Vedder's vibe, and I'm not sure if that's true, but it was definitely popular at the time to have this kind of like chewy rock vocal. So the song spends the first half basically just listing a bunch of questions about how dark like life can get. Then about halfway through, around the 2-minute mark, that chorus that we all know kicks in. I think it's kind of clever how the first time you hear the chorus is from the point of view of someone who's trying to unalive themselves from a tall building. And then the second time you hear it, it's the same lyrics, but it means something totally different in the music video where the person's looking down and realizing when they look at the world, it's not all bad. Like there is some hope.
Yeah, walk upon high and a step to the edge to see my world below.
And I love this outro. It's like 30 seconds of this gorgeous string orchestral arrangement, and it feels like the sonic equivalent of the skies opening up and, you know, just being able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I got to see Collective Soul maybe 10-15 years ago perform this live during a thunderstorm, and it's one of the highlights of my life. If you ever get a chance to see them live, you should definitely do it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Collective Soul and Dolly Parton recorded the same song?
Give me a word, give me a sign. Give me a word, give me a sign.
Unlike the other songs that I've talked about, they weren't really at the same time. It was like 6 or 7 years later. But of course, the song Shine was Collective Soul's first like hit, and it was right around the time I started buying CDs and collecting music. God, I miss the 90s alternative rock. Anyway, then when I was starting college, Dolly Parton put her version out, and I'm pretty sure that's Nickel Creek playing with her. But Dolly's a bad bitch and she owns it. And it just really makes it her own. She straight up takes it to church. Like, Collective Soul was already kind of on the cusp of being spiritual. But Dolly straight up turns it into a praise and worship song.
Heaven, let your light shine down.
She even does the little... I think we can all agree that this was much cooler than the time Bette Midler covered Waterfalls by TLC.
Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Coolio had one of the most staple high school dance songs? Something about this song, you can't help but move, and it kind of reminds me of like if rap were disco, if that makes any sense. And I'm guessing there's a ton of samples in here, and I looked at a list and I wasn't familiar with the songs. I was surprised though that this wasn't sampling Another One Bites the Dust, because I think the bass line and some of the beats and stuff sound pretty familiar.
Another one bites the dust.
When I was in my junior high and high school dances, I always remember hearing the spoken intro and knowing what song was coming.
I'm the lingua franca of the funk business, and people come from miles around with an almost religious devotion to get on down.
To this day, I still don't know what he says or what it's supposed to mean, but it always got his hype. And he does not waste any time with that hook. He gets right into it. Julio had this perfect made-for-pop radio voice, but also still like really rap.
What up, everybody? So glad you're here. Julio with the flow back in your ear.
When I was a kid, and even now, I never really paid much attention to the lyrics. I think at one point we thought maybe they'd be a little bit dirty. But now that I'm older listening to it, I think it's really just about, you know, getting your partner on the dance floor so you can have a good time at a party. Speaking of parties, I didn't actually own this album, but I had this song on MTV Party to Go Volume 9. Party to Go was such a thing back then, and I don't know how to explain it. And they weren't always total remixes, but like a lot of times they were. And Volume 9 was like my favorite. I remember the Brandy song on this being out of order than what was printed on the CD. All kinds of like weird stuff. I kind of want to talk about Party to Go and Jock Jams. Does anybody else remember those CDs? Hey, does anybody remember that time Creed had a few different versions of the same song about Scott Stapp's son? We're gonna get this out of the way at the beginning. Yes, this song is over the top, and can it be cheesy? Yeah, of course. But it's still a great song. I think it's a really memorable melody, and it's super heartfelt. You can tell that he's feeling this song. And this intro starts off with a heartbeat, and I don't know if this is actually his son's heartbeat or a sound effect they found. But then that guitar comes in, and we all recognize that tone from the 90s. And I actually really love the strings that come in both here and throughout the entire song, but I don't think the strings were on the album version. I think this was in what was called the strings version that was on the single and then on the music video. And speaking of the single, I don't know if anybody else had this, but I had the CD single, and it came in one of those clear CDs. Does anybody remember that? And say what you will about Creed, but I think this is one of the best opening lines of this era, both melodically and lyrically.
Well, I just heard the news today.
And up until this point, the drums have pretty much just been tinkering around mostly like on the hi-hat and stuff, but then when the chorus drops in, of course, it drops in with it, and that chorus, to me, the song, the melody, and the production all feel like the lyrics he's singing with arms wide open. Like, it feels super open. I know that's cheesy, but it's like, it needed to be that way, right? And I actually really like guitar solos like this that don't sound impossible. Like, they sound melodic and moving. In the strings version, the guitar solo and the strings, like, they're not doing the same thing, but they're on the same assignment. I mentioned this in the Collective Soul World I Know video, but Scott Stapp is in the same vein as Ed Roland, where they were kind of following the footsteps of Pearl Jam, where they had this like really chewy way of singing. I actually mentioned this about The Calling as well.
Between the sand and stone, to be the man.
Now, some of my friends who are big Creed fans said that Scott Stapp stopped singing it this way in this like over-the-top fashion, but I've never seen them live, so I can't confirm or deny this. But if you have, I guess let us know. Does he sing it differently now? Hey, does anybody remember that time in the mid-90s when DC Talk became the youth group safe version of Nirvana? Okay, so I can't find the comment thread anymore, but I was talking with some commenters about DC Talk, and I didn't know who would remember, so I'm going to throw it out there and see if anybody does. But DC Talk was like a contemporary Christian band that did like more like fun, like hip-hop inspired music. And then with this Jesus Freak album, they pivoted to like a more like Nirvana inspired rock sound. And I feel like every youth group survivor remembers this intro with the count in, and then like the muffled strumming, and then the hook being muffled and sung. When that band drops in, it just felt so heavy and visceral when I was a teenager. But looking back now, this was a clear reference to Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana, especially this opening drum fill. And looking back, theology aside, musically speaking, DC Talk was pretty much a pop rock boy band. Like, they had two singers and a rapper that also sang sometimes. And each of their verses had a different quality to it. Like, Michael Tate had this awesome, like, really smooth, unique voice.
Separated, I cut myself
Everybody in my friend group's favorite vocalist was Kevin Max. He had this like really cool quality about him. And then Toby Mac would come in with these rap verses. And I'm not gonna lie, as a kid, I love this song. And then the chorus drops, and it's super catchy while also feeling heavy, at least for a preteen. And I will give it this, there's moments like after the bridge, there's like this corkscrew sound, and then when it finally winds up, it drops into this like gnarly guitar solo, and this still hits for me today. So yeah, for better or for worse, I have good memories of this album and this song when I was a kid. Hey, does anybody remember that time Dina Carter sang one of the most nostalgic country songs of the 90s?
Like strawberry wine.
This song is just like really classic country storytelling from the beginning.
He was working through college.
And they play up the nostalgia in so much of the lyrics, but that pre-chorus does a really good job of being like the ultimate nostalgic setup for the chorus.
Funny how those memories they last.
And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like own this song or the CD when I was a kid, but I heard it everywhere. So this chorus is so iconic to me that I hear the word strawberry wine, and I hear this melody.
Like strawberry wine.
And I remember being a kid hearing this line about 30 being old, and I was like, 30 is old. And now I'm in my 40s, and I'm like, oh, okay, kid, okay.
I still remember when 30 was old.
I also like how this song is like an early House That Built Me by Miranda Lambert.
Year after year, I come back to this place.
But like way hornier.
To remember the taste of strawberry wine.
And all in all, like I said, this wasn't even like one of my favorite songs growing up when it first came out, but I do think they do a great job of like conveying the nostalgia, not just in the lyrics, but also the music, like the songwriting, the way the track is engineered, the way the instruments are played, just all feel like a 90s country summer. Hey, does anybody remember that time Desiree had the chillest hype up anthem of the 90s? To me, the start of this song just sounds like waking up. Then she comes in with that opening lyric that every single millennial knows.
Listen as your day unfolds, challenge what the future holds.
This chorus is so motivational. Really, this song is just her giving everyone really good general life advice.
You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together.
And even though this song is super chill, every single football player, wrestler, tennis player, you name it, we all had it on our hype up playlist back then.
What your mother said, read the books your father.
For the most part, it maintains this chill vibe, and about halfway through, she lifts it just a little bit.
Time asks no questions, it goes on without you.
Then it continues for a while on that vibe that we knew throughout most of the song, and then has a little bit of a bridge towards the end.
Got to be hard, not too hard.
And most people think that she's a one-hit wonder, and I can kind of see that, but she had a pretty notable track on the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack. Anyway, You Gotta Be is one of the best songs ever, and I feel like a lot of us have forgotten about it, myself included, and arguably we need it now more than ever.
All I know, love will save the day.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Destiny's Child wrote and sang the Y2K anthem for Charlie's Angels? Y2K pop had a lot of like synthetic guitar and string sounds. I've pointed them out in other posts before. This one does something kind of interesting because the intro is very rhythmic and sparse, but it utilizes this like fake fret noise. And if you're not familiar with fret noise, it's the sound that like your fingers make when they slide across guitar strings in between notes. And if they're not fake, they're either like ultra processed or maybe sampled, but that's not a bad thing. Like it's part of the vibe and part of the style. And then I love when Beyonce comes in with the first lyric, like the way the rhythm and the melody works when she says question, it
gives me the visual of like someone raising their hand like,
Question, tell me what you think about me.
and then this pre-chorus is what me and my friends called the I bought it pre-chorus, because everything's like listing off all these like nice expensive things that someone could own, and then, you know, her pointing out that she bought them for herself.
The shoes on my feet, I bought the clothes.
And then there's that super anthemic hook, like where the Spice Girls were starting to wind down now with girl power. Destiny's Child was picking it up with like independent women. Any individual part of this song so far could have been super identifiable and like hooky and catchy and unique to this song. But then we get this like post-chorus that's like even more that you can sing along to.
Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that.
And then there's this breakdown where like everything drops out and it's just the girls' vocals, and Beyonce's like ad-libbing over the top of everything. And I love when sections like this slow down, because even though the rest of the song was super catchy, parts like this like really show you that they can sing. Now this was called Independent Women Part 1. I don't know who else remembers, but on the Survivor album they had Part 2, and it sounds so wildly different. I think there's a sample from like a Looney Tunes cartoon or a type of cartoon. It's wild. Hey, does anybody remember that time Destiny's Child had the smoothest club song on the radio? Okay, first of all, this had the coolest music video. They had this like image stabilization effect that honestly kind of gives me some of that Fly on a Boss energy. And I can't get over how loud and present the laser sound effects in the intro are. It gets you so hyped.
And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends, 'cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping.
And even though this was clearly a club song, it wasn't like loud and bombastic. It was actually really smooth. Even when that chorus hits, it's super chill.
And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends, 'cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping.
It just made you feel cool singing along with it, and the track just kept getting better and better. Speaking of it being a club track, this song had a little bit of drama around it, and I'm not just talking about this being Farrah's last appearance, I believe. This song came after Say My Name, which, you know, was a song about a woman who was accusing her significant other of cheating on her. And this song, the very first lyrics are like, leave your man and your woman at home and go out to the club. And I just remember Beyonce's defense of this being like, hey, we're being equal. We're saying ladies, leave your man at home, and, you know, fellas, leave your girl at home. So it's like equal opportunity. All passes.
Ladies, leave your man at home. Now you fellas leave your girl with her friends.
But also, it's not that deep. This is just a fun song. We were also like high schoolers talking about going to the club at 11:30 at night.
'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping.
But yeah, this is just a great song. I still love it. I think it holds up to today. Hey, does anybody remember that time Destiny's Child had the pop R&B anthem of the 90s?
Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say baby I love you.
So at the opening you hear the call tag. That's Rodney Jerkins. We'll come back to him. I love this song to this day. To me, it represents a lot of what late 90s pop R&B was, with those like kind of slower paced but punctuated verses.
My name of the day, I will call, you would say, baby how's your day? But today, it ain't the same.
That pre-chorus has rapid-fire lyrics that were kind of a hallmark of Destiny's Child at the time, but also just overall pop R&B.
I know he said that it was a thing.
And the production of the track actually has a lot going on in it. So let's break it down. First of all, there's that boing. And then some chimes. And then sleigh bells. Like, you know, the kind that are in Christmas music.
Everything to me times two.
And throughout the whole song, not just the pre-chorus, there's these like classically inspired strings.
I'm trying to change it now. See you got a bounce.
Then there's that chorus that's basically a millennial anthem. And I can't quite tell if it's real or not, but there's buried in the mix this like funky wah-wah guitar.
Say my name, say my name. Say my name is around you. Baby, I love you.
So back to Rodney Jerkins. I was at an event a few years ago where he talked about writing this song, and for those of you who haven't been in a recording studio, I think a lot of people think it's just like one big party, and I guess sometimes it could be, but most of the time it's just a bunch of dudes tired sitting around pushing knobs. And his girl called him while he was in the studio and didn't believe that he was, you know, working. It was like, say my name, and so they wrote this song based on that. Hey, does anybody remember that time Destiny's Child did a duet with Jessica Simpson? I
feel like I might be the only person that remembers this or even knew that it happened in the first place, but this was on Jessica Simpson's debut album, Sweet Kisses. And it's kind of weird because even though it's a super catchy song, it doesn't sound like anything that Destiny's Child was doing even back then. This is, I believe, when they had their original four members, which is Beyonce, Kelly, and then LaToya and Latavia. And before someone else came in for like one music video, and then they went to Michelle. It's a crazy story, but it's a great empowerment anthem and super catchy. And I still to this day always have that sing-along hook stuck in my head. Jessica sounded so good on it.
I can see myself getting stronger every day. I'm not the same woman I used to be.
And I don't know which member of Destiny's Child is singing at the end. It might be a mix of them or just Beyonce, but whoever it is sounds really good. And this was the start for both Jessica Simpson and Destiny's Child, and it's so wild to think that decades later, we'd get Beyonce out of all this. I have no idea the story behind this song or why it happened, so if anybody knows it, please leave it in the comments. Hey, does anybody remember that time Dion Ferris sang the most joyful, liberating 90s pop rock anthem ever?
I know what you're doing, yeah.
I feel like we as a society failed this woman because this song was a banger and it was such a huge deal in the mid-90s. And she starts off right with a bang. That intro is so huge. Like, it features this really joyful pop rock band and this like really tasty slide guitar. And then when Dion Ferris's vocals come in, you're like, oh, they're gonna start with the hook. And then you just realize the whole song is just all hooks. I mean, I guess you could technically say that they become verses, but every few lines is that main hook, I know what you're doing, yeah.
I know what you're doing, yeah.
And in my opinion, it's such a good hook. It doesn't get repetitive. And when she does choose like that higher note every once in a while, it's so satisfying because it just elevates everything. Her ad-libs on the song are phenomenal, and they're tucked away in just about every corner of this track. I especially love when this ad-lib leads into the bridge, and you just feel like you're ascending to heaven. She just does such a great job of pulling you with her. When I was a kid, I just loved this song because it was so catchy and so well produced and just felt so happy. But now that I'm older and have lived through what she describes in this song, yeah, there should be a joyful anthem for escaping this kind of situation. And we just don't, as a society, talk about this song enough. So can we change that? Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Dishwalla just wanted to have a deep conversation?
Tell me all your thoughts on God.
Counting Blue Cars by Dishwalla was one of those music videos that I saw all the time, I think on VH1. And so this, I don't ever think I bought the record, but it was always like ingrained in my brain. And it starts off with that like very 90s alt rock wash of guitars and bass and drums. And on brand with a lot of alt rock songs of that time, the verses were like very pensive and questioning and thoughtful, but this one had like a little bit of a synth thing happening in the background. Then it lands so squarely on that chorus, and I love that he like punches up to his falsetto on the word all just to like highlight it a little bit.
Tell me all your thoughts on God.
And if you were a youth group survivor like me, you remember the second half of this chorus was very controversial because he refers to God as her.
'Cause I really like to meet her.
This wasn't too uncommon because like these guys were on A&M Records, and on the same label, one of my friends' bands called the Caulfields had a song with like a similar kind of religious controversy in their chorus. And because this was a 90s alt rock song, of course, it had this like kind of ad-lib moment towards the end where he growls this melody that rhythmically kind of sounds like a snare fill.
And because of the whole nature of like the song being like kind of philosophical and everything, the song ends with the chord that is unresolved, you know, kind of like, oh, we were not done talking about this. But yeah, whenever the song, you know, I hear it out in the wild nowadays, I just kind of get taken back to when I was a kid back in the early 90s and heard this everywhere. Hey, does anybody remember that time Donna Lewis whispered her hit song?
I love you, always, forever, near and far, closer together.
If I remember right, this was like 1995, 96 maybe, and this was at a time where divas were ruling the radio. Then here comes Donna Lewis with this really super sweet romantic song that's just kind of like really understated.
Feels like I'm lost in the deep cloud of heavenly sound.
She takes a while to get to the hook. It's almost a minute and a half before the chorus comes in. I love how uncluttered this song is. It starts off with just Donna's voice.
Feels like.
And when the other instruments come in, it's kind of like futuristic, but how the 90s saw the future being. And the bass even outlines what will later be the melody of the hook. And of course, that chorus that all millennials know to this day.
I love you, always, forever, near and far.
And then that breakdown towards the end is so satisfying.
Say you'll love me forever, never stop, never, whatever.
And after breaking it down, she just kind of slowly starts building it back up.
Say you'll love me forever, never stop.
I have this album, but I'm not sure if I know any of the other songs. In fact, the only other Donna Lewis song I know is from that Anastasia soundtrack. Anybody else remember this song? Hey, does anybody remember that time Duncan Sheik had one of the freshest pop rock singles of the mid-90s?
I am barely breathing.
Anybody that's been watching me for a while or that knows me in real life knows that I love my stops and pauses and good arrangements. And this song starts right off the bat with a stop. Like it goes from that intro, pauses, and then into the first verse with like a little bit of an acapella for a word or two.
Well, I know what you're doing.
I love this because usually those pauses and stops are like towards the end of the song, like before the bridge or something. And I love that this puts it like right at the beginning to make it dynamic, like right from the get-go. And there's all these like little melodic things that Duncan Sheik does here too to make it interesting. Like his vocal run at the end of Goodbye, so catchy. The sound for a lot of pop rock artists at this time was kind of naturally airy anyway, if you think of like Jars of Clay or Natalie Imbruglia. And so to have a song called Barely Breathing just fit this aesthetic so right. And this chorus does it so perfectly where it's possibly one of the catchiest hooks that wasn't like a bubblegum pop star or boy band artist.
I am barely breathing, and I can't find the air.
This chorus still pops up in my head at least every week, even to this day, like decades later. And I also love this part of the chorus where it feels like he's like rambling, like he needs to get all these words off his chest.
Don't suppose it's worth the price, it's worth the price.
And then there's that melodic lift before the song ends. It's just such like, it feels like you're finally breathing, right?
Come to find.
And the bass on this song is so top-notch because Pino Palladino played on it, and like he has way too many credits to list here, but some of them are like Elton John, Don Henley, David Gilmour, Melissa Etheridge, even as recent as John Mayer and Adele. Like he's just such a master at his craft, and he got to play on this record. Hey, does anybody remember that time Edwin McCain had one of the most romantic love songs of the 90s for a dude that wasn't in a boy band?
I have all I waited for. And I could not ask for more.
And I know, you were probably expecting this song.
I'll be your crying shoulder.
And maybe I'll talk about that next time, but I Could Not Ask for More is actually my favorite between the two songs. I love that the intro has really good blending of the string section and the singer-songwriter like acoustic guitar sound. I love that the verses are short, but also describe like just a really perfect chill day with your significant other.
Lying here with you, listening to the rain.
And I like how they trick us into thinking that the pre-chorus might be the chorus.
And these are the moments I thank God that I'm alive.
And this pre-chorus is one of my favorite melodies of all time. Not to mention, I like how the lyrics kind of invoke religious imagery.
These are the moments I know heaven must exist.
Then about halfway through the song, we hear the true chorus.
Could not ask for more than this time together. Could not ask for more than this time with you.
I just think it's a really well-written song. I find it really romantic, and I really love gratitude and being grateful. And I think it's really rare to have a song about just being content with what you have and where you are. And I'm not trying to say that there are no other male solo singers in the 90s that had love songs. It's just that by the end of the decade, it was pretty rare for a non-boy band guy to have a love song.
And I could not ask for more.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Edwin McCain made two notes the most romantic promise of the 90s? I already talked about I Could Not Ask For More in another video, and I didn't know until the comments started coming in that Diane Warren wrote that song. But this one, I'll Be, was written by Edwin McCain, and it's genius.
Emeralds from mountains and thrust towards the sky.
I unironically love the saxophone in the intro. These verses are just like crooning class 101, right?
Strands in your eyes, the color them wonderful, stop me and steal my breath.
And of course that chorus, arguably one of the most memorable romantic melodies of the 90s, possibly ever. Those first two notes are impossible to hear and not think of being in love.
I'll be your crying shoulder.
Edwin does something that a lot of good songwriters do here too, is that he previewed that chorus melody earlier in the song when he says, "Tell me."
And tell me.
This song came out when I was in junior high or high school, and I would have told you then that this song was written as wedding vows. But now that I'm listening to it as a 40-something, I think that this might be a song about making up. There's something deeper there.
I dropped out, I burned up, I fought my way back from the dead.
If Edwin ever sees this, maybe you can tell me if we're wrong or right. Speaking of, this man is still touring, so I'm going to keep an eye on his tour dates to see if I can make a show, and you should too, because he's a great songwriter and a killer singer, and gave me some of the best memories of my teen years. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when a nonsense song about the color blue was all the rage in dance pop? This came at the tail end of like 90s dance pop. Like Real McCoy and LaBouche happened a few years earlier, but this one definitely had one of the biggest impacts, mostly because the words literally meant nothing but told a complete story somehow, and the main instrument was like an acoustic piano playing the main melody.
Yo, listen up, here's the story.
So that whole intro was literally like a prologue. It was like someone else introducing the story of this blue person. And then when the song goes on, it's from the blue person's point of view.
I have a blue house with a blue window.
So obviously most of the song is carried by that main melody. It started off with that piano part, but then later you hear it as like a synth part. And obviously on that first beat drop and then every chorus where he's singing that hook, which goes to prove that this melody is so catchy. Only one of the words is like a real word, just I'm blue. I guess two words, I'm blue, and then the rest is just like kind of gibberish.
I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died, I've been deed, I've been died, I've been deed, I've been died.
And much like the other dance pop songs from the 90s that I talked about from like LaBouche and Real McCoy, it has that 4-to-the-floor dance beat. It has like all the synth pads and stuff, and also like acoustic piano was a big deal, not just an intro, but like throughout the song.
Blue like my Corvette, it's standing outside. Blue.
Even back in the 90s, we knew that this was kind of cheesy. Like, it's probably our equivalent of like a meme song, right? And also, if you haven't seen it, I think Vice did a great documentary about the making of this song. Like, this song happened before the band actually formed. It's super interesting, and it was definitely manufactured. Like, they didn't try to hide it, but it's just such a cornerstone of 90s pop music. Hey, does anybody remember that time Elton John took a song about Marilyn Monroe and made it about Princess Diana?
Like a candle in the wind.
I never really followed the royal family, still don't, but Princess Diana and the whole tragedy surrounding her was such a cultural touchstone of the late 90s. And I feel like this song is like one of the souvenirs from that moment where Elton John took one of his songs from the 70s and reworked the lyrics. So much so, like the opening line, instead of saying goodbye Norma Jean, he says goodbye England's Rose.
Goodbye, England's Rose. May you ever.
But in both versions, that imagery of being like a candle in the wind is so poetic and kind of graphic, you know? It's like something that struggles to stay alight.
You lived your life like a candle in the wind.
And it's Elton, so of course the harmonies are spectacular and strong.
Along England's greenest hill.
And his piano playing is so skillful yet tasteful. And the arrangement keeps this vibe of it just being a piano vocal song, even though there's a little bit of strings and I think even some like woodwinds and flutes and stuff.
You lived your life like a candle in the wind.
But it's all only to like kind of serve the piano and the vocal parts, so it doesn't stand out a whole lot. And whereas Marilyn Monroe was someone that Elton didn't really know, he had to kind of pivot this song into a song about someone who was a good friend of his that he lost, and you can hear it in his performance that he's mourning.
Candles burned out long before.
I feel like this CD single for this Candle in the Wind 1997 was almost like a souvenir of the 90s. Like even if you didn't love the song, you might have still gotten it like me just to kind of have. Hey, does anybody remember that time En Vogue had the funkiest swagger masterpiece of the 90s?
You're never gonna get it, not this time. Never gonna get it.
When I was a kid, I thought this song was called Never Gonna Get It, and I don't think you could blame me, but its proper title is My Lovin', parentheses, Never Gonna Get It. It's got it all. It's got that funky swagger. Listen to those guitars. And it's so musical, like the sprinkling of those jazzy keyboard.
No, you're never gonna get it.
But the star of the show are those girls' vocals.
I just sit back and watch you make a fool of yourself.
In my book, no girl group ever has touched the singing and the vocals of En Vogue. They always keep the vocal arrangements super interesting.
You're just wasting your time. Oh, no, you're never gonna get it.
Even the verses are full of so much attitude.
Now you're talking like you made a change.
And oh my god, like that breakdown.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
En Vogue was around before and they had some hits, but I think this song is the one that really put them on the map. And this album, Funky Divas, was one of my favorite ever. I got it from BMG CD Club. I wore that thing out. Hey, does anybody remember that time Enya was like the queen of everything?
Who can say if you love?
I don't know how to explain this to anybody who didn't live through it, but in the 90s, there was a time that outside of pop and rock and hip hop and R&B, new age was huge, and Enya absolutely owned this genre. She was mysterious, but not in a dark way. It almost felt like she lived in a different time period, but still somehow very modern. The best way to describe her music was just she was really good at creating vibes, and that came back in some recent trends where I think they're like mostly montages. But she also wrote like really good hooks, super memorable. Although I could not tell you what half of these song titles mean. Like what is this? Why isn't this song called Sail Away? These tracks, man, they were fire. I don't know if a rapper has sampled these yet, but if they haven't and you're out there, you should, because this is just waiting to be sampled. Alright, fellow millennials and some Gen Xers, should I talk about that time when Gregorian monks were like on pop radio? Hey, does anybody remember that time Eric Clapton and Babyface had one of the most unlikely but perfect duets of the 90s? This was like the main song for a movie from John Travolta called Phenomenon, and I got to be honest, I don't think I ever saw this movie. But this song, Changed the World, was everywhere. And you always knew it was coming on with this intro. It was such a cool like mix of folk and pop and a little bit of blues and soul.
just encompasses so much of what the sound of 90s singer-songwriters were at the time. And Eric's vocal in that first line comes in. He's great, and that lyric is perfect.
If I can reach the stars, pull one down for you.
Really sets up this kind of, surreal romantic vibe. And then when the chorus comes in, there's like a choir of Babyface.
I can change the world.
He's like doing harmonies and ad-libs, and it's just so smooth. And I love how this makes it a duet, but not in a traditional way. They're not like exchanging lines. I love how on the word change for If I Could Change the World, like they make a one-syllable word, several notes. So the word change is actually changing notes. I think that was done on purpose. It gives some good musical imagery. That descending, staggered melody is just so satisfying. And we talked about Eric Clapton's falsetto. Like, this man can hit some high notes. But yeah, this wasn't like one of those bubblegum pop things necessarily. It was, if anything, it was more adult contemporary, but it was everywhere and just like a really staple memory for me as a kid.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Eve 6 made every Elder Millennials class song?
Here's to the nights we felt alive. Here's to the tears you knew you'd cry.
I don't think I've actually ever paid attention to most of the lyrics of this song, and it's probably not high school graduation related.
In a day and a day, love, I'm gonna be gone for good again.
But there's just something about this song, even in the production right at the beginning, that the kind of the scraping sounds sound nostalgic, like sound like summer memories, you know? And then those like drums and that little arpeggiating electric guitar is just so classic 90s. And those verse vocals, man, that's about as alt 90s as it gets.
So I lied. Are you the now or never kind?
Then this freaking hook, it just grabs you by the heartstrings and makes you just relive every memory, good and bad, with this super nostalgic, haze.
Here's a toast to all those who hear me all too well. Here's to the nights we felt alive. Here's to the tears you knew you'd cry. Here's to goodbye, tomorrow's gonna come too soon.
Hey, does anybody remember that time when Everything But the Girl had the chillest hit song of the 90s?
And I miss you.
It was just everywhere. And then I found out that the one that was made popular, at least in the United States, wasn't even the original song. It was a remix, the Todd Terry remix.
Step off the train.
The original one has the same vibey vocals, but there's like a loud cowbell at the beginning.
I step off the train.
And there's like some guitar in it.
I miss you.
But that remix, man, it really hits the spot with those chords and that beat. And then her vocals are just a whole vibe. Everything from the leads to the background. This poor guy, the music video still shows him playing guitar, even though there's no guitar in the remix. And I think one of the most under the radar things about this song is how well this singer performs it. Like, obviously the song's about feeling lonely because you miss someone, it's in the title. But like in one of the later choruses, she lets out this sigh and you just feel how lonely she feels. And I love it when the beat drops out and it's just those chords and her vocals.
Step off the train. I'm walking down your street again.
And then everything kicks back in and it's chill, but it's driving.
And I miss you.
And to be honest, I don't really know much about this group outside of this song. The only interview I remember seeing with them when I was a kid was them explaining where they got their band name from. They said that they saw a billboard advertisement for like a sofa, couch, or some furniture or something, and it said, includes everything but the girl, and they thought that would be a great band name. Hey, does anybody remember that time Faith Hill made the country pop crossover years before Taylor Swift even wrote a song about her husband? So this is one of the songs that straddled the 90s and the new millennium into Y2K, because I think this song was actually on the album that came out in 99, but then the music video and the single release was like in the year 2000. So it's a little bit of both, but I consider it a 90s song. And there was a lot of 90s country pop rock, but Faith was making like one of the bigger leaps into pop. And it starts off with this intro, which, you know, leads you to believe it's going to be a standard country pop rock song. And there's this energy of the upbeat 90s spirit that 90s country carried with it, especially with artists like Faith Hill. And I think this verse is a great example of that.
If I could grant you one wish.
Not to mention, she just has solid vocals. She sounds great on this. And then the pre-chorus comes in, and you hear the first hint of her foray into pop, because underneath her vocals, there's this synth. This is kind of like winding around.
Ooh, I love watching you, baby.
This chorus is so quintessentially 90s country feel-good pop rock. And it's, of course, this catchy, and you can sing along to it super easily. But I love how there's this like blend of the harmonies of the main melody and then this interweaving of a secondary melody. And we'll come back to that because you can hear it a lot better later on.
Ooh, I love the way you love the way you love me.
But then at the end of the phrases, especially at the end of the chorus, there's the next hint that she's gonna like go more into the pop crossover, because the background vocals that echo her main vocal are super auto-tuned, because in 99 auto-tune was such a new thing.
The way you love me.
I also love the woes in the chorus. I mean, there's just, it's something extra to sing along to and so catchy.
Whoa, 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 the way you love.
And I love these kind of bridges where the melody and the arrangement makes you feel like everything's in slow motion.
You're the million reasons why there.
And then when the chorus drops back in, most of the instruments have dropped out. It's a down chorus, and you can hear the layering that I was talking about with the vocals a lot better here.
Ooh, I love the way you love the way you love me.
I've mentioned this a lot, but I grew up in central Indiana, and I could talk about 90s country music forever, but this pillow is not quite comfortable enough for that, so I'm just gonna... That's much more comfortable. I could talk for like an hour on this pillow. Hey, does anybody remember that time Faith Hill sang one of the most iconic late 90s country pop crossover songs?
This kiss, this kiss.
This Kiss by Faith Hill came out like 26 years ago, so like 98, 99. And this intro riff just awakens something in every like 90s country kid. In my opinion, Faith Hill is one of the standards of country vocalists, especially in the late 90s. And this opening verse not only tells a story from a great songwriting standpoint, but her vocal timbre is just so perfect for this, and her delivery.
I don't want another heartbreak. I don't need another turn to cry. No.
This chorus is so clever because it just lists a bunch of things that she loves about her partner and kissing them. It's just very open sound.
It's the way you love me.
And she lists a bunch of different qualities, but I especially love how there comes a point where she gets so euphoric that she loses words and just says,
It's impossible.
and it is really clever how the beginning of every line starts with it's just to describe all the things, but then that's how she wraps it up or the songwriters wrap it up at the end of the chorus with this kiss and that harmony on this kiss.
This kiss, this kiss.
And what brilliant songwriting. There's not just one key change. There are two in this song, and everybody knows that I love key changes in pop songs and feel like modern pop songs don't use them enough. But the first time is at the bridge where they do a key change to give you this like feeling of like tension or suspense.
You can kiss me in the moonlight.
And then going out of that bridge into the next chorus, it changes keys again to like a third separate key that just brings you this new, like, higher elevation. Beth Nielsen Chapman was one of the writers on this song, and she's her own artist, and if you know her, you can hear it. But also, this song dominated pop country music for such a long time and almost won a Grammy, and it only lost to You're Still the One by Shania Twain, so, like, not bad company. Hey, does anybody remember that time Fastball was a two-hit wonder? So maybe you were thinking about this song. But we'll talk about that next time. But now back to Out of My Head. This song, I'm convinced, was made for TikTok, even though it was written way back in the 90s. Okay, so first of all, every single part of this song is catchy, from the piano to the vocals, the melodies, the verses, choruses, everything. But also has a really strange song structure. It starts off with a couple verses, then a chorus, of course. Then it goes into a guitar solo. That guitar solo goes into another chorus. And then that chorus goes into a louder chorus. And then the song's done. It's like 2.5 minutes long. It's like it was built for TikTok, even though it came out at the end of the 90s. And I go back and forth between this and The Way being my favorite Fastball songs, but they also have a bunch of other great songs that were never huge hits that you should check out.
Good night, I'm going to bed. I'm falling upstairs to meet you.
If I'm being honest, Out of My Head is my favorite out of all of them. Hey, does anybody remember that time Fiona Apple made piano rock sexy and kinda naughty?
'Cause I'm feeling like a criminal.
First of all, it was kind of shocking for something this musical to be on the pop charts. I mean, the dissonance in the piano chords and the wind instruments. We'd had Tori Amos, but she was pretty rare, and this was probably the first time we'd heard it since in the mainstream. And Fiona Apple's opening lyric,
I've been a bad, bad girl.
you hear that and you're just like, ooh, I don't know if I'm supposed to be listening to this.
I've been careless with a delicate man.
Plus the groove of the drums and just the entire track was just super sensual. And again, for being such a musically well thought out and written song and so groovy, this chorus still managed to be pretty catchy and hooky. Like, most people remember these lyrics and this melody.
What I need is a good defense. 'Cause I'm feeling like a criminal.
Now that I think about it, this was kind of a more menacing version of Oops, I Did It Again by Britney Spears, except that it was years before Britney put out her song.
I made you believe we're more than just friends.
When a girl will break a boy just because she can.
This song was most of our introductions to Fiona Apple, and she's put out some amazing music since then, but I don't think any of us will get over hearing this for the first time on pop radio. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Fugees turned one of our parents' songs into a millennial anthem?
Killing me softly with his song.
The way Lauryn Hill sings Boy is iconic.
Young boy.
I love how her lead vocal is pretty straightforward, but the background vocals all have this like really heavy like church reverb.
Drumming my pain with his finger.
And this song has been covered a lot of times, but I think the one that was known best before the Fugees was Roberta Flack.
I'm in my bed with his fingers.
The Fugees version starts kind of like hers does.
Strumming my pain with his fingers.
But then it takes a twist and that beat drops.
Yo.
And in my opinion, the Fugees' greatest contribution to this song is the one time, two times.
Sing
then there's that epic breakdown at the end that even those of us who can't remember what we ate for breakfast can remember this whole thing by memory. The Fugees were still big through the 90s, but they never quite hit as big as this song. Of course, Wyclef went on to become a huge producer and artist on his own, and Lauryn Hill became like a legend. But I still think the greatest test between millennials and our parents are just singing the words "Killing Me Softly," and if they respond with, then they're a millennial, possibly Gen X. Hey, does anybody remember that time Garbage was Paranoid? I think I'm Paranoid by Garbage was like almost tailor-made for me when I was a kid back in the late 90s. It had that alt 90s crossed with like electronica vibe, especially at the intro where it was that guitar lick plus the reverse drum loop. When this verse comes in, Shirley Manson's vocals are both sultry and just so edgy. And that chorus lands so hard between Shirley's vocals and that guitar riff that is just infectious. And then the melody in the post-chorus changes into this like very longing sort of vibe. That alternative rock meshed with electronica vibe shows up a lot in the production. Like I love how the track just sounds kind of chopped up back here and super interesting behind all the vocals. It just grooves so perfectly. And then at that bridge, the band shifts their vibe again, and then Shirley Manson gets into like her deep register and is just so menacing, but again so sultry. I love how she reminds me of the Rhythmics and Annie Lennox in the sense of like really playing with both her feminine and masculine side in her performance. I think I'm Paranoid by Garbage was just such a cool, innovative song for 1998, 99. Hey, does anybody remember that time Garbage had one of the vibiest electronica rock songs of the 90s? And I hesitate to even say electronic because it's there, but just barely. Stupid Girl by Garbage is such an iconic song, and like this vibe that they capture right from that intro instrumental is just, it feels dirty in a very 90s kind of way, if you know what I mean. When Shirley Manson comes in with his first verse, it is just so seductive. Pretend you're high. Then the vibe shifts during the pre-chorus. There's this sense of urgency, and Shirley is belting, and also there's these like noises that I'm pretty sure is like feedback just interspersed in the song on purpose. But then when it transitions into the chorus, it suddenly has this like kind of brighter tone, and she sings that hook that is just such like a low-key catchy melody. The band needs to get some credit here too, because like they create such a perfect vibe, and I love how Shirley's like vocalizations just all weave together this perfect like really grungy rock vibe. I already talked about I Think I'm Paranoid, and I love how songs like Stupid Girl and I Think I'm Paranoid could exist within the same band and come from the same place. Hey, does anybody remember that time Garth Brooks had an emo phase?
There's no more waiting.
Okay, I know it wasn't exactly an emo phase, but look at this hair. I mean, how else would you describe this? Like, this Garth Brooks. This Garth Brooks.
The thunder rolls and the lightning strikes.
Became Chris Gaines.
Something about you when you're around.
And it wasn't just like one song. There was an entire album with a whole bunch of songs on it, and he called it Chris Gaines' Greatest Hits. He had a whole backstory. I don't remember what it was, but there was like in the liner notes, there was like photos from this guy's like career, and like this is actually Garth Brooks. That's him. And maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I want to say there was even like a movie or a TV show or something in talks, and Garth completely committed to this. At the time, it wasn't even like, you know, him trying to, just dress differently. He was becoming Chris Gaines. And I don't know how else to explain it. The 90s were a fever dream.
I get lost in you.
Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when the Gin Blossoms would follow you everywhere? This song being called Follow You Down is so appropriate because I feel like in the mid-90s when the song came out, you couldn't get away from it. It was everywhere. And then it lingered. I think in the early 2000s, it was in some movies and stuff. So this song just had like a huge shelf life. And for good reason. The intro of the song, even, like the very first thing you hear is that iconic guitar riff. Like you immediately know this song. And I know that harmonica isn't specifically a 90s thing, but this combination of like the pop rock band with a really loud, prominent harmonica just feels super mid-90s rock to me. I don't know how else to explain it. And then the singer comes in, and he doesn't have like an accent, but to me, he's singing as if he might have had a British accent. That doesn't make any sense. It's like he's singing with as close to a British accent as possible without actually having the accent. And I also love this like steppy, like descending melody.
Did you see the sky? I think it means that we've been lost.
And then this chorus, it is the 90s, to me at least. It just feels like middle school to me. And I love how the melody kind of like paints this almost mountain peak, like the anywhere I go, like ascends, like the top note is almost falsetto, and then follow you down kind of descends.
Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down.
Also a nice little touch that at the end of the chorus, the guitar is doing a little descending melody, more of that like follow you down kind of motif. And all in all, it's just like a really solid pop rock song. Like everything's so clean and balanced, including like at the bridge. There's a moment where like the bass and the drums are just carrying it with the bridge vocals. And then there's like that slight guitar feedback and then transitions to the next part of the song, like real tight and clean.
Running in artificial pain.
Even though this song, Follow You Down, is so quintessentially 90s, I would consider it a classic. Like, it's so of its time, but also, like, timeless. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Gina G just wanted a little bit? When I think of 90s dance music, this is one of, like, the top 3 songs I think about. And it starts off with this intro. The synth in this is so iconically 90s dance. And then when the drums and the bass drop in, that bass line, the galloping bass line, is just so of the time. Then Gina G's vocals come in, and to be honest, I never paid too much attention to these verse lyrics because I really just knew the hook for the most part. But she sounds great on this, and I love the selective use of harmony because it just fills out the track so well. And let's not sleep on these background vocals. Like the oohs, not the ones in the chorus, but the background here, all rise along with her melody and the chorus to create this kind of like tension and build up to that hook drop. And then that chorus drops, and even though the song's in English, I feel like having ooh ah being like 2/3 of this hook does it so many favors to be just universally understood and just feels good. Like, you cannot get that melody out of your head for days, maybe weeks. And then when the bridge happens, because this is like a 90s dance pop song, they have to slow it down, so you have that like little break from dancing. My personal favorite when I was a kid was these ad-libs at the end where she like does these heavy harmonies. Not to mention, as the track is like fading out, Gina G just goes on full diva. Like, I'm assuming this is her, not a background vocalist, but it sounds great. And I kind of wish it sounded more like this for the rest of the song. I don't actually know a lot about Gina G because as far as the United States goes, she just kind of came with this song and went, and most of us didn't hear very much more from her. So if you're from outside the country and you know about her and if she had done more, please let me know. And I would love to actually talk to someone more about that, but this pillow's kind of getting stiff and warm. Let me get it cool.
Soft pillow. There we go. Now that I got this pillow, I feel like I could talk about this song. Like a lot of dance songs, a lot longer. Should we start that? Hey, does anybody remember that time Green Day wrote and sang one of the most timeless songs to ever come out of the 90s?
I hope you had the time of your life.
So I'm continuing Flashback Fridays this week by doing part 2s of some of your favorite videos of mine, and Good Riddance or Time of Your Life by Green Day. This one was the most viewed and liked by all of you, and this is one of my favorite songs of all time. And I just wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the other parts. So this guitar riff that I said was, easy enough to learn if you're just starting guitar. I think what's brilliant about this is that it is simple, but the momentum of keeping it up is what is kind of tricky, because if you ever play guitar and you like learn a riff, you really have to get it into your subconscious, like kind of keep going, because if you think about it too much, you might start messing up. And I think that is kind of beautifully symbolic and probably an accident in this song, in that riff kind of goes through a lot of parts of the song.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road.
But if you think about it too much, you might mess up that lick. And that becomes kind of a metaphor of like how time just keeps marching forward.
Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go.
Anytime you hit like a life experience, whether it's like a loss of a loved one or a new chapter in your life, like getting married or graduating even. And I love this concept of something being unpredictable, but in the end was the right outcome.
Something unpredictable, but in the end is right.
Even the melody wrapping up so nicely is almost this acceptance of a time of your life having closure and moving on to the next chapter.
I hope you had the time of your life.
And now being in my 40s, saying I hope you had the time of your life doesn't necessarily mean it was always a great time. It was just that, like, man, that was a wild ride, right? One of my favorite discussions to have with people who love this song is what they think the meaning of this line is.
Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial.
Because especially after this became an unintentional graduation anthem, I think everything became up for interpretation. And this line specifically, to me, kind of means like looking back on like what seemed like permanent decisions and choices made in your lifetime thus far, and regretting some of them and even laughing at some of them, and just kind of sitting in that bittersweet nostalgia of, the times that you had like survived. And I'm just kind of curious what it means to other people. Hey, does anybody remember that time Green Jelly turned a nursery rhyme into a 90s grunge song? The CD that Three Little Pigs by Green Jelly was on was, believe it or not, my very first CD that I asked for Christmas. The same Christmas I got a Discman. So this was on rotation for me for a while until I could afford to buy my own CDs. And I'll never get that intro out of my head. I heard it so many times.
Why don't you sit right back?
And on top of being based on a nursery rhyme, I think the fact that this guitar riff is pretty much the backbone of the instrumental part of this song was like kind of like another flex. But the song is pretty straightforward. It goes through the fairy tale or nursery rhyme of the Three Little Pigs, only it modernizes it so the three pigs live in different areas of Los Angeles.
Oh, a third little piggy, the grade A student, his daddy was the rock star.
And I remember screaming this chorus with my friends when I was way too young to be listening to this album of the wolf's part.
Little pig, let me in.
And then all of us singing in our highest pitched voices the pig's part. And I didn't have a clue at the time, but I would learn later in life that those Three Little Pigs voices were Maynard, James Keenan, Les Claypool, and Pauly Shore. And unironically, I think the band does a good job of building tension during the huffing and puffing part with the wolf in the actual music.
Puffin', blow your house in.
But the best part, at least to me and my friends and anybody I knew that listened to it, was at the end, spoilers, Rambo gets called to defend the Three Little Pigs.
Take them down, Rambo!
When I say I missed unhinged fever dream 90s, this is what I'm talking about. Hey, does anybody remember that time Hanson was way better than anybody gave them credit for? I
know recently a lot of people have been talking about how the song Mbop was actually deeper than most people think. That's not even what I'm talking about. So, like, over 10 years ago, I actually not even opened for them. I opened for their opener's opener at a music festival, and they are musicians in all caps. So Mbop is about as iconic 90s as it gets. And this intro has that, I talked about this in the Meredith Brooks video, like that drum loop, but like a really 90s guitar tone over it. And the vocals on this song have this crazy agility and a surprising amount of soul for such young performers. Even as early as this being their first song, you can hear it in the ad-libs. And their harmonies were on point from day one. Like, they blend so perfectly. I guess it makes sense since they're brothers. And this chorus, I think, is just tattooed on the soul of every 90s kid. It's so catchy, and I don't think we give these boys enough credit for writing such a catchy hook and also performing it with like an immaculate groove and a harmony, just everything about it. I always lived for this end breakdown section where they split up the chorus and just did all kinds of fun stuff with it. People always say that their second album was when they started showing they were real musicians, and I got to see them in person, you know, when I played that same stage as they did in person, and they're even better than you could even imagine. But I would argue that we saw all the signs of their musicianship as early as his very first song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Hootie and the Blowfish's very first hit single was written by the drummer who was just learning how to play guitar? So Hold My Hand is one of the most iconic 90s pop rock songs ever, let alone one of many hits for Hootie and the Blowfish from their debut album, Cracked Rear View. But it was actually written by Sony, the drummer, who was still learning how to play guitar, and he didn't actually know how to play the full B chord because it's a bar chord, so he played a B9 chord and then went into an E chord because that was the other chord he knew, and that gives you that iconic riff that everyone knows. That's the foundation for the song and the groove, and then he goes into this pre-chorus that is just absolutely uplifting. Then it lands into that satisfying chorus that has the full harmony stack with everyone singing along. Isn't that so interesting?
Yeah, I know all that. I wrote it, but you know what's really crazy?
Hold My Hand. On the surface, it sounds like a love song, right? Like a pop rock, like 90s love song. But you intended it to be kind of more of like a David Crosby sang backup for you guys on that song?
Yeah, you know, when you're a baby band and you find yourself in the industry, air quotes, all of a sudden, you'll take anybody's advice.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Hootie and the Blowfish had the textbook pop rock song of the mid-90s? To me, this intro sounds like if you could take good 90s vibes and make it a sound. And it's only 2 chords, so if you're just learning how to play guitar and you want to learn a song, this isn't a bad contender for that. And it's also like 95% of the song. It only veers off those 2 chords like a couple times and very rarely throughout the rest of the song. But then Darius Rucker's voice comes in, and like I could not think of a better voice to fill out this sound because it's just so full sounding. He's very expressive, and it makes sense that later on he went on to country. Like everything about this already sounds like college dorm band, and I think they might have been even. But there's also that line that was so iconic, "The Dolphins Make Me Cry," and I have to admit that it wasn't until much later in life, like I was well into my 30s, before I found out that he wasn't talking about being sensitive, about seeing like actual dolphins. I think it was about a sports team. I'm such a baby 'cause the dolphins make me cry. And then this "Nothing I Can Do," that's one of the times like the chords different than the first 2 that we heard over and over again. And then I love the harmony on "Only Wanna Be With You." There's nothing I can do. And this is like the sleeper hook of the song. There's not like one big chorus like you would think of for like other pop rock songs, even though this sounds like a standard pop rock song. And I also love that there's that instrumental riff that comes at the end of the choruses. It's just like more hooky stuff to get stuck in your head. This song also has one of my favorite things. Most of you saw this coming. You know I love my stops in songs. And this one doesn't have just one big one at the end. There's one that happens pretty regularly, and they change it a couple times. But I don't know. I love it when there's signs that a band is like in sync with each other. This is one of my favorite mid-90s songs. In fact, like Post Malone, I think, covered this for the Pokemon soundtrack, which I don't get, but I like it. And I could talk about mid-90s pop rock for so long, like an hour or more, and I want to talk to some of these artists and songwriters from the mid-90s about this, but I need to get a better pillow. Oh, there we go. I think that's it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Hootie and the Blowfish didn't believe in time? Time by Hootie and the Blowfish was one of these songs I feel like gets lost in conversation because they had so many other great hits off the same album. So in addition to like Only Want to Be With You and Hold My Hand, Time was a big single, and it starts off with that super 90s but super identifiable guitar arpeggio. I love how Darius's verse melody comes in here with time elongated. So if like the guitar arpeggio is kind of like the second hand ticking down, the time dragging out is the melody kind of. And then that time melody repeats, but the other guys join in the harmony. It's just this perfect escalation of time marching on. In true 90s rock band fashion, the chorus hits and they're asking a question.
Can you teach me about tomorrow and all the pain and...
That ends. This drop into the full band arrangement joining is just so satisfying.
And I don't believe in time.
The first time the end of the chorus drops, it's just that instrumental band drop. But then when they repeat afterwards, I love how the vocals sing time like they're counting down time, like it's kind of ticking away. There's a great guitar solo here. It's super melodic, and Darius ad-libbing. Like, they want to remind you that these guys are a jam band. But yeah, Hootie and the Blowfish has a lot of great songs, and I just feel like this one gets left out of the conversation. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jamiroquai had one of the funkiest pop songs of the mid-90s? This whole song is built around that really cool chord progression. This groove, everything from the instrumental to his vocals, is so immaculate. Like, it's right in pocket, and I love how his vocals are pretty dry. Like, there's no like heavy effects on them. And him picking up the melodic pace in the pre-chorus is just such a tasty way to prime you for the hook that's about to come up. Now, I don't think I know anybody personally that does not know this iconic chorus, this hook. And obviously there's the great groove, the bass is super stank, and I love like the funky guitar happening. But I think my favorite part is how when he sings a melody, the string section echoes the same melody, almost like in a response. The bridge section cools things off for a little bit, but I miss the album version because a lot of us only saw the music video and it went into this really cool, like low-key bridge before it went back into the hook. But for those of you who had the album, you remember there was a really cool, almost like piano-driven bridge section that was kind of like, I don't know, laid back and chill. I love the mid-90s pop music had room for everything from alternative rock to even, you know, funky songs like this. Hey, does anybody remember that time Janet Jackson had the catchiest pop dance song of the 90s? Together Again by Janet Jackson was one of these perfectly crafted pop masterpieces. Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis produced this with her, and they were able to like have all the pop rules be followed, but also like not the conventions necessarily. Like the intro of the song is just one of the verses, but slowed down.
There are times when
And it's kind of a long intro, and normally you wouldn't want to do that, but it's just so good that they felt very confident with it. And then it drops into the faster, upbeat version of that verse. In the pre-chorus, there's a slight tonal shift, and in my opinion, it's not just to separate itself from the verse, but more so to like make the drop into the main hook that happens right after this way more impactful. This hook is the catchiest melody from the late 90s because I feel myself humming this melody and singing it without even thinking of the song. And once again, pop masterpiece because it segues straight out of the chorus into this like bass-driven dance break. And so we got teases of a tonal shift in the pre-choruses, but for one of the last verses, not even a chorus, there is a key change, but it's only very slight. I feel like it's not meant to be this big, epic, grandiose key change. It's just to like kind of shift the vibe almost subliminally. This is a timeless pop song, and low-key, I think the hook, for me at least, is like the unofficial anthem for the first Now CD that released in America. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jan Arden wrote and sang the most grateful song of the 90s? I've already talked about her big hit song, Insensitive, but on the same album was this song, Good Mother, and it was my personal favorite, and I never hear anybody talk about it. And I honestly don't know if anybody else is going to remember, but y'all surprised me before, so here we go. First of all, I love that the intro has like really toms heavy drums. It makes it sound very cinematic. Jan's voice, man, just a fantastic singing voice, and I love that the first verse is just a list of things she's grateful for.
I've got money in my pocket. I like the color of my hair.
And now that I'm listening to it as I'm older, I think that maybe this first verse is just a list of things that are her mother or from her mother. And in that chorus, she expresses her appreciation for her mother and the way that she raised her.
I've got a good mother, and her voice is what keeps me here.
The second verse actually has one of my favorite lines, and this is something that really hits home for me.
Cardboard masks of all the people I've been.
You get to that age where you realize, like, why was I trying to be somebody else? That's so lame. And then that second chorus, it changes a little bit. She's, starts talking about her gratefulness for her father and his strength and how it allowed her to cry, and be emotional. And both the choruses, she talks about how, her parents have raised her to be herself.
Feet on ground, heart in hand, facing forward, be sad.
And then this line always got me, and I think this song is purposely supposed to be up for interpretation. I could be wrong. If somebody knows different, then let me know. But there's this line.
I've never wanted anything so bad.
I don't know if that means that this song means that she didn't have that and she wishes she had a good mother and father. At the very end, the drums go from that wide open toms heavy to like really driving forward moving, traditional rock drums. This song is timeless. Like, this record could have been released now. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jan Arden had the best red flag anthem of the 90s?
On how to be insensitive.
If resentment could be a sound, Jan Arden found that and sang that way for this whole song.
How do you turn your eyes?
The intro and the entire band for this track is just exactly what pop rock in the 90s sounded like, and it just takes me back to a place and time. This was also a time where a lot of alt and pop rock bands were being kind of philosophical, so there was a lot of questions in verses, bands like the Caulfields and stuff, and Jan does that for most of the verses here.
How do you cool your lips?
And then the chorus is literally just a list of red flags.
By the vagueness in your eyes, your casual goodbyes, by the chill in your embrace, the expression on your face.
And it buttons up with probably one of the most 90s burns I could imagine. It's got the same energy as like, oh, that's cool. Not. Also, what's really cool about this chorus is the first and the third time the chorus happens is the same. But the second time in the middle, she changes it up a little bit. And I love the little additions at the end, like the background vocals doing the how to be. I don't know how accurate this is, but the story at the time was that even though Jan didn't write it herself, she discovered it by hearing an independent artist who did write it play it at a local club and knew that she had to record it. And this was her biggest hit, but my favorite Jan Arden song was actually... I think I might talk about that sometime. Do you think I... Hey, does anybody remember that time Jars of Clay brought youth group rock to the mainstream?
But if I can't swim after 40 days and my mind is crushed by the crashing waves.
It was the mid-90s, and this like singer-songwriter alt-rock genre was at the top of the charts, and this song fit in perfectly with that. This intro was so moody and menacing and identifiable. Like, you knew exactly what song this was a split second after it started. Then this vocal, Dan's vocals, man, like he hits that lower register so menacingly, and it just creates this whole mood.
Rain, rain on my face. Hasn't stopped raining for days.
And that chorus, when all the boys come in with the harmony, it takes it to just like another level.
But if I can't swim after 40.
I love that there's like an orchestral break and that Dan's vocals get like kind of soft and just vulnerable.
Storms that drench my eyes and dry the stream still flowing.
And then they just kick it back in with that full harmony.
If I can't swim.
The original music video for this was a little bit like student art film.
Rain, rain on my face. Hasn't stopped raining for days.
So there's a more polished music video made, but it was a little bit more general. And I think what made this song really work in the mainstream is that even though it invoked religious imagery, it wasn't preachy, and it was just a good song. The combination of it being a great song, super moody, and super specific landed it in the movie Hard Rain. So this song and this band has like a special connection with me because I love this band so much that I ended up going to the same college they did. I recorded in the same recording studios they made their demos in. They were out of there by the time I got to college, but I did go to school with another band.
She said, I think I'll go to Boston.
They were my dorm mates, and I remember hearing this being written in the piano practice rooms. I genuinely love this song, so should I talk about this one? Hey, does anybody remember that time Jennifer Lopez had the ultimate countdown to Y2K dance banger? I know that this song is technically a cover, but I'm not familiar with the other artists that did this, and I don't think they even stayed together. I think they broke up before Jennifer Lopez recorded this, so I can't speak to that. But this song, I remember her version being everywhere, and it was not quite Y2K pop because it was at the end of the 90s, but it was the perfect like anticipating Y2K, if you know what I mean. And this intro set the vibe perfectly with like the guitar and the shaker. And then like the synths and the rest of the percussion hit in with like all the dance vibes. And I gotta admit, when I was in high school, Jennifer Lopez's opening line here was so smooth and sexy to me. And melodically, the pre-chorus switches things up just a little bit so nicely. But it all comes down to that hook, like perfect lyrics, perfect melody. You just feel like dancing. I almost forgot that, whoa, is that melodic cherry on top of this chorus. And I love that it kind of changes up a little bit the next time you hear it. This was such a well-crafted and polished dance pop song for the late 90s, and it makes me happy thinking about it and the high school dances and stuff. But I'm kind of curious about the original version and what that might have sounded like and the history behind that song. So let me get another pillow. Maybe I could find somebody to talk to
about it at length, you know. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jessica Simpson took a John Mellencamp song and made it a 90s pop hit? I said this in the video about I Want to Love You Forever, but this is my favorite Jessica Simpson song. I think it suits her voice very, very well. It sits in that sweet spot in her range, and she sounds great on it. It's upbeat and fun and joyful in a very youthful, summery sort of way, and it still lets her belt her heart out. It definitely gives me a lot of Mariah Carey fantasy vibes. And I know that there's some drama there with Mariah's ex and stuff, but I don't know the details of that. Of course, this sample from John Mellencamp's Jack and Diane. And whoever thought to sample this song is genius, because the original John Mellencamp song doesn't have any drums in it. It's just claps and a tambourine. So adding a new beat under it just kind of gives it this freshness, but still like very familiar. I don't know if there's an official term for it, but I call this super sampling because it's where like a sample is used pretty much throughout the whole song. Madonna did this with ABBA. It is kind of funny that you could get these two songs confused because the intros are pretty much the same. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jessica Simpson sang the most dramatic pop love song of the 90s? So I just talked about her little sister Ashley, and it just came to my attention that some people don't know that Jessica Simpson used to sing herself. Yeah, she was right there trying to compete with Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. You could tell she really wanted to be more like Celine Dion than Britney. Everything about this intro is so dramatic. The chords, the Spanish-inspired guitar. And the song is almost a little bit too slow, but I think that's on purpose to make it more dramatic and also give her a chance to hold out those long notes.
You set my soul at ease.
This chorus is something more along the lines of what Celine Dion would sing. Speaking of the choruses, she only really fully sings it the first time. The second and third time she sings the chorus, she's just kind of ad-libbing over the background vocals singing the full chorus. Which once again is something a singer that a little older might have done. We did have Christina, who got her start with the song Reflection from the movie Mulan, but most people found Christina from Genie in a Bottle. So Jessica was really trying to set herself apart by debuting with this really huge power ballad. And to her credit, she sang the crap out of it. I mean, these notes were pretty incredible for someone this young. But they really tried to package her as this teeny bopper, and even this video doesn't seem like it fully fits with this song. My favorite song was actually another one, and in my opinion fit this whole teen pop star thing a little bit better, and still showed off she could sing. Should I talk about that one? Hey, does anybody remember that time Jewel wrote and sang the most heartbreaking 90s ballad?
Foolish game.
If I remember right, this was the B-side to You Were Meant For Me, which was also a very sad breakup song. But it also had a different album version, it was pretty similar, but I think this one was missing a verse, and it was featured on one of the Batman movies, if I'm not mistaken. And it starts off with this absolutely gorgeous piano part. Jewel's vocals on this are so dynamic. Like, she can be very vulnerable with that, like, perfect vibrato.
Always felt I was outside.
And I said this about Jan Arden, but it's true with Jewel, too. She found how to make the sound of resentment.
Well, excuse me, guess I'm mistaking you for somebody else.
Not to mention how conversational it is. But she could also just like really belt and sing.
My heart
My favorite part is everyone's favorite part, is those harmonies on the chorus. They pierce into your soul.
These foolish games are.
And in the last chorus, when she sings the Tearing Me Apart, the way she sings it, I don't know how else to put it. It feels like tearing up like a book or something.
Tearing me, you're tearing me, you're tearing me apart.
And like I've said before, there are singers that can sing, but there are singers like Jewel that perform the songs. Like, she is living and acting out every single lyric and melody. At the risk of sounding like an old fuddy-duddy, not that there aren't singer-songwriters now, but back in the 90s, singer-songwriters could be like superstars, and I miss that. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jewel wrote and sang the most quietly motivating song of the 90s?
My hands are small, I know, but they're not yours, they are my own.
First of all, this piano intro is just so dark and slightly haunting and gorgeous. Then, like, the guitar is doing just enough. It just sprinkles in just a little bit. And in these verses, Jewel is balancing between being very conversational and kind of poetic.
If I could tell the world just one thing, it would be that we're all okay. Won't be idle with despair.
This chorus is just like a quiet call to arms. Like, yeah, maybe one person can't do a lot, but you can do what you can and it can add up.
My hands are small, I know, but they're not yours, they are my own.
This is represented in the music production too, because like throughout the whole beginning of the song, it's just like this sparse auxiliary percussion instead of like full-on drums.
Are my own, and I am never broken.
And then eventually it does build up to like a drum kit and the full band, you know, kind of showing like how things can build up to something that matters.
And small, I know, but they're not yours.
And I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but I love the symbolism here of these like dissonant chord stabs, like kind of interrupting Jewel's verses, almost like, you know, those problems won't like stop her from trying.
Poverty, still your golden shoes. It didn't.
This song is full of descant mantras, like little melodies that could be hooks in their own, but then she just kind of moves on from them. But like my favorite is this one.
In the end, only kindness matters.
Because at the end of the day, like, especially in America, like, we're taught to believe that you have to be heroic and do something big to be important, but really most of us aren't gonna do those gigantic things. It's gonna just like being a kind, good person a little bit every day, and that's gonna add up. Hey, does anybody remember that time Jewel wrote the saddest breakup song of the 90s?
Dreams last for so long.
The song really sets up a lonely vibe with that solo acoustic guitar. And then Jewel just sings about going on about her day normally, pretending that nothing's wrong.
I hear the clock, it's 6 a.m. I got my eggs and my pancakes too.
And then that chorus comes in with those intrusive thoughts and arguably not healthy thoughts.
And soon you will see you were meant for me, and I was meant for you.
And I don't know if anybody remembers this, but there were two versions of this song. The one that a lot of us, or at least I fell in love with, was the music video version, and the one that was on the radio, it was a little bit shorter and had this really beautiful harmony during the choruses.
Even after you're gone.
And then the one on the album, which I already had because I bought it after I heard Who Will Save Your Soul, didn't have that. It was more solo. She was a little bit more emotive, I'll give her that.
Even after you're gone.
So if you wanted the version you heard on the radio, you either had to go find the reissue of the CD, which I was never able to find in my area, or get the CD single, which had something interesting on it because the B-side ended up becoming a hit song for her in itself.
These foolish games are.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Jimmy Ray was somehow not a 90s fever dream? Every few years, I remember that I didn't make up this song and this artist, because honestly, he looks like an anime character come to life, right? And I don't know anything else about Jimmy Ray, his origins, any other songs, but I distinctly remember this song being so quintessentially 90s, but also kind of like invoking 50s or 60s music. Also, somebody tell me, this has to be a sample, right? This guitar part, or at least it's an interpolation trying to sound like a sample. I don't know any other lyrics to this song except for the title, Are You Jimmy Ray, and Who Wants to Know? But this whole chorus, melodically, is so catchy. I hum this all the time. This music video is wild. It's like, it's a pop song that's supposed to be retro from the 90s, but is also very 90s, but also like a hip hop video. And I cannot find this anywhere, so maybe I did make this part up, but I could have sworn that Jimmy Ray was on Sesame Street, and they did a Sesame Street version of like, Are You 2 years old? Who wants to know? Who wants to know? Or I don't know if I'm making that up or someone just suggested it, like a TV host said that they should have done that, and I made it up in my head, but I, for some reason, remember that being a thing. Hey, does anybody remember that time Joan Osborne turned an existential question into a hit pop rock song?
What if God was one of us?
First of all, everything revolves around this really catchy melody that plays from the very beginning. It's in the chorus. It's all over the song. And I love this verse because it's super serious, but also it's basically the questions that like a stoner would ask.
If God had a name, what would it be, and would you call it to his face if you were faced with him?
So small personal connection to this song. This CD single was the very first CD I'd ever spent my own money on.
Yeah, God is great.
Before Los Angeles, I lived on the East Coast near Philadelphia, and this song was actually written by Eric Bazillion of Philly band The Hooters. And it just so happens my friend Scott Sachs, who is also a brilliant songwriter, did a documentary where he interviewed Eric Bazillion about writing One of Us.
Sarah, my wife, she just moved over from Sweden. Sarah said to me, a 4-track recording, what's that about? Record something for me, she said. I remember leaning over, picking it up, and just my fingers going. And then I heard the voice, if God had...
And also really cool, years later, not only did I get to meet Eric, but I also got to be on a compilation CD with him raising money for some charities. Eric wrote a great song. Joan's voice sounds perfect on this. I love this song, and I just think we don't talk about it enough anymore.
What if God was one of us? Just a slob like one of us.
Hey, does anybody remember that time John Cougar Mellencamp saw you first?
I saw you first.
This song was actually called Key West Intermezzo. I'm not completely sure why it was called that. I think it was part of the album concept, but in parentheses, it was always called I Saw You First on the radio. And it has that all-American guitar riff. It just makes you feel happy, kind of nostalgic a little bit, and they use it at the ends of phrases to punctuate each of the ideas. So like John Mellencamp has a signature kind of melodic speaking in a singing style, and then that riff comes in.
No one wants to sing the blues.
This chorus might be one of the most radio-friendly hooks of the mid-90s that I can remember, because like when I think back to riding around in the car with my friends or my parents or something, I think of this hook a lot of times because I could just, it's like it was made for radio.
I saw you first.
And this is picking a small detail that probably no one else noticed, but there's this like kind of high-pitched ticking in the background, and I'm pretty sure that's a clave, but if anybody knows better, then let me know. But it's like, you know, essentially like some wood sticks that create like another percussive element in the background. Everyone here has known me long enough to know that I love my sweat pauses, my bands stopping, you know, anytime like the pace gets held up just for a little bit where you feel like you're holding your breath. And John Mellencamp takes that a little longer than normal here. You're just like holding your breath. If I remember right, I think this might have been John Cougar Mellencamp's like final big hit song, and I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but like I'll just always remember this being on radio everywhere. Hey, does anybody remember that time John Cicada and Shanice sang the most slept on Disney duet of the 90s?
If I never knew
So everyone always remembers Colors of the Wind and Beauty and the Beast and Whole New World, and that's for good reason. Those are all iconic. But If I Never Knew You was one of those. I remember getting the single, and it was just so epic. Even just that beginning, having that like super 90s synth, and the melody they play kind of feels like a waterfall. But then it segues into a softer melody, and if you listen closely, they tease the two notes that are the main melody of like Knew You. Then John Cicada comes in, and I feel like so many 90s kids either don't talk about him anymore or forgotten, but he had this like fantastic voice, probably still does, and he came in so perfectly with that opening melody that is basically the hook. And then Shanice, absolute queen, she gets this beautiful instrumental intro, this like a very like royal string introduction. Like I mentioned just a second ago, that phrase, "If I Never Knew You," that melody to me is the main hook, like almost the chorus of the song, even though it's in the very beginning of the verse. But then the actual chorus comes in, and to me personally, it sounds more like a bridge, but I see its function here is it's like the repeating chorus part, and it's really a place for both these vocalists to shine in more of their belty range. And even though most people remember Mariah Carey as the queen of whistle notes in the 90s, which rightfully so, she killed it, Shanice can also do it immaculately. It wouldn't be a Disney ballad without a key change, and this is one of my favorite key changes in like a Disney pop song. It's just so epic, and it's in the ad lib that John Cicada does. But yeah, this song, when I was a preteen, got that version of me to be so grateful for a relationship that I didn't even have. It's just a classic Disney song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Casey and JoJo had the high school slow dance song? I love how this piano intro both sets up the mood of the song being romantic, but also is kind of deceptive because it never really comes back. And we all at least knew one kid that learned it and played it whenever there was a piano around just to show off a little bit. These vocals, man, this is peak 90s R&B. I love how the verse melodies start up and then feel like they kind of trickle down. It makes it kind of interesting and sets it apart from other piano ballads.
I will never find another lover sweeter than you, sweeter than you.
I feel like all of us remember that part where they're trying to say you're like family, but instead they just go like listing through like mother, father, sister, brother. It's kind of funny.
Close to me, you like my mother. Close to me, you like my father. Close to me, you like my sister. Close to me, you like my brother.
And then that hook that we all know by heart, those words, "all my life," feel like they are just permanently attached to those notes in that melody. And then I love how they stack the harmony the second time around. There's this really beautiful melody they sing at the interlude between the chorus and the second verse, and it never happens again. I wish they would have used it more in the song. I think they harmonize throughout the entire bridge. It's really fantastic. I can't think of this song without thinking of like awkward slow dances in junior high and high school. I don't know if it's just me. Hey, does anybody remember that time LaBouche had the catchiest dance songs of the 90s? Okay, I know that's up for debate, and I'll cover those other songs in other videos, but you have to admit, this hook unlocks so many memories. And of course, like the other hook, that's the title of the song. And let's not forget the most 90s rap break. Girl, yes, I wanna be your lover. Take a chance, my love is like no other. This woman, though, she could really sing. They ended every chorus with her belting. She does this really like sick stacked harmony.
LaBouche defined like Euro dance in the 90s. Even though I didn't know much about this group, I actually came across a CD at a thrift store the other day, and I just remembered that there was like tracks from like other groups, or maybe they were side groups. I don't know. If you know what that story is, let me know. I actually really loved a lot of this album as a kid. There was a ballad on it that I really liked called Do You Still Need Me? I know, there's another big song off this album. I'm going to cover that in another video, but here's a sneak peek.
Sweet dreams of rhythm and dancing.
Hey, does anybody remember that time LaBouche released a song with the same title as a Marilyn Manson song around the same time?
Sweet dreams of rhythm and dancing.
So obviously this was a completely different song. It was more dancey and electronic, and Marilyn Manson's was... But to add to the confusion, this was a cover of a Eurythmics song, which was kind of dancey and electronic.
Sweet dreams are made of the...
But anyway, LaBouche had such a good chorus and hook that they just dove right into it.
Sweet dreams of rhythm and dancing.
And even though you can barely hear it, it's essential for music like this. If you listen closely, you can hear that padded synth and acoustic piano kind of creeping up in the background.
Night, sweet dreams are taking over. Sweet dreams of...
And just like in Be My Lover, her vocal sounds great, and the verses are basically just her like rhyming everything with ocean. And similar to Be My Lover, there's that 90s rap break.
Dancing hard, give the groove more feeling. Dance, trance, dance, more dealing. In, out, up, down, all around on the dance floor.
Speaking of, even though this singer is like calm and composed while belting out this massive vocal performance, this guy is like all of us when this song comes on, right? Like, you can't tell me that this isn't the vibe, at least in your head when you hear this. And it wouldn't be a LaBouche song without a non-lyrical sing-along part. She gives that to us. This was the title track to the album, and I loved so much of this album. It was just all good vibes. Hey, does anybody remember that time LeAnn Rimes blew everyone away for having such a mature voice at such a young age? Side note, is that papyrus font on her album cover? As I've mentioned before, I grew up in central Indiana, so country music was huge for us in the 90s. And when LeAnn Rimes debuted with this song, we all thought it was like a long-lost Patsy Cline song. And even though there's been like debate on if this guy wrote the song for Patsy or not, you can't help but notice that there is some of that Patsy Cline energy in it.
Crazy, I'm crazy for feeling.
And so a lot of people were comparing LeAnn Rimes to Patsy Cline, but LeAnn's voice, man, this for a 13-year-old, her voice was so immaculate. But this song is so well written too. Like, it starts off with that really great guitar run, and then LeAnn's vocals just drop in with that chorus, and that hook is so freaking catchy. And a lot of songs start with the hook to grab your attention right at the beginning, but this one's actually constructed in a way where the verses melodically make more sense coming after the chorus anyway. And just a funny little arrangement thing. After the second chorus, instead of going back to the verse right away, there's a slide steel guitar solo that just transitions into a regular guitar solo. And then it drops into the second verse. And I really appreciate how these songs at this time period especially really paid attention to transitions. So like there were actual like melodic movements that transition between sections. And then that guitar run at the beginning I mentioned was a perfect catalyst for a key change at the end. And then we all know what happens. This song, this album became such a massive hit for her. It just really established her in the country music scene, but also I would argue pop scene. And especially at freaking 13 years old, this was phenomenal. Hey, does anybody remember that time LeAnn Rimes and Trisha Yearwood released the same song at the same time? thing that blows my mind about all of this is that it was for the movie Con Air, of all things. So I don't know how accurate this was, but at the time, the story was that Leanne Rimes recorded it first for the movie Con Air, but then the movie studio thought she sounded too young because she was a teenager. But I think that's funny because she had blown up right around that time because she was considered an old soul with like a mature voice. Anyway, they decided they want to re-record it, so they had Trisha Yearwood record it. It kind of worked out because I think Leanne Rimes, even though her previous music was like very, very country, this ended up being a huge pop radio hit for her, and Trisha Yearwood's version ended up going all over the country charts, so they kind of split their categories. In Trisha Yearwood's version of this song, I think the music video is where we get the Nicolas Cage meme of his hair waving in the air. But the real MVP of this song is Diane Warren. And she's written a lot more songs that you probably know. Hey, does anybody remember that time LFO accidentally had the summer anthem of the late 90s?
I like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
I'll have to admit, I didn't love this song when it first came out, but it was everywhere. And because of that, now that it's been, a couple decades later, I can't help but associate this song and this, admittedly great hook with the summer of 99. It starts off with this guitar part that sounds like it was almost a country song had it gone a different direction early on.
Yeah.
That and the beat kind of just loops throughout the whole song, and then they jump right into that iconic hook.
I like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I take her if I had one wish.
I think I remember an interview on MTV or something where these guys talked about how this song was never intended to be like big. It was a demo and full of inside jokes, which would explain why there's a bunch of stuff in the song that doesn't necessarily make sense, like why mention Chinese food makes you sick in a song about summer girls. But also, like, it explains the surprising amount of mentions of Abercrombie and Fitch, which is still perfect because that is so late 90s. And this whole vibe just oozes with that white boy hip hop, which also in its own kind of way is very late 90s.
Hip hop marmalade, spick and span. Met you one summer and it all began.
Although this song repeats a lot, there are some cool musical elements in this. Like, I love the keys in the background here.
Fell deep in love, but now we ain't speaking. Michael J. Fox was Alex P.
And this like string swirl leading up to the hook is just like really cool.
Abercrombie and Fitch. New kids on the block.
And it wouldn't be a late 90s, early 2000s pop song without like DJ scratches. Once again, this was a lot more about the nostalgia this song gave me than the song itself, but they did stumble across a really super strong hook, and that there's something to be said about that. And it's like this time capsule of the summer of 1999. Hey, does anybody remember that time Lone Star made key changes super romantic?
Every little thing that you do, I'm so in love with you.
But there's a little detail about this song that I really love. I don't think many people notice, or maybe you do. Let me know. It starts off with this really beautiful chord progression and great lyrics.
Every time our eyes meet, this feeling inside me is almost more than I can take.
And then that pre-chorus happens, and instead of changing chord progressions, it actually uses the exact same chord progression, but like key changed up a step and a half.
I've never been this close to anyone or anything. I can hear thoughts, I can see your dreams.
I really love this because I feel like it's a musical way to make you feel like a romance is growing. And then the chorus hits and it does another key change, and you guessed it, the exact same chord progression, but this time a step up from that. So we've gone 2.5 steps up.
I don't know how you do what you do. I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better.
And I love this because it musically conveys the feeling of a relationship with a very solid foundation, you know, the same chord progression, but continuously elevating by raising the key each time.
Amazed by you.
This, of course, is the song Amazed, and not only is it super beautiful, but it's also another perfect wedding song. In fact, I sang this at my best friend's wedding many, many years ago. It's another good wedding song that I should cover. Hey, does anybody remember that time Los Del Rio did a Christmas version of the Macarena? This wasn't a cover or a janky knockoff bargain bin CD or anything. It was the original Los Del Rio did a Christmas version. Of course, all us 90s kids remember in the mid-90s just how massively huge the Macarena was. Like, it was at political conventions. Just everywhere. Some of us will remember that the one that we remember, it was actually the Bayside Boys remix. That was the pop version on the radio, and it had the woman singing on most of the track.
I am not trying to seduce you. When I dance, they call me Macarena, and the boys they say que soy buena.
The original one, which wasn't as popular or very popular at all, I only know about because when I went and bought the single of it, I accidentally bought the original one that had like the OG one that wasn't the fun dance remix. This Christmas version, they just went back and forth between the Macarena and like random Christmas carols. Auld Lang Syne. I feel like I keep saying this, but it's true. The 90s were a fever dream. Hey, does anybody remember that time Lou Bega did a Disney version of Mambo No. 5? And it was kind of questionable.
A little bit of Minnie in my life, a little bit of Mickey by her side.
Veiled metaphor for just hooking up with a bunch of women, right?
I like Angela, Pamela, Sandra, and Rita. And as I continue, you know they're getting sweeter.
And I'm pretty sure this was Lou Bega's only huge hit, but it was everywhere. It was massive. You couldn't get away from it. It was like this and the Macarena.
Mambo No. 5.
So Disney had this thing where they had CDs of Disney radio hits, and sometimes they would have artists do Disney versions of songs.
Goofy, Ludo, and Daisy. And as I continue, the gang is going crazy.
And this was way before Kids Bop, so I guess it was supposed to be for kids, but when you think of the lyrics in the context of the original song, it's like, wow, Lou's just hooking up with all the Disney characters.
Little bit of Daisy's what I see.
Like, all of them.
Little bit of Pluto in the sun.
Fun little bonus, on one of the Disney radio CDs, they also did Who Let the Dogs Out, but instead they did Who Woke Snow White Up.
Now here's a tale that I want to tell ya.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Luscious Jackson had like the coolest spy vibes in 90s rock? First of all, they were able to make like one of the catchiest hooks, so catchy, out of like 2 words. Like, to this day, I still hum this melody. I remember this debuting, I want to say it was on VH1, and it was just so cool and vibey. And then when she was like sing-talking or maybe kind of like lightly rapping the verse, I was like, wow, what is this? This is awesome.
Last night I came into your home to break some ice and throw some stones. I asked if we could be alone.
And I love how there's so much like organized noise in the track. Like one of the things is straight up like a synth that kind of sounds like a radar descending or something. I don't know how to describe it. Part of what gives this the spy vibe is like this breakbeat inspired drum stuff happening. kind of makes sense. This was popular at the time. Like, you remember the hallway scene in The Matrix? That Propeller Head song had some breakbeat inspired stuff too. I love that there's this little like chromatic lift in the chorus. And all their voices are so smooth and work so well together. Yeah, everything about Luscious Jackson, like their style, the vibe, it was just so cool. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Pokemon movie introduced us to the most adorable pop rock duo called M2M? They don't even bother with an intro. It's just acoustic guitar and vocals, and they have like the most adorable vocals. Like, they sound so tiny, but they're right on point.
Got introduced to you by a friend.
And both of them have strikingly similar voices.
You're moving too fast, I don't understand you.
This is clearly a pop song. I don't want to make any mistake about that. It's like a feel-good pop song, but I love all the like the pop rock elements, you know, like the acoustic guitar we talked about. And one of my favorites was these really cool vibey keys underneath everything.
I'm not ready yet, baby, I can't pretend.
And I like how they kind of piggyback the pre-chorus. Like, one of them starts the pre-chorus, and then the other one like takes the pre-chorus and like launches it into outer space.
Love will find a way, love will find a way.
And then comes in that iconic chorus that I think a lot of us remember, if not all of us remember. And they harmonize so well, probably because what I mentioned earlier about their voices sounding so similar. I love how the chorus wraps up by switching up vibes a little bit and has a little bit of that 90s snark. And it wouldn't be a late 90s, early 2000s pop song without those digital record scratches. Then they have like an interlude that's just like a lot of oohs and ahs and just kind of vibing. But after that is something I think is kind of interesting. There's like a almost but not quite halftime feeling ad-lib version of the chorus. But it sets up like a really nice contrast for the next chorus when it does drop in, because it hits this like epic key change. And they really love this chorus, because this chorus repeats for almost a full minute at the end of this song, just over and over. But I could keep talking about this. I could keep talking about all these songs. I'm starting to set something up, and you could probably find it, you know, where we could talk about this a little bit longer. We're not started yet, but you could get there and be ready for it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Macy Gray tried? This was such a fresh take on retro soul music, like right from the beginning with that string orchestral arrangement. And then, of course, Macy Gray's like super unique vocals. She kind of reminded me of Rod Stewart's raspiness meets Billie Holiday's vocal chops.
From the poplar trees.
And I love the little bit where she sings "Stop" and the track actually stops.
When will they stop? I believe
But it wasn't just a gimmick, they worked it into the second verse too.
of your love. And I miss.
And then, of course, that chorus. And though the lyrics here are super sad, the music just makes you feel really good. And the music video gives us a little bit of insight into this, because she's on her way to go make up with someone she had a falling out with. But then at the end of the video, she wakes up from a dream, so it was all kind of a delusion, which kind of fits this like dreamy retro vibe of the song. And I love the combination of the lyrics and melody on "My World Crumbles When You Are Not Near," because not only does it descend melodically, but rhythmically it sounds like she's stumbling on her words. It is just some really cool imagery with music. Put all of that together with the super retro but also super polished track, and this song catapulted Macy Gray into superstardom. Like, she won a Grammy, and she was featured on one of Black Eyed Peas' biggest hits at the time. And I say this all the time, but I love that the 90s had space for all kinds of different genres like this one. Hey, does anybody remember that time Madonna had a retro futuristic ballad for a movie?
And
I'll Remember by Madonna was the theme song for the movie With Honors that starred Brendan Fraser and a bunch of other big names. But this song was so modern, but like vaguely futuristic, but also so fitting as a ballad. And I think what's interesting is this synth intro is in a different key than the rest of the song. And I'm going to be honest, some days I really think it's clever, but other days it kind of catches me off guard, and I don't know if I absolutely love it, but I do love this opening melody from Madonna. Like, it's such a well-written melody and captures the sentiment of the lyric.
Say goodbye, not knowing when.
Timeless melody. Like, you could take that melody and lyric and produce it in music of any other era, I feel like. And then that chorus hits, and the I'll Remember is just so catchy, but smooth and sentimental. And it's almost pop blueprint of how well it resolves both lyrically and melodically in the very next line. And my favorite part of the chorus is when the melody feels like it's reaching just a little bit, and the lyric at the time is like, now that I'm standing on my own. And the way that first chorus ends with the resolving title lyric and melody, but like it blooms.
I remember.
And at the very end, there's this new descant melody that is kind of groovy. And I don't think it was a staple of every 80s and 90s ballad, but it was like really common. I think vocally Madonna sounds really good on this song, and I personally really love a lot of her ballads, especially ones like this that kind of mix some of the more like futuristic modern things along with like timeless ballad melodies. Hey, does anybody remember that time early 90s Madonna had a secret? This is probably my favorite Madonna song that isn't from her experimental era that happened several years later. There's a couple different genres happening here, and it does a really good job of uniting what are common between the genres. Like, it opens up with this like really jangly acoustic guitar. And besides adding just a little bit of like synth or keyboards underneath, it pretty much keeps that arrangement throughout the first verse. And Madonna's vocals, in my opinion, sound the best in this range. Like, this is perfect for her vibe.
Things haven't been the same.
And then the pre-chorus adds a little bit of strings to kind of build everything up. And at this point, it would be fair to assume that this is just kind of like a stripped down singer-songwriter pop song.
Happiness lies in your...
But this beat drop is probably one of the smoothest, slickest drops ever. Like, it's not super pronounced, but it's super satisfying, and that reveal that this is an R&B inspired song.
Secret with me.
And the harmonies on the non-lyrical parts of this chorus just add to this cool vibe. The way the end of the chorus buttons up the concept by using the title of the song, obviously, but also like giving this sense of closure to the section, but leaving enough mystery.
My baby's got a secret.
In my opinion, this song, this aesthetic and the vibe and everything is so timeless. Like, even though it released back in, I think, like 1994, 30 years later, it still holds up and could be released now. Hey, does anybody remember that time Madonna sang one of the best 90s ballads ever?
I've always been in love with you.
Take a Bow by Madonna was written and produced by Babyface, and you can tell because he's all over this song, but we'll get back to that. This intro has what's called a pentatonic scale. And that's actually trying to preview the chorus or the hook of the song. And we'll get back to the pentatonic scale and why that's important. But man, everyone knows I love my like stops and what I call sweat pauses. This song not only has it, but it starts off with it. Like, after the intro, it's sweat pauses, and then Madonna's vocal comes in.
Take a bow.
And I love Madonna's singing, especially in these ballads, and her head voice in this is so beautiful, but then you get to hear Babyface come in with those background vocals, and it's this perfect combination.
There's no one here.
So then the chorus comes back in with that pentatonic scale melody that we heard at the beginning.
I've always been in love with you.
A lot of times in Western music, the pentatonic scale is used to evoke like kind of an exotic or East Asian vibe. But it's also used in like very like kind of stereotypical American sounding songs, kind of like this song that I wrote that was used for a promo for the new X-Men 97 show. So they're kind of used heavy-handedly sometimes, and I feel like Babyface did it really eloquently with Take a Bow. I also want to shout out this incredible string arrangement by Nelly Hooper. There's little things that most people don't notice, like this string part in the background that sounds like it's weeping or mourning. The end of this chorus is so perfect because both lyrically and melodically it gives you this sense of closure.
This show is over, say goodbye.
This collaboration between Madonna and Babyface was so perfect, and I just really miss this era. It's hard to believe that this song is like over 30 years old now. Hey, does anybody remember that time Madonna became a 90s musical theater star?
You must love me.
You Must Love Me by Madonna, I feel like, was this really surprising single like song that came from this musical that Madonna was in, and it was already a little bit of a surprise that Madonna was going to be in a movie musical, but then this song came out and it was so different from anything else she had done. Like, it was so vulnerable. Even that opening line, there's only like a one low string part suspending underneath, and then her singing, you could almost hear her hold her breath.
Where do we go from here?
The way that she delivers and performs this song, it creates such a moment. You can tell that she'd been working really hard to be able to do justice to a song that Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice wrote. Because this song specifically, a lot of it is just the singer out there kind of bare and by themselves. In fact, like even when the chorus comes in, the first couple words are just her vocals and the instruments don't land until the word me.
You must love me.
Even when she's belting, you can hear the quiver in her voice, like she's still delivering the emotion of this character that she's portraying. And, you know, I love her vibrato in this. Like when you listen to her vibrato on Feeling, like it's so controlled and still so vulnerable.
Scared to confess what I'm feeling.
I remember buying the single for this song. I don't think I owned the Evita album, but you know, Madonna really surprised us with You Must Love Me and this musical Evita. I don't think I ever watched it, but maybe I should go back now and give it a shot. Hey, does anybody remember that time Mandy Moore had the most bubblegum 90s pop song ever? So I'm already on a roll with all these 90s pop girlies. I figured I might as well continue. And some people didn't know that Jessica Simpson used to sing, and I found out some more people didn't know that Mandy Moore used to be a pop star. They debuted her with this single, Candy, so they were fully embracing the sugary pop idol thing. It starts off with this really like innocent, almost Willy Wonka intro. And in textbook 90s pop fashion, we got the oh yeahs. You could tell they really wanted her to be like Britney. They even used that same Swedish drum beat that's in all of Britney's hit songs. And I didn't think I liked this song growing up, but as I got older, anytime someone talked about craving something sweet or wanting candy, this melody popped in my head. So I had to own up to, like, I think I like this song. The video is just a montage of how girls used to dress in the 90s. Like, this whole look is straight out of a Kmart ad, right? And I just kind of love how innocent and wholesome this whole thing is, down to this dance break. I mean, there was choreography, but you could tell they're having more fun than really being choreographed. Now, where I really got on board with Mandy Moore is when she released I Wanna Be With You later on. Should I talk about that one? Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey wrote and sang the biggest Christmas classic in recent history? I know no one's forgotten about this because you can't get away from it during the holidays. What I'm talking about is, do you remember when it actually came out in the 90s? It was still pretty big back then, and this whole album was super solid. This is really interesting because it's a very formulaic song, but there's a lot of music theory, more than I have time to cover here, and other people have done videos and articles about it that you can look up. But the chords and all the nostalgic music things that they put into it is just like really, really carefully written. And putting aside that it is clearly overplayed during this time of year, it's a great song. It's everything about this is a different version of nostalgia. Like the beginning is a super twinkling, like, you know, Christmas when you were a kid. There's like church bells and, you know, Mariah doing her diva thing.
Underneath the Christmas tree.
Then that piano revs up with those sleigh bells and it's Christmas. I think this is the first Christmas song in like close to like half a century or so that has actually been like entered in the official canon of standard Christmas songs. And I think part of what makes that work is that the song isn't set in any specific like beliefs or anything. It's just like festive sounding, and it's about like wanting your significant other or someone special with you for the holidays. Now back to the nostalgia, I think part of what helps this is that even though it came out in the 90s, it was evoking like 50s and 60s music, so it's almost like a nostalgia inception. And specifically, it was like clearly inspired by Christmas, Baby Please Come Home by Darlene Love and Phil Spector. And I know it is really easy to get tired of this song because of how much it's played nowadays, but I was genuinely excited to get this Christmas album when I was a kid, and it's a good song. The whole album is full of great songs. I have to believe that one of the reasons that a song from 1994 went #1 in like the late 2010s to now is because millennials loved it when they were kids and played it more when they grew up. Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey had the ultimate mid-90s summer jam? This song was like all hooks. I mean, there was that sing-along part. Then the proper hook. And I would argue that the verses were hooks themselves. Also, bonus points to Mariah for being able to lip sync on a roller coaster. And really, the only part that wasn't hooky was that really dreamy intro, and I think it was just foreplay to get us warmed up for the ultimate summer jam. Maybe it's because the music video was at a carnival, but this song, just like Always Be My Baby, reminds me of the summer. And even back then, I was an unashamed Mariah fan. For my birthday, I even got live at Madison Square Garden, and she sounds fantastic on that too. Then there was that totally unhinged remix with OBD.
Yo, New York in the house. It's Brooklyn in the house. That's right.
And I know this song samples another song. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but leave in the comments if you know it. And I know that a new song samples this song or the other song. I don't know. It has a long-lasting legacy. Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey had the most inspirational anthem of the early 90s?
And a hero comes along with the strength to carry on.
I know that sometimes when I make these videos, commenters think that I'm making fun of songs or being sarcastic, but truth be told, if I'm making a video about a song, I truly love it. And I know this one's a little cheesy now, but sometimes when you're in that dark place, a little cheese and being direct is exactly what you need. Speaking of, she gets right into it in the very first verse to let you know what this is about.
There's a hero.
Musically, the song is helping you along because the piano is actually playing the melody of the chorus long before you hear it for the first time.
And then a hero comes along.
And some of these lyrics are exactly the thing you need to hear when you're in a dark place.
It's a long road when you face makes the world belong.
You cannot deny how catchy and singable that chorus is.
And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on.
Again, one of my favorite melodies ever. And then she finishes the chorus with one of the most punctuating statements that sometimes you just need to hear.
You'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you.
I can't even get started on that bridge. It just really lifts everything in like a church sort of way. I haven't said this in a while, but I never research for these videos. I just kind of go by memory, so I might be wrong about this, but if I remember right, I think there was a rumor at the time that this song was originally meant for Gloria Estefan. Speaking of other inspirational songs, I was thinking about talking about this other song. Let me know what you think. Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey wrote the perfect summertime love song?
Ooh, darling, 'cause you'll always be my baby.
Maybe it was the rope swing in the music video or something deeper. This tune always reminds me of the summertime in the 90s.
And it seemed everlasting that you would always be.
It starts off with acoustic guitar, but not a real one. At least it doesn't sound real. I think this is a MIDI guitar, and this was all the rage in the 90s and 2000s. And then that beat drops and you can't help but smile and sing along. This is one of those Mariah songs where she shows that she can tell a great story in the verses.
We were as one, babe, for a moment in time.
This is one of those choruses where I think people know the melody better than the words because I've heard the lyrics sung incorrectly so many times. And a couple years ago, got a second life as Patrick's wedding vows to David.
Will always be a part of me. And I'm part of you indefinitely.
That clip always gets me kind of teary. Anyway, this song also, in true 90s fashion, had a ton of remixes, like a bunch of them. What I think I love most about this song is that it's a great example of a lost art, the mid-tempo ballad. It's a love song, it's a ballad, but it's not quite slow and it's not dramatic. It's just fun, but also feels very heartfelt.
You will always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey and Boyz II Men sang the perfect 90s duet? The boys sound phenomenal.
Sorry, I've never told you.
Mariah sounds phenomenal, not just because it's not a Christmas song. And for the music video, they either decided to color coordinate for the recording session or they just like went in and faked it for a music video. And if it already wasn't 90s enough from this camera, these were the cups that were just hanging around the studio unironically. This was one of those eras that if you were a bass in a singing group, you mostly spoke in response.
I never showed you. I never showed you. Assumed you'd always be there. I thought you'd always be there.
Like the drums and the snaps sound like they're at the end of the longest hallway ever. They were so good that even their ad-libs were harmonized immaculately. Not a single wasted note, everything hit you right in the feels. I hate to say it because I love a lot of modern music, but they just don't make them like this anymore. Hey, does anybody remember that time Mariah Carey gave us her last #1 hit for the 90s and 98 Degrees' first #1? At this point in the 90s, it had been a little while since Mariah had given us like a really classic ballad, and this came back so strong. It was 98 Degrees' first #1. I don't know if this was Joe's first #1, but it was one of his. The verses would be split up between Mariah
and then Joe would have his verses.
I will give you everything.
And 98 Degrees provided so many harmonies and ad-libs throughout the song, including the hook. I especially love the harmonies that not only 98 Degrees and Joe do, but Mariah adds to the end of this phrase in the chorus. It just like lifts you to another emotional place. I also really like how the melodies in the chorus are pretty dynamic. Like at one point it goes into like a more minor chord and kind of dark sounding melody, but then lifts you back up into a more major and positive sounding melody. The bridge goes on this pretty like emotional transition, and I love how at the end of it, it finishes off with these phrases that to me kind of remind me of transitional melodies from like the 70s. Thank God for Mariah, we get that epic key change at the end. So Mariah obviously would have more number ones after this. This was just her last for the 90s. And this was, I think 98 Degrees is first and maybe only number one. And then I don't know which one it is for Joe. But also this was produced by Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, who are a legend. Hey, does anybody remember that time Meredith Brooks wrote and sang the ultimate anthem for 90s? This song is so 90s, and if you're around my age, you remember it being such a big deal about this song being on the radio with the B word, not only in the song, but being the main hook and the title. But I think we sometimes forget it was actually like a really great song. It starts off with the guitar and like a drum loop, so it's still a rock song, but the 90s element, to me at least, besides the guitar tone, was this like drum loop that was a little filtered. And if you were to write a textbook of like how to open a verse in a 90s rock song, this would be it.
I hate the world today.
And somehow this hook is so catchy, but that catchiness doesn't take away from the assertiveness of the message of this song, that more than one thing can be true at a time, especially about your personality.
I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother.
This melody has not left my head, and I'm guessing your head, for like the last 25 years. It's that good. It's crazy. And I love how the song also, you know, Meredith calls out this guy that, you know, if he's going to be able to handle her, he's going to have to be a better man.
This may mean you'll have to be a stronger man.
Something I really loved that a lot of pop rock songs in the 90s did that I feel like kind of got lost to time was having a new melody in the last like chorus or outro that you could sing along to, that I don't know, it just left you with like a good memory of the song as it ended, but also to me kind of, you know, manifested your own future. Like this would be an arena rock song you'd be playing to a stadium full of people singing along as you left stage for your encore. Of course, a lot of people compared this song to Alanis Morissette because Jagged Little Pill was such a massive hit just a couple years before. And Alanis definitely did kick down the door for more assertive female rock artists like Meredith Brooks. But in my opinion, this was a good song already. Hey, does anybody remember that time an Australian singer had a hit song in America about her mouth?
When I kiss your mouth, I wanna taste it.
That came out in the 90s, but if this song came out today, it would totally go viral and inspire a bunch of trends, right? Like a quirky girl playing piano, singing a song with like kind of strange lyrics, but super cute.
Feel a little crazy, but for me, we'll be famous on TV.
That being said, I think that's part of why it's a hit. It's just a really great singer-songwriter song. It's super catchy, and the production is pretty simple.
I feel like I've been blown apart. There are pieces here, I don't know where they go.
Towards the middle, it develops by adding like that jangly piano.
Would it be my fault if I could turn you on?
And there's interesting wordplay around mouth, you know, it's not just kissing.
I'd be inclined to slap you in the mouth.
But here's the thing. There were so many versions of this song that I don't actually know which one I remember. I'm not certain that the one I listened to is the same one that played in your region either, so we all might be remembering a slightly different version of this song. I think this might have been the only hit for Merrill Bainbridge in the United States, but it hit for a while. This is one of those songs I think a lot of people forget about, and then they remember it and they're like, oh my gosh, I couldn't get away from it when it was big.
Turn you upside down, don't wanna waste it.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson had the most epic duet event of the mid-90s? Scream by Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson is a page right out of the pop songwriting Bible. Like, this beat is so sick right from the get-go. And this vocal delivery by Michael is so timeless and just proves why he's the king of pop. And there's literally not a wasted moment in this song. Like, even like the empty space between lyrics he fills with "damn it." And it's still catchy both melodically and rhythmically. And then Janet comes right in and blends in perfectly. But she still carves out her own space in this song. And then the pre-chorus just does this tonal shift and takes you to like another level. This hook always sounded to me like the sonic equivalent of a steam-powered machine like huffing along. One of the catchiest and most elegant yet aggressive hooks in my opinion. And then just talking about tonal shifts, like a complete tonal and vibe shift when the bridge hits and Janet goes into that like really soft section.
Oh my God, can't believe what I saw as I turned on the TV.
Which hits all the more harder when it drops into probably the most epic dance break in 90s music video history, along with that sick guitar solo. There's so many elements of this song that make it so epic, and it's hard to like pick, especially right off the top of my head. So I might have to continue this at some point. Like, I usually don't, but like there's so much to this song. It's such a perfect pop song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Monica sang one of the best pop R&B ballads of the 90s? This intro has that iconic late 90s, early 2000s harpsichord or digital guitar sound. This sound is arguably one of like the top 3 things in late 90s, early 2000s pop songs. And as the intro ends, it outlines the main melody of the song. I feel like Monica doesn't get her flowers these days for just how immaculate her vocals are. Like, when that verse starts, there's like no effects on her voice. They're just up front and perfect.
When I first saw you, I already knew.
And I love how they don't really wait for that main hook melody to come in. The ends of the verses always bookend with the Angel of Mine melody.
Angel of mine.
And then the pre-chorus does a good job of building this like kind of sense of urgency, like how much she wants to tell this person how important they are.
How you changed my world, you'll never know.
The chorus comes in, and it's one of those classic pop R&B choruses where the background singers are singing the chorus so that the lead singer can kind of like ad-lib over the whole thing. And of course, the chorus ends with that main hook melody, Angel of Mine, that we've already heard in the intro and the verse. And then Monica just really gives it even more of her all at the bridge where she's just belting. It sounds so incredible.
Every breath that I take, the love that we made.
I do know that Angel of Mine by Monica was originally recorded maybe a year or two before by a UK girl group, but I didn't grow up with that one, so I'm not very familiar with it. I grew up with the Monica version and I love it, but either way, it's still such a great song and so well written. Hey, does anybody remember that time Maya and Blackstreet did a fire remix of the Rugrats theme song? This was for the Rugrats movie, and they basically took the theme song that we all know and love,
slowed it down so I had a nice groove, and then wrote a really dope song around it.
Sitting here thinking about it yesterday, about what we did and how we used to play.
Most millennials like me have that Take Me There hook like seared into our memories. Not only did they recreate the Rugrats animated universe in the video in real life, but they got everything down to Reptar.
The one they drop in the stroller. And Tommy is the one with snot on his shoulder. While Dill cried to sleep to his eyes was bleak.
I don't know if most people know this, but the Rugrats theme song and all the music for the show was done by Mark Mothersbaugh, who was the lead singer of a band called Devo that some of you might know. So, in a way, Maya and Blackstreet collaborated with Devo. Not to mention, this song also featured Maze and Blinky Blink. The 90s had such random but cool pop culture, and we were all banking on Maya to become what Beyonce is today, and I still think that she deserves her flowers. So for anybody that's younger than me that doesn't remember or know who Maya is, go look up Case of the X. It'll change your life.
It's after midnight and she's on your phone. Saying come over 'cause she's all alone.
Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Nada Surf was popular? I'm going to fully admit, I'm not saying that this was one of my favorite songs in the 90s, but I didn't hate it. And it was everywhere all the time. And now when I hear it, I'm just kind of taken back to middle school and high school. Because I just remember this being like, I think a VH1 staple. I'm not sure if MTV played it a whole lot, but anyway, the whole thing starts off with this like really identifiable riff that you know that Popular is about to start.
There comes a time in every girl's life when she's really got to ask herself sometimes.
These verses, I feel like a lot of times when the music video played on VH1 or MTV, they would edit out a lot of these verses because they were all spoken. And I remember the thing at the time was that these verses came from a book from like the 60s or something. So this was the whole like 90s being kind of apathetic and sarcastic and commentary.
3 important rules for breaking up. Don't put off breaking up when you know you want to.
It fit really well for the time because just the way he's delivering all the lines is the way that like 90s indie films would portray their characters.
But if you're honest and direct and avoid making a flowery emotional speech when you break the news.
It always came back to that hook, which was like a combination of like just a touch of that Nirvana and alternative rock, but then also very pop because it's almost like a jingle type melody.
Right, baby, we gonna make friends.
And of course, it was sarcastic, and the whole song just kind of rides on this vibe the whole time. That's the best way to describe a lot of this like alternative pop rock music in the 90s. It was just like a lot of vibes. And this is just me, but I remember like loving the little like descending guitar part at the ends of the choruses.
I'm never last picked. I'm a cheerleading chick. I'm the party.
Every time the end of the music video played on MTV or VH1, they'd had to like blur stuff out because it showed like a guy's locker room. And I remember that being so provocative at the time. I don't know if it actually was or that's just where I grew up. Hey, does anybody remember that time Natalie Merchant wrote and sang one of the most feel-good pop rock songs of the 90s?
They say I must be one of the wonders that's on creation.
This opening guitar lick just puts you in the best mood right off the bat. And Natalie Merchant's voice is not only super unique, but also probably one of the comfiest tones, especially on this song.
Doctors have come from distant cities just to see me.
And I love how well written this chorus is. You can't help but sing along, even if you don't know all the words.
I must be one of the wonders God's own creation.
I also always appreciate creative little turns in pop songwriting, and this had it where the part that sounds like the bridge is actually the post-chorus, because she does it after the chorus, and she does it pretty early on and also after the choruses, and it's just very memorable. And I think most people remember this part just as much as they do the actual chorus. I know I certainly do. This was also an era of the 90s where there was super busy like lead guitar happening, and it just added to the happiness and the joy of the whole track. This isn't just a 90s thing. It's definitely happened before and it's happened since, but it was really, really common at this time, and it was really effective in this song specifically. And even though Natalie Merchant's gone on record saying that she wrote this song about some twins that she personally knew that were born with a congenital disease, it turned into a song that was just overall celebration of different kinds of people. This was, I think, my introduction to Natalie Merchant, and I can't help but smile whenever I hear this song. Hey, does anybody remember that time the New Radicals had the most hopeful anthem for youth in the 90s? Not only do I love that this music video was in a mall, but it all looks like it was shot on like mini DV cam. Frenemy had been a term before this, but this song definitely made it a thing in the 90s. I remember in an interview he said that at the end he wanted to tag as many controversial things as possible to see if the media would cover that as opposed to the rest of the song. I think most of us knew that New Radicals was just one guy, but he's been writing songs for other artists since then. In fact, he wrote the soundtrack for the movie called Begin Again, and Adam Levine sang a song called Lost Stars, which you can totally hear his songwriting style in.
Yesterday I saw like you searching. Turn the page, maybe we'll find a brand new ending.
Which is kind of funny because You Get What You Give is kind of about the energy and recklessness of youth.
We got the dreamer's disease.
But Lost Stars says, God tell us the reason why youth is wasted on the young.
God, tell us the reason youth is wasted on the young.
Anyway, You Get What You Give is one of my favorite songs from the 90s, and even though they were a one-hit wonder, they almost weren't. They were supposed to put another single out that I really loved called Someday We'll Know. Hey, does anybody remember that time No Doubt had the best girl power anthem of the 90s? You know, besides the Spice Girls. I love this intro instantly when I first heard it as a kid. It's both hooky melodically, like you can hum the melody, but also sonically. They get such interesting sounds from the guitars. Gwen Stefani's vocals, like now you hear a lot of people trying to impersonate her, but back then there was nothing like them, and she was on.
Take this pink ribbon off my eyes.
And this wasn't a studio trick. I remember her performing live and like doing push-ups while singing and running around stage, and she sounds exactly like that. And she performs these melodies in this song, like even down to the point where she sounds kind of like cutesy.
I'm just a girl in the world.
And immediately following that up with the sound of resentment. And then this chorus is just an absolute anthem. Like you can't help but sing along, jump, and just like kick in midair, you know? And these harmonies on the O's, like you sing at the top of your lungs, and she is on point with her lead and all her background vocals. I mentioned the intro having such interesting guitar sounds. Like this bridge, I'm not a guitar guy, so I don't know all the effects they used on it, but it was such like an interesting sound and like totally created this vibe. No Doubt had like albums and a lot of songs before this, but this was the first one that like really hit in the mainstream. And I remember hearing back then that this was the first song that Gwen actually wrote for the band, and it shows. Hey, does anybody remember that time No Mercy sang one of the most iconic dance songs of the mid-90s? This hook is so iconic, and they knew it. They started right off with it. And those harmonies on My Lovely, these Spanish guitar licks were all over dance songs in the mid-90s and the early 2000s. And then I love how they bookend the phrase with Where Do You Go? And every single dance song at this time, like, always built up. And so the next stage was adding those, like, dance chords.
And then that beat drops and you can't help but move your body. And I love how this song has so many hooks, including here where they add like a non-lyrical hook that you can sing along to. And I gotta be honest, even though this song does have verses, it has like 2 separate verses, I don't remember them at all because that hook is so strong, but I want to give them their flowers here.
Back and dry the tears I cried for you, baby.
Like I said, that hook, the "Where Do You Go," is so strong, and the "My Lovely" is so strong that it's almost like a meme. Like, I have to believe that if this song released now, it would be like a trending sound, right? And when this song first released, this is definitely the version that got like really big. But because I was such a huge fan of the band La Bouche, I already knew this song because a year prior it was on their album.
Where do you go, my lovely?
I've been talking about these songs here by myself for a while now, and I would just love to talk to some of these songwriters who made these epic 90s and 2000s songs. And, you know, maybe if I got a better pillow. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Maybe I could talk to some of the writers of these songs and for like an hour or so. What do you think? Hey, does anybody remember that time NSYNC in Alabama did the same song at the same time? Like, at the same time.
When I look into your eyes, I know that it's true. God must have spent a little more time on you.
Not only did NSYNC record it first in like 1998, I think, a year later Alabama recorded it in 1999, but then NSYNC sang the backup vocals for Alabama.
Your love is like a river, peaceful and deep.
Which continues a 90s tradition of a country group and a pop group recording the same song, especially a ballad.
Can this be true? Tell me, can this be real? How can I put into words what I feel?
I appreciate that they recognize that the triangle, you know, the little ding, is a very important part of the song because it's in both versions.
How can I put into words what I feel?
As I've said before, I grew up in central Indiana, so 80s and 90s country music is just kind of baked into my soul. So I grew up unironically liking Alabama as a band, and my favorite song was this.
I'm in a hurry to get things done. Oh, I rush until life's no fun.
Every generation has their heartthrob, swoon-inducing crooners, and the 90s just so happened to share that with country singers.
There's an angel. It's a miracle. Your love is like.
Hey, does anybody remember that time NSYNC sang a 90s Christmas classic?
Merry Christmas, happy holiday.
I have to admit, I wasn't the biggest NSYNC or boy band fan at the time, but this Christmas album, like, really knocked it out of the ballpark, and this song specifically has stood the test of time, in my opinion. That opening piano part, you can just hear someone playing it at, like, a family get-together.
Merry Christmas.
And it starts right off with the biggest part of the song, so you can learn it right off the bat, and it's easy to sing along to, easy to memorize, and it's just, like, a classic holiday greeting in general.
Merry Christmas.
Verses kind of play a little bit like an old school Christmas carol. It rides a little bit low just to lead back up into the chorus.
We've been waiting all year for this night.
And then the actual chorus comes in, and there's a little bit of boy band stuff, you know, the floor to the ceiling lines and stuff. But for the most part, the melody is a pretty timeless and classic melody. You can tell this is a millennial Christmas because everybody's got their hands in the air. And I like how they have just a little bit of vocal arrangement here. You have like the background vocals kind of doing bells.
Bells are ringing, it's time to scream and shout. Scream and shout.
And overall, you could sing this at like a Christmas Eve service at home with family or whatever. And just when you're thinking that, like, they kind of do it. They just break it down so it's just claps and like a choir singing.
Those harmonies are so on point and so smooth. And no shade to Mariah's big Christmas hit, like it's a great song, but I think this one should be right up there with it. Hey, does anybody remember that time OMC had one of the most bizarre hit songs of the 90s? If you lived through the 90s, you know this song. You couldn't get away from this song, and it definitely lived up to its title.
Officially placed a poster reveals a smile from the pack. Elephants and acrobats.
It's kind of similar to the band Cake, where it's like a little bit rap, maybe, but mostly just like vibes and like a jam.
But he's driving and striving and hugging the turns. I want a girl with a short skirt.
I couldn't help but notice, I feel like artists like Olivia Rodrigo are kind of calling back to that a little bit.
I'm right here with all my friends, but you're sending me your new address. And I know we're done, I know we're through. But God, when I look at you, my brain goes.
And even the story in the song is kind of nonsensical. It's basically about some people going on a road trip, getting stopped by some cops, and deciding to go to a circus.
Ringmaster stiffs up, says the elephant stiff cat.
And he doesn't even finish the story.
Wanna know the rest? Hey, by the rights, how bizarre.
But everyone remembers this hook. This music video just makes you feel like that you walked in on a moment that was already happening and you just gotta catch up.
Every time I look around, it's in my face.
And I just remember me and my friends like kind of making fun of the song, but also we all be like, why do we kind of like this? What I really love about songs like this is it's kind of more proof that in the 90s, like so many different things could be at the top of the charts at the same time. Hey, does anybody remember that time Paula Cole made Impatience bittersweet and kind of romantic? Okay, I gotta admit, I never really paid much attention to the lyrics and the verses. I know it's a really detailed story about someone going off to war and their kids and stuff. And I also know that it was on Dawson's Creek, but I didn't watch that either. But it was really all about that chorus.
I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over. Will it be? Yes, so will it be. Sorry.
It just really made you feel something and applied to so many different situations. And then there was that secondary hook. Yeah, everybody sang along to that. But this opening lyric, I think, unlocks so many memories.
So open up your morning light and say a little prayer for I. You know that if we are to stay alive and see the peace in every eye.
I really do love the sonics of the bridge, like how well it layered the vocals and built up the tension.
Wanna do what his father and his father and his father did. I wanna be here.
And I don't know if this is autobiographical, like if it's about Paula Cole's great-grandparents or if it's something she made up. But I think this just goes to show that a song, no matter how specific, if it has a really good melody and pretty relatable lyrics in the chorus especially, that it can just transcend everything and apply to a bunch of different situations. Much like her other song, which I like more. Hey, does anybody remember that time Paula Cole asked us one of the most memorable questions of the 90s? First of all, this intro and sing-along part is instantly hooky, instantly memorable, and it underlies pretty much the rest of the song and gives it this sense of tension. And this is one of Paula Cole's calling cards, and she does it in another one of her hit songs I already covered. And then to add to the tension, she has this really cool sing-talk verse where she layers like kind of a singing vocal over a half-spoken vocal, and then all of it sounds like it's coming through an old microphone. And then here comes that chorus that evokes a lot of old Western imagery.
Where is my John Wayne? Where is my fairy son?
When I was a kid in high school, this was just a fun radio song to me, but as I got older, I started realizing this was actually kind of a criticism of the patriarchy and social contracts, and it was a lot deeper than I thought. The way that she sings beer with such disdain is iconic.
You go have a beer.
And then that outro feels like it's kind of mocking the old Western cowboy yippee-ki-yay. What a well-written song that could be so catchy and memorable, but then also hold so much meaning. Hey, does anybody remember that time Peebo Bryson and Regina Bell took us to a whole new world?
This was the second iconic Disney theme song during the Disney Renaissance that Peabo Bryson sang on, and there could not have been a more perfect choice. His voice, as usual, was immaculate and just resonates, it feels like, through time.
I can show you the world.
And his voice is pretty much literal magic. When he hits his solo chorus, I swear that when you close your eyes, you are actually on a magic carpet.
A whole new world.
When you have a voice this perfect, this immaculate, you have to be really careful about who you're going to put with them. And Regina Belle enters the scene like the queen she is and absolutely matches him in the energy.
A whole new world.
They are so perfect together, and I love when they do the back and forths with their vocals and the narrative of the song.
100,000 things to see. It gets better.
It feels so effortless, and then when they harmonize, it's just like you're on another plane of existence.
I'm like a shooting star. I've come so far.
And this song has nothing happen the exact same way more than once. Like, it keeps evolving. The choruses are never sung the same way. They ad-lib differently. Let's talk about those ad-libs. They're so effortless.
There's time to spare.
Peabo had already struck gold with Celine Dion and Beauty and the Beast. And this song, A Whole New World with Regina Belle, was just another hard home run. Like, just so freaking magical and made all our childhood memories and was just one of the best, if not the best, like ballads of the early 90s. I didn't even get started on the actual like writing of the song and the production of it. And if I had a more comfortable pillow, I could probably, here we go. So Peabo told me to email him to maybe talk on a cast of pods. If you find this pillow, maybe that could happen. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Quad City DJs had one of the biggest high school dance songs of the 90s? I don't know how you could not know this song as a 90s kid. I mean, it had everything. The track itself sounded like a train. There were 3 big party hooks in the song. Of course, the main one. And then the sing-along. And then the little engine I could part. That main hook, when the singer's not singing it, it's still playing underneath the track from an instrument, the whole song, so you never forget it. Even when they get to the verses, they're still huge. They also had the Space Jam theme from the Space Jam movie that sounded very similar.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Get your chance, do your dance at the Space Jam.
I might be wrong, but if I remember right, some of the Quad City DJs had something to do with the 69 Boys Tootsie Roll that came out a couple years before. I'm not sure if the chaperones at the school dances thought that this was literally about a train, but I can't believe we could just listen to this as kids. Dude, even the music video has, like, you know, look at that spaceship. Hey, does anybody remember that time Rammstein recorded Du Hast, but in English?
You hate me.
I don't know how to explain it, but in the 90s, this random German rock band came to America and just took over.
Du hast mich.
They were a little bit metal, a little bit club, and a little bit goth. But they were definitely German, and we didn't care. We just sang along to. But to anybody that owned the actual CD, you know that at the very end, there was an English version.
You hate me to say, you hate me to say, you hate me to say, and I did not obey.
And to American audiences, this one just didn't hit as hard. I think we kind of like not really knowing what they were saying. It just
made it more mysterious and more menacing. Because to be honest, once the lyrics are translated, they just basically say like, well, I hate to say it, but you're not going to love that girl forever. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Real McCoy gave us like the catchiest dance song of the 90s? Another Night follows the blueprint for 90s hit dance songs, starting off with those electric piano dance chords. And then that sample of the voice going ah along with the synth. And just to hammer home that this is a dance song, that kick drum comes in and it's just like they're revealing all these layers one at a time. And this song isn't trying to make a nuanced statement or anything, so it just starts off right with the hook because it is the catchiest part and you were never able to get this melody out of your head.
Another night, another dream, but always you. It's like a vision of love that seems to be true.
And I love in this era that organ, of all instruments, was a staple instrument of dance and club music. And like I mentioned the couple times I talked about La Bouche, there's a 90s rap part. But instead of it being like a bridge or just a feature, this is like a main verse. Like this happens multiple times throughout the song. And it's kind of like if that one friend is like, oh yeah, I can rap. And then he just grabs the mic with all the confidence in the world. Just another night, another vision of love. I want even just a fraction of the confidence this man has when he's delivering this. Like the way he pronounces talk. I talk to you. With that brand of super confident white guy trying to be sexy. Well, we do all the things that only lovers do. I mean, if that doesn't seduce you, I don't know what will. But then the female vocalist comes back and what she's singing is like technically a pre-chorus or I guess just her part of the verse, but it sounds and plays off more like a bridge to me, except it happens in each of the verses. In the night, in my dreams, I'm in love with you. And then she gets back to that golden hook. I can't overstate how much I love this melody. To this day, anytime I'm making plans with friends or something, I'm like, oh, it has to be another day or another night. I sing this melody instead. Another night, another dream. And this is something super common with 90s dance music or just dance music in general, but towards the end, the synth is arpeggiating in a way that kind of gives like this like classical staccato and fugue energy. I talk to you. I love this whole album. It was a super guilty pleasure. I actually didn't know that they were German until way later, but this will forever be stamped in my junior high and high school memories. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Real McCoy wanted you to break free and dance? This is one of the most iconic pop dance songs of the 90s, let alone the Real McCoy. And I already talked about Another Night, and a lot of the things I said there also apply to this song. So instead of repeating myself, just go check that out and then come back here. But this song starts off with that iconic synth string intro where they're kind of like lightly playing the main hook melody in it. And then the woman that sings the hook comes in and sings along with the string pad. And I always really like this little variation on Runaway when they do it. I think it's the third time. And of course, you got our dude here with that 90s rap verse. But here he's giving a little bit more of like a Big Brother vibe. To their credit, they have some really cool sounding synth parts. Like here, this synth melody is so ominous. It adds to this urgency of like, yeah, you got to get away and like break free to live your life. Speaking of, then there comes this section where there's like the you got to break free part from the vocalist, which is the only other part that the hook singer sings that isn't the hook, but it's also so catchy and such a nice break from all the other melody. And this bell is so over the top and extra, but I love it. And speaking of bells, there's this like chimey synth bell section, and it's another ominous sounding section. I'm actually kind of surprised that a rapper hasn't sampled it yet, or if they have, let me know who it was. The whole album
Another Night that this song came off of is so timeless to me. Like, I listen to it when I go running or jogging now, and it just reminds me of a time of going to like middle school and high school dances and just pretending like we had things figured out. Hey, does anybody remember that time a techno country song was the hit at school dances? At the time, this was a mashup of two worlds that we rarely saw together, but for me, growing up in central Indiana, it was like the meeting of like my local world, which was like 90s country and stuff, to like the rest of the world, which at the time, like club and dance music was really huge. And the band was called Rednecks, only it was spelled with an X, which both those things make sense because it was super fitting and also super 90s. And they were Swedish, because the most top-tier pop songs come from Swedish artists. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Like that country fiddle and the four-to-the-floor drum beat really work well together. If you're not familiar with four-to-the-floor, it's basically what the bass drum is doing in this. Then there was that really like hooky, hey, hey part that you'd sing along with if you were like at a dance or with a bunch of friends. And I love that they kept the banjo parts intact. I think everyone that lived through the 90s and even beyond has this chorus seared into their memories.
It hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Even though I can technically hear this verse, I to this day cannot tell you what this woman is singing. But I can't remember a single school dance we didn't have this song play and us just being goofy, so there's a lot of good memories with this. Hey, does anybody remember that time Republica had the best dance rock song of the 90s? I remember hearing this for the first time when I was a kid, and it was like a shot of energy directly to my ears. It was like half dance music, half punk rock. Those guitars at the beginning were not unlike things you would hear in alternative rock songs at that time. But then it takes a hard left and becomes so hype. The lead singer has a really great singing voice, and her accent really kind of adds to the polish or the vibe of this song. And her harmonies on the title lyrics are immaculate. I love it. I also remember the music video for this being like a 7th grader discovering the zoom transition on Windows Movie Maker for the first time. Like the whole video is just zooming. Now, I only knew the American version of this because that's where I grew up in the 90s. But then years later when I was in college, I found out that there was an original version, a lot more like house maybe, or dance. It had way less guitar. The same song, but like a totally different vibe. And to be honest, I don't know a single other lyric other than Ready to Go, but it's all it needed. I'm pretty sure this was in like a ton of commercials, and I might be wrong, but I thought it was in a really big car commercial. Hey, does anybody remember that time Robbie Williams had a hit that never really hit in the United States?
And through it, oh, she offers me protection.
If you were a young music fan in America in the 90s, I'm pretty sure you remember this song, and it was everywhere.
Down the waterfall.
But kind of like that Whitney Houston-Mariah Carey duet, it never really charted that high, and I think most people actually forget about it, but then when you bring it up in a group of friends, they're like, oh yeah, that song, I love that song. It has a really simple but beautiful piano arrangement for the verses.
I sit and wait. There's an angel.
And it just kind of gradually builds with the orchestra and the rest of the band.
So when I'm lying in my bed,
and then that chorus, you have to sing along with that chorus.
she offers me protection.
And I love that both the verses and the choruses end with the same phrase, which is the title.
I'm loving angels instead.
And even though it doesn't come up as much as it should for how good of a song it has been revitalized every once in a while. Like Jessica Simpson did a version for her album.
And through it all, he offers me protection.
I think Taylor Swift pulled Robbie Williams on stage to sing it with him. Anyway, this is a great song. I hope other people will remember. Hey, does anybody remember that time the X-Men theme song and the Power Rangers theme song was written by the same guy? Yeah, both these iconic theme songs were written by my buddy Ron Wasserman, and little known fact, even though both heavily feature lead guitar, Ron's actually a keyboard player, so there's not actually a real guitar on it. He played that on keyboard, and that goes for all the other instruments, including the orchestra on the X-Men theme song. And that's his actual vocal on the Power Rangers theme song. In fact, they're not quite in tune because he didn't know they were going to be the final vocals. In fact, Ron actually re-recorded the Power Rangers theme song along with a bunch of other stuff from that soundtrack the way he wanted to years later. Now, I have shown Ron many covers of the X-Men theme song and the Power Rangers theme song right here on TikTok, and those are really far back, but I can repost them all. Look in the comments, I'll have one for Power Rangers and one for X-Men. So next time you hear one of these epic theme songs, you can thank the legendary Ron Wasserman for creating the soundtrack to your childhood. Hey, does anybody remember that time Salt and Peppa and En Vogue had the best collaboration of the early 90s? Filed this under should have happened like way before, but we're so happy we got it. En Vogue had just had their massive hit, My Love Ain't Never Gonna Get It. Salt and Peppa had a bunch of hits too, but I remember hearing Push It all the time. So it only made sense for these two monster groups to combine their powers and make the most massive hit of the early 90s. I remember me and my friends getting so excited when we heard this intro to School Dance. And as usual, En Vogue's vocals and harmonies on that chorus sound so immaculate. They blend so well that they almost sound like one godly voice. Salt and Peppa's verses have so much of that 90s attitude. My favorite part was in the lyric when she says he's always like bringing me gifts, and the video shows him bringing her a kitten. He always got a gift for me every time I see him. This track has such a great foundation to this song, and for good reason. It was sampled from the original song, What a Man. On top of this amazing team up, it brought over some of the biggest strengths of the original song, which is that guitar line. Those horns and the groove. Say it again now. What a man, what a man. I just remember this being everywhere when I was a kid, and as I got older, it only got better. In fact, I kind of wish that Salt and Peppa and En Vogue would have done like an entire album together. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sarah McLachlan was building a mystery? When you talk about 90s music, Sarah McLachlan is a necessity. This whole era of female-empowered pop and rock singer-songwriters was so awesome, and Building a Mystery was probably one of the biggest anthems of this time, and Sarah McLachlan's voice is just so unique in that sense of like being vulnerable and unpolished, yet very intentional.
You come out at night. That's when
And these signature Sarah McLachlan flips into her head voice are just iconic.
vampires roll.
And even though you don't necessarily look to songs like this for like her traditional like pop hook, I think the actual melody and line Building a Mystery does a really good job of being kind of low-key, really catchy, but also fitting the theme, because the melody and the notes they chose within the context of the key kind of gives you this like floating feeling and a little bit of suspense.
Building a mystery.
I love the way the whole band drops in at the end of that first chorus. It feels like landing in a down-filled mattress. In my opinion, Sarah McLachlan doesn't get enough credit for how awesome her background vocal arrangements are. Like, if you listen here, like, she's doing all kinds of cool stuff.
You're so beautiful.
I loved and I miss this whole era of like Lilith Fair rock, I think is the best way to describe it. It just had this very distinct quality to it that was like none other. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden wrote a song reminding us to just be there for our friends?
Let me be the one you call. If you jump, I'm
Ask my best friend in high school. I was obsessed with this song when it first came out. That pulsing synth and the electric guitar at the intro, iconic. And this opening line from Darren Hayes, he delivers it so well that I could be in the best part of my life, surrounded by friends, both literally and figuratively, and hear him sing this line.
When you feel all alone,
And be like, yes, I'm so alone.
and the world has turned its back on you.
He sings everything well, but I feel like his voice was tailored for this song. It sounds so good. I feel like this chorus isn't what you necessarily expect like a Friends kind of semi-ballad to be. Like, it wasn't this big showy vocal. It was almost kind of like conversational and rambly, but it fit with the synth that was pulsing there and the sentiment of just being with your friends and listening. This is a small detail, but I love it. In the second verse, in addition to everything they had in the first verse, they tuck in an acoustic guitar.
When you feel all alone.
But to me, it makes it sound like a breath of fresh air, you know? Like you're finally like in a safe space with your friends that you can talk to and crash and burn in front of. This bridge is the bridgiest of bridges. It's just a couple lines that take you from the first 2/3 of the song to the last couple choruses, but Darren delivers it so well again. I just can't stop praising his voice. Okay, in this last chorus, this was something my best friend in high school always pointed out to me was I would love to sing the ooh background vocals that were the descant in the very last chorus. Is that just me, or is anybody else out there sing along to those instead of the main chorus too? Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden was sweet like a
Chicken cherry cola.
To me, what set apart Savage Garden's upbeat songs from other bubblegum pop songs were they were pop songs that were centered around guitar, but not rock, like very pop and guitar. And along with all the electronics and stuff, this song in particular gave a very futuristic vibe, but like in a 90s sort of way, like how the 90s saw the future. I knew every single word to this first verse. If social media were a thing in the 90s, this totally would have been a challenge.
Anytime I need to see a face, I just close my eyes, and I am taken to a place where your crystal mind, a magenta feeling, take a shelter in the base of my spine.
It wasn't really rap, but more like breathy, really fast singing, and it had that iconic line of
Just like a chicken cherry cola.
And he pulls this off live. There's an acoustic version where he does it. He just has to trade off every couple of lines with a background singer, including the iconic Chicken Cherry Cola line.
Anytime I need to see your face, I just close my eyes, and I am taken to a place where your crystal mind, a magenta feeling, take a shelter in the base of my spine. Chicken cherry cola.
And the chorus was a little low-key, I'll have to admit that, but it still fit this super smooth, slick, produced vibe. And because it was the 90s, it had to have this filtered breakbeat-inspired drum loop. And yo, this breakdown is so freaking 90s. If not for this beat, but these clearly synthesized horns. If I had to send like a time capsule to someone of music in the 90s, that would definitely be one of the clips I would send. I love this song, and I think it really defined Savage Garden at the time, even though they're more known nowadays for their ballads. But this is such a great group, and I really loved both their albums wholly. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden wrote and sang a bop for mental health? Like, I'm always a big fan of, you know, sad lyrics, upbeat song, but I love that this song, the lyrics kind of deal with mental health, but it's a totally, like, upbeat banger. And it starts off with those drums that are just kind of, like, tribal feeling and bombastic. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden wrote and sang a bop for mental health? Like, I'm always a big fan of, you know, sad lyrics, upbeat song, but I love that this song, the lyrics kind of deal with mental health, but it's a totally, like, upbeat banger. And it starts off with those drums that are just kind of, like, tribal feeling and bombastic.
And this chorus is like, it's kind of a call and response, like melodically, maybe not lyrically, but I love how like the line is like, I want to live, and then the background vocals respond like animals. It just gives the whole chorus like this melodic anchor and something to return to. You can sing along with it even if you don't know any other part of the song. And then let's talk about Darren Hayes' falsetto, just overall, but in this song, like I love how he just shows it off like casually every chorus. And again, just like casually dropping this vocal run in the second verse. And if you watched me talk about Crash and Burn, you know I'm a huge fan of Savage Garden background vocals, and I love that they kind of brought the background vocals to the forefront in the post-chorus of this song. So catchy. And then I forget if I had ever talked about Darren Hayes' harmonies, but like I love how they selectively harmonize words in the second verse. It's just super satisfying. Compassion in the jungle, compassion in your hand. And then with the bridge, this is totally not a dig. It's just something I remember from when, you know, I was a kid. Me and my friends, we used to joke that the beginning of the bridge sounded like that Almond Joy Mounds commercial jingle. Do you guys remember that from like the late 80s, early 90s?
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
It wouldn't be a song or an anthem about living like animals if they didn't do that post-chorus with just that bombastic beat. I think this was the theme song to a movie called The Other Sister. I never saw it, but I remember seeing ads for it all the time. But I absolutely adored this era of Savage Garden. I actually got to see these guys on tour during this era with my friend Katie, and it was actually named Superstars and Cannonballs from a line from this specific song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden had the dreamiest love song of the 90s?
I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea.
It starts off with this super simple beat and just held out piano chords with like a little bit of organ underneath. So it's already set the stage of this super dreamy atmosphere, and then Darren Hayes' more dreamy vocals come in, and the lyrics read straight out of like wedding vows.
I'll be your dream, I'll be your wish, I'll be your fantasy.
And I know this is recording magic in the studio, but have you ever noticed that he doesn't breathe during the verses? Like each line overlaps the other one.
I love you more with
The pre-chorus is like one of my favorite melodies. Then we hit one of the most lyrically over-the-top choruses.
I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea.
Most of these things would take so much work, and doing it in the ocean, you know what? I'll let the curious find out for themselves how that turns out. But what kills me the most is that breathy spoken I love you just out of nowhere.
Deeply do.
It's also had an Australian version, which the only big difference was the drums had different sounds and a lot more reverb, and my friend Katie and I would argue about which one was better because Katie was from Australia. Savage Garden was and is still one of my favorite groups, and I love this song, Camp and All. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden just kept moving?
Another ditch in the road.
Two Beds and a Coffee Machine by Savage Garden I don't think was ever an official single, but if you ask any Savage Garden fan, this is probably one of their most favorite songs that other people don't really know about, especially off that second album, Affirmation. And it starts off with that beautiful and simple piano that outlines the chorus melody. And then this beautiful string arrangement just blooms, and piano and strings are really the only instrumentals that happen in this song to keep it super simple. When Darren Hayes starts singing, you can just hear in his breath and his delivery, like it sounds like the character in the song that he's talking about. You can hear her like hold her breath.
And she takes another step. Slowly she.
And this chorus is so bittersweet. Like you can feel like the relief and the escape, but also the anticipation and anxiety. of, you know, stepping out of a bad situation. But also this chorus is so catchy.
Another ditch in the road, you keep moving.
The heartstrings that Darren pulls when he reaches those notes. Years go by. It just takes your breath away.
And the years go by so fast.
And I love it when songs take a lyric that isn't like necessarily repeated, but only mentioned once in the song, but somehow still encompasses the entire song. And they paint so much of a mental picture with just a few words.
In another cheap hotel, 2 beds and a coffee machine.
And then just as like a little funny thing, this was me and my friends' like favorite Savage Garden songs. And we know that the lyric in the bridge is solid fortress built to last. But we would always joke that sometimes we would mishear it as selling Ford trucks built to last, like she went to go home to work for a car dealership or something.
Selling fortress built to last.
Speaking of another ditch in the road, you keep moving. I've been somewhere totally tubular for a while, and also somewhere like instant, either Rod Kim or Rod Kim Rocks. But I hope that no matter what happens in the coming days, we can all keep moving together. Hey, does anybody remember that time Savage Garden and the country artist Daryl Singletary both did I Knew I Loved You right around the same time?
I knew I loved you before I met you. I think I dreamed you into life.
I don't know how common this knowledge is because I grew up in central Indiana, so 90s country is just part of my childhood. But obviously Savage Garden's version of I Knew I Loved You was the original and was a huge hit for them. And like a little bit afterwards, Daryl ended up recording his own country version, and it was like a lot lower and stuff. But it was just so bizarre because it wasn't the kind of song you'd expect a country artist to do, you know?
Maybe it's intuition.
Maybe it's intuition.
I know that it might sound more than a little crazy, but I believe.
I know that it might sound more than a little crazy, but I believe.
I knew I loved you before I met you. I think I dreamed you into life.
I knew I loved you before I met you. I think I dreamed you into life.
I do know that there's another country artist that did a very similar thing with some pop songs, but I wanted to start with the obscure one, and then I'll talk about the other ones next time. So stay tuned if you want to hear about that. Hey, does anybody remember that time Seal had a Batman theme song?
Kiss from a rose on the
Kiss from a Rose by Seal was actually one of my little brother's favorite songs, and I have to admit I didn't love it at first, but it really grew on me. And I mean, you can't deny this opening vocal intro. Not only is there a sing-along part, but he has like layers. There's different parts. It's almost classical. Seal's voice is already like butter, but then he does those falsetto notes and they just perfectly like lilt into the melody.
you became.
And the way he wrote the melody and sang the line about snow falling, I always felt like sounds like what snow falling looks like.
Did you know that when it snows?
I also miss songs that would do big build-ups to the chorus, so it's not just like a pre-chorus or a verse into a chorus. There's like this instrumental build-up and then a bit, sometimes like in this case, a big like vocal ad-lib. Then he drops into that chorus, which he just delivers so masterfully. Kind of going back to the intro where I said that little vocal part was almost like classical sounding, he really builds on that vibe at the bridge where he takes like layers of vocals and different melodies through the song and like stacks them up on each other.
And if I should fall,
doors.
You already know that I love my stops in arrangements and like what I call sweat pauses. And he does something so amazing here. Not only is there like a sweat pause, they add a heartbeat to add like that much more tension. This song was so perfect for the Batman Forever soundtrack. I think I even remember interviews saying that they chose the song because there's that lyric about being the light in the dark side of me. Hey, does anybody remember that time Semisonic had like the runner-up graduation song?
Closing time.
So I consider this more of the bar's closing, you gotta get the heck out kind of song, and I already covered what I consider the 4 cornerstones of the millennial graduation songs, but a lot of you said that this was your graduation senior song. I kind of get it from the first opening lines.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world.
Then it goes into like a bunch of stuff that I'm not sure a school would let you have for your graduation song.
One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer.
Anyway, here's a fun fact. The lead singer and the main songwriter, his name is Dan Wilson, and he's done a lot since Semisonic. In fact, he wrote this song.
Never mind, I'll find someone like you.
When you think about it, that could kind of work as a graduation song in a dark sort of way too.
I wish nothing but the best of you.
He wrote this song too.
I'm not ready to make nice.
That should be like your 20-year reunion song.
I'm still mad as hell and I don't have time.
Dan has written a lot of great songs since Semisonic. In fact, he has an album called Recovered, where he does the songs that he wrote for other artists, and it's great. Should I do some more runner-up graduation songs? I know some others in there, like this one.
I hope you did.
Hey, does anybody remember that time the 90s Power Rangers movie got us in trouble?
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
So I knew that this song was by a British pop duo called Shampoo, but I didn't know about them before, and I didn't know anything about them after, so I don't have like a lot of knowledge of this group itself. But this song, I remember staying up to watch a premiere of this music video when I was a kid before the Power Rangers movie came out, and I still to this day don't know why they chose this song to promote the movie, but it stuck with all of us, I think. And it goes right into the hook at the very beginning.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
And maybe this is why they picked this song. These guitar parts, they're not the Power Rangers theme song, but they sound like they're in the spirit of the Power Rangers soundtrack at the time. Just really heroic sounding, and I liked how there was these transition sections that used percussion or drum fills that were kind of interesting. And here it goes into a verse where I can't really say that they're singing. They're not quite rapping. It's more like getting yelled at by a British cab driver, if that makes sense. And I like how the bass isn't doing anything super special, but it's really like holding down the fort in the track itself besides the drums. As a kid, even though Uh-Oh, We're in Trouble is like a super catchy hook, the yeah yeahs gave us something else to like latch onto. And for being a bubblegum pop rock song, they did throw a couple little surprises in here. Like before they just said this section like once, but here they just repeated it, so you just kept hearing gonna get, and it built this like little bit of tension. And obviously the girls carry a lot of the energy in this song and the hookiness and catchiness of everything. But part of the energy is this like pulsating electric guitar underneath everything. And it's kind of hard to hear throughout the track, but when it gets to this down section, you can hear it a lot better. I can't even say that this was like a good or great song, but it was fun, it made me smile, and it's a great memory from childhood. So I think it accomplished everything, and I can't ever get it out of my head even like decades later. So I could go on about dumb little pop songs like this forever, and maybe we get a more comfortable pillow. So a lot of you have found this pillow to be comfortable too, but we need some more to get started. Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain had the most fun 90s country music?
Don't be stupid. You know I love it.
This song, Don't Be Stupid, was so undeniably good just at a fundamental level already, but then she just wasn't afraid to have fun with it. Like, it has this incredible fiddle intro, but then she drops in that iconic cool. I love that this song kind of is her inviting us into the absurdity to laugh at how insecure and jealous her partner is in this song.
Hang over my shoulder when I read my mail.
One of my favorite small details of this song is the way she sings feeling frustrated. It sounds like the syllables and accents, they're not in the traditional places, but they don't sound wrong. It's just like hooky the way she sings it. It's almost like she's saying frustrated.
I'm really feeling frustrated.
And getting back to like how fun the song is, I love how the guitar is kind of like the disembodied voice of the partner kind of arguing with her, and then she responds, but she rhymes facts with Max.
Don't freak out until you know the facts. Relax, Max.
And this chorus is so catchy. I don't know if this is a me thing or a millennial thing, but anytime someone says like, don't be stupid, man, I think of this melody.
Don't be stupid. You know I love you.
One of the things Shania Twain was like really known for was sneaking in like seductive speaking parts in a lot of songs, and that's happening here. But also in the background of the production of the track, you can even hear small details like this descending like digital air noise.
I'm mad about you.
I think there was like a dance version of this song as well as the country one that I grew up with, so I'm not sure if you remember the same one I do because different regions had different versions of this song, but let me know which one you heard. Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain kicked off her insane Come On Over era?
Love gets me every time.
Of course, the album before this, Woman and Me, like really set things off for Shania, but this album, Come On Over, was like her first tiptoe into pop music, and this lead single, Love Gets Me Every Time, just made you fall in love with her if you weren't already. I still get a very visceral reaction whenever I hear that like guitar twang at the beginning. I'll never forget hearing this verse for the first time when it came on a music video, either MTV or VH1. I was already in love with Shania Twain, but this verse just really locked me in because like she has such a unique tone to her voice. There's a warmth to it, and this verse shows it off so perfectly.
Life was going great. Love was gonna have to wait. Was in no hurry. Had no worries.
And that title line has that rhythmic hook to it, and the melody is so like elegant.
The love gets me every time. My heart changed my mind.
But then there's that line that, you know, really shows her country roots. I think she's saying "Gall darn gone and done it," which, you know, I grew up in Indiana, so I heard that all the time. But it was just so funny to hear in such a sweet pop song like this.
And I called darn gone and done it.
And I'll never forget hearing these background vocals stack, and then they end with Shania's iconic "woo."
Gone and done it.
And the breakdown where it's just the guitar playing all these cool licks and the claps is just such a perfect party vibe. The cherry on top is when this song ends, how perfectly it times into a transition into Don't Be Stupid, which I've already talked about. Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain wrote and sang the most empowering anthem of the late 90s?
Man, I feel like a woman.
It was 26 years ago from when I'm recording this that Man, I Feel Like a Woman by Shania Twain released. And she co-wrote this with her then husband, Mutt Lange, who is a classic rock like icon. He worked with AC/DC and just a whole bunch of like really classic groups. And it shows their collaboration here because I think I remember seeing an interview where Shania said that Mutt wanted this opening riff that sounded like it could, you know, open up a stadium tour. And then Shania was like,
Let's go, girls.
That moment, an instant classic was born because the verse even just introduces this really classic guitar kind of foundation to Shania's just really sassy vocals and a really catchy melody.
I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright.
And I've talked a lot about how non-lyrical hooks where it's like ohs or oohs or ahs are like just inherently really catchy, or they can be. And Shania and Mutt really opened this chorus up with a non-lyrical melody, and it's just such a perfect anthem.
Oh, they're totally crazy.
Then she goes on to list all the things that just make her feel good, look good, you know, everything. And I love that they cap off this entire list of a chorus with the band dropping completely out. You know how much I love bands dropping out. And then Shania by herself just drops the main title line. But then I love how it reverses the intro where the riff comes after her phrase.
Man, I feel like a woman.
And then I think it's the third time she sings Have a Little Fun. I love how they linger on the word fun and it kind of pans between the stereo field.
To have a little fun, fun, fun.
We've heard that melody and that phrase, man, I feel like a woman, so many times during this song that, you know, we get used to it and it's a great melody. But I love at the very end, she buttons the end of the song with a variation of that melody that we don't hear anywhere else, but is just as catchy. Clearly this was a woman's empowerment anthem, but I feel like they did such a good job with writing this song that it just feels empowering overall. When that opening riff in Let's Go Girls happens, I feel like I could even just kick down a door, you know? Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain wrote and sang the 90s anthem for women with higher standards than men?
That don't impress me much.
I know there had been pop country before and definitely since, but Shania Twain and this whole era of hers really was like the pinnacle of pop country. Like, this was definitely a country song, but packaged as pop, and it worked perfectly. I like how she spends the verses, like technically complimenting these guys, you know, a little tongue-in-cheek, but she's just kind of like over their overconfidence, you know what I mean?
You've got being right down to an art.
And these little drops where everything cuts out and she just talks for a little bit, iconic.
Okay, so you're a rocket scientist.
This whole chorus is great. It's all catchy, it's all really well written, but to me, it's that one-line hook that is like the burn of the decade.
That don't impress me much.
Like, anytime I go to say something even somewhat like that doesn't impress me or that don't impress me much, like I either sing or have this melody in my head. And brilliant calculated songwriting to have this like extra bonus melody as like a post-chorus or post-hook in the guitar that is just ear candy, but also if you want to, you can hum along with it.
That don't impress me much.
And I don't know how she does this, but this song is so classic and timeless and still holds up till today, but makes like dated references to the 90s. Like, you know, like Brad Pitt was like the dude back then. So of course there's that line.
Okay, so you're Brad Pitt.
And she can still do that and it kind of makes sense. But did you see that like recently she updated it to Ryan Reynolds on an award show?
Okay, so you're Ryan Reynolds. That don't impress me much.
Shania Twain is one of my most favorite pop stars ever, period. And growing up as a 90s kid in Indiana and growing up in 90s country, like, this was the best of both worlds.
Don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're all right.
And one last thing, so many people try to give all the credit, like 1000% credit to Mutt Lange, her then husband and, you know, producer. And don't get me wrong, he is awesome, like legendary. But these songs, this era, this was both of them. They both wrote these songs, and we're lucky to have the music they made for us. Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain wrote the most perfect love song ever?
You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to.
From This Moment On was definitely the wedding anthem of the 90s, but You're Still the One was the song for every day after that. I love how the drums kind of just shuffle in at the beginning. And then that piano, it kind of feels like it stumbles in, you know? And then Shania just drops straight in with what is one of my most favorite melodies ever.
Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby.
This is hands down my favorite Shania Twain song, and she's got a lot of great ones. So I saw someone post last year that you should listen to this song again, but from the perspective of you talking to your younger self.
We beat the odds together. I'm glad we didn't listen. Look at what we would be missing.
And I feel like this would mess up most millennials, you know, because we've been through some stuff. And it definitely hit me, and I get kind of teary-eyed whenever it hits this verse.
They said, I bet they'll never make it, but just look at us holding on.
And I can't find the post anymore, so if anybody knows who I'm talking about, please tag them so that we can find that video. It was a great perspective. Also, Shania just announced that that album has been certified double diamond, and it's... Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain wrote the perfect song for your younger self? So I'm continuing this series of Flashback Fridays where I go back and do part 2s of some of your favorite videos of mine. And this one where I talked about You're Still the One by Shania Twain got responses like this when I talked about thinking about it, singing it to your younger self instead of necessarily a romantic partner. And that wasn't a new idea. I still haven't been able to find the post that I originally got that from, and some of you had suggested some, but those were after mine. But regardless, I never actually got to talk too much about the song, and there's so many things, more things about the song that I love. Like in the second pre-chorus, when Shania's listing all the things that they said, the piano punctuates between each line.
They said, I bet.
It's almost like the sonic or musical equivalent of a period at the end of a sentence to complete a thought and be like, that's it, you know, they said we wouldn't make it. But then she has that line.
But just look at us holding.
I love here how where the piano was punctuating before, now it's kind of like, you know, conceding, like, yeah, you're right. This iconic and timeless chorus is so epic. It needs its own like red carpet, and to me that's what these background vocals are doing. They kind of come in to prepare you for the massive epicness of this chorus.
You're still the one I run to.
And chef's kiss for the way this song ends, because it starts off with Shania singing, looks like we made it. So then when it ends, she flips the line to,
I'm so glad we made it.
Said it in the original video, and I'll say it again. This is like one of my favorite songs ever, maybe my favorite song ever. Hey, does anybody remember that time Shania Twain wrote the perfect epic love song?
From this moment.
So first of all, it gets right to the hook. Now, normally this is the chorus, but I would argue that the phrase "from this moment" is the hook of this song, because it happens in between each and every line.
From this moment, life has begun. From this moment.
Now, we could talk about how lyrically beautiful this is, or how melodically this sounds very anchored and romantic, but there's something else going on here. Every few measures, it's missing 2 beats, or to be more specific, it just switches to 2/4 times instead of 4/4.
Right beside you is where I belong. From this moment.
What this does is it helps it not linger too long on a moment to make it feel cheesy, and almost feels like rushing, like you just can't wait to start your lives together.
I'd give my last breath from this moment.
Now, when we get to the part that I consider the chorus, this is where the real magic happens. I love that this dotted rhythm and this ascending melody makes what would be really cliched phrases sound super romantic. It literally conveys the feelings that words alone couldn't. That dotted rhythm lets you really linger on the important words. And the ascending melody is very useful, like in the song Up Where We Belong.
The lifters up where we belong. All we need is just the 2 of us.
And of course, there's that string line that I mentioned in the video that this comment is from. And most people know Shania's solo version, which it makes complete sense singing it by herself to someone. But back in the 90s, there was also a duet version with Brian White, and it makes perfect sense as a duet as well.
From this moment, life has begun. From this moment, you are the one.
So yes, I agree. I would argue that From This Moment On is a perfectly written pop love song. Hey, does anybody remember that time that Shania Twain wrote a song for Britney Spears?
Don't let me be the last to know.
Like, knowing that, you hear it as early as the intro to the song. Like, it totally sounds like something that a Shania Twain song from the 90s would do in the intro. And then when you hear the chorus, you're like, yeah,
That's a Shania Twain song.
Don't let me be the last to know. Don't hold back. Just let it go.
Even used a very similar string motif that you can hear in Shania Twain's From This Moment.
Straight from you.
Is there a version of Shania Twain singing it? And I know Shania's doing stuff now again, so hey, if anybody knows anybody in her team, would love to hear her version of this song. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sheryl Crow was just trying to make you happy?
That makes you happy.
This is hands down my most favorite Sheryl Crow song, and honestly, it's the one that made me a big fan of hers, and it all starts with that guitar tone. Like, you can just feel like the weariness and the frustration in the guitar tone. And the bass is subtle when it comes in, but to me, it's just so sweet, and those drums come in and just really adds that weight. Cheryl's vocals when they come in here for the first time, that's what won me over. There was just something gritty but also on point, and I love that very slight, like, old school delay they have on her vocal.
I've been long way from here.
She's just able to navigate the lower register of her vocals so well, like it's almost sultry. And then I love how every pre-chorus has some sort of like kind of tongue-in-cheek stab before the chorus comes in.
I still get stoned. I'm not the kind of girl you take home.
And then that chorus comes in and she belts, like she hits those high notes. And my most favorite part, the thing that sends tingles down my spine, is when all the instruments cut out and it's just her vocal a cappella for the first couple words, and then it lands on the word happy.
If it makes you happy.
And then the way she belts out "It Can't Be That Bad" just to me sounds like a jet engine taking off.
Can't be that bad.
And then you kind of realize how hooky the chords at the beginning of the song were, because they do this little pop thing where as soon as the chorus ends, that beginning part comes back in and you're like, oh, this is kind of a riff.
Why the hell are you so sad?
Now, this song released on my 14th birthday, so admittedly I was a little bit too young to understand what the song was completely about, but I still loved the song musically. Like, I just adored the song. I wore it out. I owned the single and the album. But as I got older, I grew to appreciate the meaning of the song a little bit more, and I don't know if that's good or bad, but man, Sheryl wrote a hell of a song here. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sheryl Crow sang opera? At this time in the 90s, most of us knew Sheryl Crow as a total rocker.
If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy.
By the way, If It Makes You Happy was like my favorite Sheryl Crow song, and for a long time, my favorite song, period. It was totally awesome. Anyway, a lot of people already knew that before she got her big break as a solo artist, Sheryl Crow was a backup singer for Michael Jackson. And she's such a well-trained singer that she can do anything from her own rock style to pop with Michael Jackson to this opera thing that she did with Luciano Pavarotti for a charity called War Child. I'm not even going to pretend that I know how to pronounce this song title. I'm not a classical music nut or a conservatory critic, but in my book, she did a pretty damn good job. Hey, does anybody remember that time Cisco had the anthem for Y2K fashion?
Let me see that thong, baby. That thong.
I know that thongs are still around, but there was this like weird Y2K obsession with them. They were everywhere in pop culture, so it totally made sense for someone to make an anthem for them. And even though this hook seems like something that would come out of Lonely Island, Sisqó still sang this with his full chest, and you had to admit it was like super catchy and hooky. Like, you cannot tell me that you don't just randomly hum this involuntarily. The same goes for this pre-chorus. The phrasing here is super catchy. And besides like the chorus and pre-chorus parts, like probably one of the other most memorable parts of this song are like the strings.
This thing right here is letting all the ladies know.
And later I'd find out, I want to say like after I was out of college, that he actually tried to base the string part on Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles, but couldn't get the clearance, so they hired like a professional violinist, and that violinist came up with this like really iconic line.
You know, the finer things in life.
Funny enough, he ended up having to credit other songwriters on here though, because he not only like referenced Livin' La Vida Loca, he used the same melody and rhythm.
Cause he was living La Vida Loca.
And then this insane key change, and Sisqó starts singing the song about thongs like he's Fred Hammond leading church worship. A few years ago, Sisqó remade it with a more modern track. But this is one of those songs that just like I kind of laugh at, but it was also kind of like an endearing part of like my end of high school, early college years. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sister Hazel made the most 90s pop rock song ever? This song is such a staple of 90s pop rock, and I actually got to run sound for these guys once at a show years and years ago, and I also sang this song at a friend's wedding once. It's such a great, catchy song, and right off at the beginning, I love how the opening lyric and melody sounds like the song was already going and you're just kind of like walking into it.
Finally I figured out, but it took a long, long time.
And then as they go into the second part of the verse or the pre-chorus, I love that there's like the call and response, so like the lines are being finished by a background vocal that kind of helps segue into the harmonies later.
There's been time.
But when those harmonies hit for the first time on that pre-chorus, it's so satisfying. I mean, it's such a classic harmony arrangement, but it's done so perfectly.
Just can't turn and walk away.
And then what I would argue is the 90s pop rock hook drops. It's so catchy. And what I think is kind of interesting here is that it's mostly kind of like rambling, but they were able to make the rambling melody like super hooky. And I love that there is a guitar solo, but instead of being overly showy, they remain with the hookiness and catchiness by like basing it off the All For You melody. But then just the way he plays it just sounds so boppy and fun. That whole section just makes it hard not to dance to when you hear it. And then, man, I love a really solid pop rock breakdown section for the chorus, and these guys deliver on that so perfectly. This is obviously probably their most iconic song, like one of the most iconic songs arguably of the pop rock in the 90s, but my personal favorite is Change Your Mind by these guys. Should I talk about that one? Hey, does anybody remember that time Sixpence None the Richer sang Dancing Queen? Of course, everyone knows the original Dancing Queen by ABBA, and at this time in the late 90s, Sixpence None the Richer just had their big hit Kiss Me. So I guess it was a no-brainer to have them re-record this song as the only like quote-unquote new song for this movie soundtrack. To their credit, it remains pretty faithful to the original while still having like that 90s update. In my opinion, something about Lee Nash's vocal tonality works really well with this hook, especially at the beginning. And they stay faithful to all the melodic elements in the actual track itself. Like at the end of the chorus, when she sings Dancing Queen, the piano still does that descending piano chord phrase. As well as the synth riff in between lines of the verse, which also her voice sounds great on.
one of my favorite background melodies is when the instruments in the track are doing this ascending melody along with the vocals, but when the vocals stop ascending, the instruments keep ascending. I don't know the story of how this cover came to be. Maybe Sixpence could, tell that story at some point, but I never would have thought of this combination ever, but it just works so perfectly, and especially for this movie. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sixpence None the Richer sang the musical equivalent to having a crush? If you could bottle up the feeling of puppy love and turn it into a song, it would be this version of this song, right? And it starts right off with that acoustic guitar intro. The sound of the guitar and how he plays it, how Matt Slocum plays it, is so on point, but it's not crazy complicated either. Like, you could probably learn how to play this today. It's just the feeling and the energy that everyone in this band puts into the performance of this song. And Lee Nash, when she comes in with that first vocal, you can hear the smile that you see in the video, even if you close your eyes, especially on the way she sings Goes.
There she goes again.
You can't but help fall in love with something near you at that moment. And then when the vamp happens and the whole band drops in, it just fills your soul. And the songwriting in it's simple, but it's well done. Like, nothing ever gets old, even though a lot of stuff repeats. There's a lot of like really hooky melodic parts, obviously that first title line, There She Goes, but also like the descending melody towards the end of phrases. And then it's really fun at the end when the band kind of drops out and it's just like strings and vocals. They even sneak in a little bridge there, and I love how it's just kind of like an extension at the end of like one of the parts that we've already heard before. And to me, I don't know how the original songwriter like intended it, but to me it sounds like, you're just gushing over someone you have a crush on, and then you just keep rambling about all the things you love about them. This song came out after Kiss Me had hit, and I've already posted about that, so you can check that out. But it wasn't originally on the album. I remember it specifically. You could either buy the album, and I think it had a shrink-wrapped CD single of it, or some had repressings where the song was added to the end. And of course, it's a cover of a song by The Laws. And Sixpence somehow stays very faithful to a song from the 80s, but makes it very much their own. And whenever I hear this version of this song, it takes me back to the late 90s. It just has that vibe about it, right? Hey, does anybody remember that time Sixpence None the Richer covered an unexpected Christmas classic?
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, of course, was from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and it's totally classic by Boris Karloff. And Sixpence None the Richer was like an unexpected group, I think, at the time, at least in the mid-90s, to cover this song, but it fits so perfectly. I mean, they remain pretty faithful to the original version.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
To me, this song always left an opportunity for the ends of phrases to have like an interesting transition melody, and they do it here right after the line.
You're a bad banana with a greasy black pea.
The first time they do the classic instrumental melody. But then the next time they do this like really menacing descending melody. It's so funny, you're used to hearing the song that really ultra low voice, but to have Lee Nash in her upper register doing the stink, stank, stunk, and she nails it.
And I quote, stink, stank, stunk.
I love my breakdown choruses in any pop song, but in this cover, it's super satisfying. By the end, you've heard the You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch melody so many times that it's really refreshing.
You're a vile one, Mr. Grinch.
This was kind of random, and I don't know if anybody else remembers it, but it just popped into my head because it's, Christmas, and I had to share. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sixpence None the Richer created
the perfect soundtrack for love at first sight in 90s teen movies?
Kiss me out of the bearded barley nightly beside the green, green grass.
Confession, I've never seen the entirety of She's All That, but I know the moment. I've seen it, and I've seen numerous parodies of it, but I've always been a Sixpence None the Richer fan because I was a youth group kid in the 90s, and they were a Christian band before they blew up for a song about kissing.
Strike up the band and make the fireflies dance, silver moon sparkling. So kiss me.
Lee Nash was, if not the original, one of the first Manic Pixie Dream Girls. They did a Japanese version of this, and maybe somebody who speaks Japanese can tell us how good she did, but it sounds pretty good to me, and I love that it goes through the whole list of everything in the song and then just ends on Kiss Me. It's like really sweet.
So kiss me.
Also, this might be one of the only mainstream hit songs that's not by Weird Al that has like a really great accordion solo.
Kiss me.
I remember going to Cornerstone 99 and seeing Sixpence perform, and Lee Nash sang along with the accordion solo, and I just thought it was the prettiest thing I'd ever heard. And I can't find clips of that, but she does it every once in a while live.
So kiss me, la la la, la la la, la.
And I know that Lee Nash is on TikTok now, so if you see this, Lee, glad to see you're still singing. You were phenomenal back then, you're phenomenal now. And a couple questions. I would love to hear the story behind the Japanese version of this song and how you learned all those lyrics. Second thing's not really a question. It's just that I actually really loved that album that song was on, not just that song. We Have Forgotten is still one of my favorite songs to this day.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Sophie B. Hawkins wrote and sang the definitive adult contemporary ballad of the mid-90s? This intro with the soft organ and then her vocal that sounds like the sonic equivalent of like cotton.
It felt like springtime.
And the best way to describe how Sophie B. Hawkins treats this song, both in the writing and the production, is that everything is very unabrasive, including the transitions from the verses to the choruses. Like, they're seamless. It just slides right in.
I carried them with me today now as I lay me.
That arpeggiated acoustic guitar almost sounds like a harp, and it just adds to like the softness of this track.
As I pray that you will hold me dear.
When the second verse drops, the drums and more guitar come in, and everything along with the vocals just grooves right but stays soft and unabrasive.
I wonder why I feel so high.
Probably one of the most iconic things from the song, besides just the chorus of As I Lay Me Down, is that children's chorus singing the background vocals. To this day, I still have no idea what they're saying. The only time things change up in this song is the bridge, and she adds this urgency, and it's just kind of like a changing of scenes.
It's not too near for me, like a flower I need to rain.
And then it lands back to the vibe it was before, like super comfy song. Although when the outro happens, she does a little vocalizing, but I love how they sneak like this synth in there, or if it was in there before, it's like a lot more prominent now. This song was more than everywhere in the mid-90s, and I want to talk about a lot more 90s songs, so just make sure you find me where I can talk about this at length. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sophie B. Hawkins wrote and sang possibly one of the most early 90s songs ever? Okay, so I gotta admit, I don't know this song backwards and forwards, but I did hear it everywhere. It was all over the place when this came out. I was probably about 10 or 11, and I remember hearing it and my mom covering my ears because, Back then, it was, still a little bit taboo to say damn, but I think that's part of the, shock value, I guess, of this being on the radio. But it does start off with that like really cool 2-chord groove. Yeah, that synth is like a remnant of the 80s, but updated for the early 90s. And then Sophie comes in with that first verse, and not only is it like you're just dropping in on a conversation that's already happening, she has that same like soft tone that she had that I talked about on As I Lay Me Down.
That old dog has chained you up alright.
But then that hook drops, and I don't know any 90s kid that doesn't just know at least this part. Like, this is probably one of the most like 90s vibes ever. But it is really cool that on the word damn, like, it's high, obviously, so that it, kind of catches your attention.
Damn, I wish I was your lover.
And then I love how the next section, not only does the groove pick up and gets even more 90s somehow, there's like this whisper rap part that's different than the first verse. And I don't know, she's just totally in her own vibe. I love how much attitude she delivers in this performance. It's just like a sign of a really great artist. The other part that I remember of this song was this like really long high note, and it goes on, I timed it, over 12 seconds. Like, you think that she can't hold it out any longer, and then she just keeps going. I got out of breath as a kid listening to this note being held out. It's insane. Great upbeat 90s tune, and once again, even if it wasn't my favorite, I can't deny that it was everywhere and a bona fide hit, and there are sections of the song that I absolutely love and still remember to this day. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when the Spice Girls had one of the most fun and groovy songs on radio? I know a lot of people loved Wannabe, but this, I think, was my actual favorite song because it has that like pop version of the West Coast hip hop sound. And almost like they were optimizing the song to be recognizable. The very first like words you hear are the title of the song, followed by a preview of the chorus. But then when the verses come in, each of the girls kind of get their spotlight, and it's just super playful melody. And also, let's not ignore that the bass is just grooving underneath there. And a good pre-chorus switches up the vibe a little bit, but just gets you ready for that hook. And here, their harmonies are like so good together, but also, yeah, just gets you like excited for the chorus when it drops. I absolutely adore how there's this like string orchestra wind up into the chorus, and then that chorus obviously is super catchy. From the very first time I heard this song as a kid, and probably the reason it is like my favorite Spice Girls song, is this little like breakdown section.
I'll give you everything on this, I swear. Just promise you'll always be there.
It was just this really fun, catchy, playful 90s pop music, and I love this vibe, and I listen to this whenever I want to like go back to my middle school days. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Spice Girls brought the Motown era to the 90s? So I was just at the grocery store the other day, and this song came on over the radio, and the DJ introduced it as a golden oldie. And I got so upset, even though nobody was there with me. I was like, this is not an oldie. And I looked it up, and millennials, just be ready. I did the math, and the time that this song came out from the end of the Motown era is the same amount of time as when this song came out till this year. So they kind of had a point. But anyway, this song does pay like homage to the Motown era. Right at the intro, you can hear the arrangement, everything is just more polished for the 90s. And I'm a sucker for these stair-steppy kind of melodies that are so catchy. Like, I could remember this after one listen.
You just walk in, I make you smile.
I don't don't think most people give the Spice Girls enough credit for like how well they harmonize together, especially in selective phrases and words.
Don't you know it's going too fast?
And then this hook, it's its own thing. Like, it doesn't sound like any specific Motown song, but it is definitely paying homage.
Stop right now, thank you very much.
And the idea of stop, of course, is iconic from the Motown era.
Stop in the name of love.
I also loved how the horn part is so catchy that the Spice Girls also sing along with it, but they don't just give you one sing-along moment. They give you a choice of a different syllable in case you want to choose that one. And this has nothing to do with the song, but I was going through the music video just now and I paused it on this frame and just thought it was really funny. This song is an oldie that was paying homage to an oldie. Millennials, we've hit that age. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Spice Girls debuted with their hit song inspired by the musical Grease? Wanna Be by the Spice Girls is a timeless pop song. Like, even though I wasn't the biggest Spice Girls fan back in the day, I bought this single because it was such a catchy song. And the whole song kind of revolves around this Summer Nights Grease-inspired piano bass line. It's not exactly the same, it's in a different key, and some of the intervals are a little bit different, but you can clearly tell that they were listening to this or inspired by Summer Nights. And I just remember us being kids in school, all arguing about what they meant by...
Really wanna zig a zig, ah.
And maybe it was something spicy, but it was probably just some made-up words, right? Even little details in the track itself are fun, like the wah guitar stabs in the background if you listen carefully. And they give us not only that piano bass line hook, that's the instrumental part, they give us like two big vocal hooks. Like, of course, there's the refrain, that's this part at the beginning. And then there's the main chorus that summarizes the song.
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends.
And some people use refrain and chorus interchangeably. In my personal interpretation, a chorus like summarizes the vibe of the song, but the refrain is kind of like a repeated phrase. And I always really loved at the end of the bridge that they all rap together. They sing one line all in unison and then they repeat it, but then harmonize. It's such like a cool brain scratching moment for me.
Stomp your body down and wine, it's all around. Stomp your body down and wine, it's all around.
And it is just remarkable like how well this song has held up over like close to 30 years now. Like, not quite, but pretty close. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Spice Girls sang the Pepsi theme song?
Generation next, generation next.
Now, this was a few years before Britney Spears would become the face of Pepsi, and I covered that in another video. But this was still in that era where Pepsi was coming up with jingles that were straight up just like really good pop songs.
Move over, yeah, don't do it over. 'Cause it's over, yeah. A generation next.
I wasn't like a massive Spice Girls fan. Like, I didn't know their albums like in depth or anything, but when they had radio singles and were on TV, I was pretty familiar with them, so I knew the song pretty well, and I thought it was just a Pepsi jingle, but I think it was on their album.
Next stage, next grade, next wave.
I even remember some of my friends who really, really loved them showing me that they performed this live and they had like the Pepsi logo and everything there.
Generation next, generation next. Generation next, generation next.
It holds up. It's a great pop song. It hits hard. It's really hooky. It's very 90s. Even though the song was called Move Over, I thought it was called Generation Next for the longest time, and I think so did a lot of other people, because this was part of the Generation Next campaign, which I'm pretty sure was an early first draft of what they would call us millennials later on, because the generation before us was Generation X, so we were Generation Next, and we were supposed to be like brighter, more positive or something. Out there in the multiverse somewhere, there's a timeline where we're called Generation Next instead of millennials, and it was because of Pepsi. Hey, does anybody remember that time when British pop group Steps had this really over-the-top banger that no one wanted to admit they liked? Or at least I didn't. I love the way that the intro ramps up. And then to me, the rest of the intro sounds like something that could have been from a cutscene from Kingdom Hearts. These strings are so freaking epic. They fit the vocals really well. I remember my dad at the time heard this and he was like, it just sounds powerful. And this chorus hits. This is the campiest chorus. These have to be theater kids, right? So let's get back to my dad saying that it sounded powerful. I remember buying the CD single because obviously I didn't want anybody to know that I liked this song. Then my dad walks into my room and is like, hey, you like this song too? I was like, you know this song? And I learned at that moment that it was a Bee Gees song and Steps had covered it. How they sing way higher than Steps does. This was a banger, man. Like, I don't know. They did it really well. It's super dramatic. It's really over the top, and I love everything about it. Okay, so either the girls are just turned up so loud that you can't hear the guys, or those dudes are just lip syncing to nothing. Hey, does anybody remember that time Sugar Ray just wanted to fly? This had to be one of the most iconic hooks of the mid to late 90s, and I kind of got reminded by it when I was talking to Edwin McCain on my podcast.
He started signing Sugar Ray, Jill Sobule, me, and so we had this little Island of Misfit Toys having hits.
Yeah.
And they didn't know what to do with it.
So I decided I needed to hop on here and talk about it a little bit. This iconic guitar lick, like with those chord bends. And even though it's not the main chorus, I feel like this opening lyric in the verse is such like a hook and such a memorable line. All around the world, statues crumble for me. And as I mentioned earlier, that super catchy hook. Like, I feel like even if you don't know the rest of the song, you know this part of the song. And kind of what I think is making it the most catchy is that open vowel at the beginning, that melody that makes it so you can just like scream sing it along with all your friends. And if I remember right, there were a couple versions of this song, one that had Supercat on it and the other one that didn't. It was just Sugar Ray. I remember hearing the Supercat version a lot because of all his like ad-libs throughout the song. But I'm kind of curious as to like which one everyone else heard, because in the mid to late 90s, songs sometimes got super regional depending on their versions. And even though the first line of the first verse was already super memorable, when he comes back to the first verse at the end, I feel like this ad-lib he does here makes it another super memorable and catchy experience. All around the world, statues crumble for me. Like, all of us remember that line, like we'll sing it like that the second time. To me, this is one of those staple canon songs of the 90s. Like, it just defines that era so perfectly. Hey, does anybody remember that time Take That had the catchiest Please Take Me Back song of the 90s? This is one of those songs where I honestly can't remember where I heard it first. There was no big anticipation for the music video, at least where I was, and I didn't know that Robbie Williams was in it. I didn't even know that Take That was a band. It's just, I heard this chorus everywhere I went.
I just want you back for good. Want you back, want you back, want you back for good.
And it wasn't until I had a Billboard's like Top Songs of 95 CD where I got to hear the whole song. And I really love how polished this track is, especially like the guitars at the beginning. I like how kind of unique the opening line is melodically.
I guess now it's time for me to give up.
And in that pre-chorus, he just jumps up to that falsetto.
Got a fist of pure emotion, got a head of shattered dreams.
And this chorus is instantly memorable.
Whatever I said, whatever I didn't mean it.
But it's those backup vocals that I think just echo through my head all the time, even now.
Understood. I want you back for good.
Speaking of background vocals, the vocal arrangement on this song is really good for boy bands at this time.
Whatever I said, whatever I didn't mean it. I just want you.
But yeah, I feel like this is one of those songs, especially in America, where people may or may not know Take That or Robbie Williams, but they vaguely remember this chorus, if not just totally remember this chorus. Hey, does anybody remember that time a Goofy movie gave us the ultimate 90s teen idol? The songwriting of the Powerline songs and the performances that Tevin Campbell gives makes Powerline such an iconic Disney character that's so underrated. And I still say this to this day. If they write a couple more songs or add a couple more songs to this set list, this could full on be a stage musical, and I hope I live to see that day. In fact, if you come to Los Angeles and you see a Goofy movie, whenever they put it back into theaters at the El Capitan Theater, they do a full on stage presentation at the beginning. That was last year on my birthday. I'm not ashamed to say it. I love it whenever they show this. Anyway, this song starts off with those like stadium-worthy synth chords and that synth bass so iconic of like the early 90s, late 80s. And then Tevin's ad-libs are already like at an 11 out of 10, and it drops into that beat. And when he sings those first lines, they're so smooth, and it's like vaguely reminiscent of almost every pop star at the time. I feel like drawing a lot from Michael Jackson, maybe a little bit of a Prince thing, but Boyz II Men, like any of those pop stars at that time, and he sounds so good. And they had no right to go so hard with the melody and the catchiness of this chorus and how triumphant and massive it feels. And this track is loaded. There's like orchestra hits were, made sense at the time, and then these like ripping electric guitars. And they didn't have to, but they gave us a key change. This movie, this song, iconic. I really wish that Tevin Campbell would get his flowers for this, because he just absolutely knocked this song out of the ballpark. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Cardigans made us all love fools? It was the mid-90s, and I would argue that this was the crown jewel of the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack. When you heard this intro, you knew it was about to go down. And there was only like a few basic elements. Like, there was that funky little guitar, a real snappy and choppy drum part, and those keys that sounded just a little bit mysterious and kind of like you should turn a page in a fairy tale book. Of course, that really specific, perfect vocalist. And at first it sounds like she's just being cute and not doing much, but when you really dig in, she's being quite emotive throughout the song. There's moments she's straight up like acting, And this song does something kind of neat to distinguish the verses from the choruses. The verses are in A minor to kind of make it sound a little bit sad, because it's a bittersweet love song. And then the choruses are in A major, so it sounds really happy and hooky, and none of us can forget that hook. And then I think a lot of us forget this, but I never did. The end has this outro that kind of switches it up a little bit, and it just sounds very cartoony, but it always signaled to me that the song was about to finish. And of course, this was a Swedish band. Swedish musicians always make the best pop music. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Chicks had the greatest revenge anthem of the 90s?
That Earl had to die. Goodbye, Earl.
Musically, this keeps it simple but super solid so that the story stays front and center. This is the classic pop rock band: drums, bass, guitar, and organ. And a little bit later, the Chicks would sprinkle in some country instrumentation to get the momentum going a little bit more. I don't think anybody forgets their reaction the first time they heard this song. I know I didn't. Usually it goes, you're listening to the story like you're watching a movie trailer.
Marianne and Wanda were the best of friends.
And somehow in one verse, you really fall in love with Marianne and Wanda. Then the melody of that pre-chorus just kind of tugs at your heartstrings. And mainly because of the way that rhyming works, you're like, she's gonna say it, she's gonna say it.
That Earl had to die.
I remember radio stations being afraid to play this because they thought it'd be controversial, but this was the least controversial take, I think, ever. No one liked Earl. And to top it all off, you dance on his grave by having the sing-along na-na-na part. And once again, nothing about this song was musically super complicated. I think it was even in the key of C and just used like a 3 or 4 chord progression, but it was performed super well. The vocals are on point, the harmonies were stacked, and that story was so clever. And someone tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the CD single of this, the B-side, was a cover of Stand By Your Man, which, perfect. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Goo Goo Dolls wrote and sang one of the most 90s alt-rock power ballads ever? So even though through the years this has become a pretty standard pop rock ballad from the 90s, it does have some like clever stuff happening in the songwriting. And it starts off with that intro that's in 4/4 time. And normally that wouldn't be special because there's a lot of songs, a majority of songs I would argue in Western pop music are in 4/4 time. But the rest of this song is in 6/8. So if you've heard me talk about You and Me by Lifehouse or any other wedding songs, you know that this is a time signature that is like really easy to slow dance to, almost you naturally slow dance to.
You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be.
This song was already oozing with 90s romantic vibes, but this chorus is so anthemic and just, I feel like I'm back in the late 90s when I hear this.
And I don't want the world to see me.
I love how sinister some of the harmonies kind of sound, even though this is a very beautiful song. Like if you listen closely here, there's like a lower harmony, but the way he's singing it is just a little bit eerie.
Yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive.
And these string arrangements on this song are out of this world. You already know I love my stops, but this one does so much more than that. It makes you feel like the song is actually ended, and then he takes a deep breath and just jumps right back in like at an 11.
And I don't want the world.
I love that this song kind of proves that a song can be a massive hit, super catchy, and even pop rock, but still have some clever things happening in the songwriting. Like that time signature change at the beginning, that intro 4/4 section happens again in the middle of the song, and it happens so seamlessly. I bet you didn't even notice that it changes time signatures from 4/4 to 6/8. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Goo Goo Dolls made one of the most iconic pop rock songs of the 90s?
I wanna wake up where you are.
Anytime I want to teleport myself back to the late 90s, this intro guitar riff just takes me right back like 2 notes in. And I love that Johnny Resnick continues to play with time signature. I talked about Iris and how there was 4/4 and 6/8 and 3/4. And this song Slide is done in 2/2 or cut time. And you know, if you think it's 4/4, that's fine. I personally feel like meter and time signatures are up for whatever serves you best. But to me, it feels like cut time because of like how fast it is. And I love the feeling you get from that. And also, you know, props to Johnny Resnick for this opening verse and resisting the temptation to rhyme the word ear with here, and having feel rhyme with ear is just masterpiece.
Could you whisper in my ear the things you wanna feel?
Back when this song very first released, somehow, unless I put it on specifically, I feel like whenever I dropped into the song or it just came on the radio, I would hear it at this line.
I wanna wake up where you are.
And I talk about all kinds of like songwriting things and sometimes dabble in music theory, but really all of this is to serve a good song and what makes you feel things. And I think here it's just a matter of the way he sings that line, the melody he picked for I Want to Wake Up Where You Are, is kind of like how an actor would speak a line like that, you know, like, I want to wake up where you are. But it's also set to a rhythm and a melody. And I love that kind of songwriting. It's just very human, you know, like we don't have to think about the music theory if you don't want to. And I love that when he sings Slide, it goes into essentially what's like a beat drop, but it's with a full live band.
Slide
And me personally, when I think about this song, I think about the line, and then there's that great descant sing-along moment through the end to, like kind of leave you on this good feeling as the song is fading away. The Goo Goo Dolls were just absolutely on fire at this point. Like, they had Iris, and then they had this song. Like, they would have the Treasure Planet songs. Like, it was just such a great time for them. Hey, does anybody remember that time The Offspring had a song about that guy in high school?
And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Okay, I'm going to admit, I don't know a ton of Offspring songs, but they were pretty big when I was in high school. So I remember them for being kind of like... So that's a good place to start. They've always had like a sing-along hook like that, and in this song, it was obviously... And I don't know what their intent was, but in my head, these girls singing this part, this was all a figment of this guy's imagination. It's like how he thinks he's being seen, but the verses make it pretty clear that they're describing someone who's very like delusional and thinks he's way cooler than he is because he's trying to compensate for something.
Our subject isn't cool, but he fakes it anyway. He may not have a clue and he may not have style, but everything he lacks, well, he makes up in denial.
I don't know too much, and I haven't heard anything official, but I feel like this was the Offspring's attempt to like make fun of a pop song, and in turn, they kind of accidentally had a hit pop song. It was still very rock. I mean, that riff still smashes. This couldn't be more 90s. Like, I love the Ricky Lake reference. This line about not being able to get ice cubes, so getting vanilla ice instead is so brilliant.
But they didn't have ice cubes, so he bought vanilla ice.
Anyway, I feel like a lot of us knew this guy in high school, and if you're like me, you knew a lot of these guys in high school. And if you don't know this guy, then you might want to look around. It might be you. Hopefully you're still not this guy. Hey, does anybody remember that time the 90s band Presidents of the United States of America had a lump?
She's in my head.
I remember in junior high and high school, all the speculation and rumor about what this song was really about. But if I'm being honest, I don't think we were supposed to think too hard about it. And I might be remembering an interview with the band about this, or I might be making it up. I can't remember. But I love how the song just cold opens.
I'm sad alone in a boggy marsh.
And then there's that hook that every 90s kid knows, followed with that like gnarly guitar.
She's in my head. She's love.
And in the middle, there's this sing-along, non-lyrical part that goes on for a kind of extended period of time, and it's just so much fun. I think that it adds to that, like, hey, don't take this too seriously. We're just, here to have a good time and rock out. I have such great memories of singing and playing air guitar to the outro of this song with friends in like my high school parking lot because of how punctuated it was.
Is this love out of my head? I think so.
And once again, Presidents of the United States of America, the band, is iconic, quintessential 90s, but once Weird Al released his version, which was a parody of Forrest Gump, I think that might have replaced the version of the song in my head forever.
He's Gump, he's not too bright.
But yeah, I already talked about Peaches and now this song. Like, I feel like you can't have lived through the 90s without associating this album. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when we were all gonna move to the country and eat a bunch of peaches?
Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches.
This was a band when I was in middle school called the Presidents of the United States of America, and I know they had other albums, but this album was the most iconic, to me at least, and it had this song and a bunch of other like cool songs on it. And the mid-90s alt-rock was just so like kind of unhinged, I guess. And this song starts off with like that classic alt-rock, electric guitar sound, but they outline the melody of the hook here. And then the lead singer comes in and starts singing, and I love the mix-up here because melodically this sounds like the verse. But thematically and lyrically, this is more along the lines of like the chorus.
Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches.
And then after this vibe just shifts dramatically, and melodically, this sounds like the hook or the chorus to me, but lyrically, this is the verse.
Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man.
And you can tell because that section each time has different lyrics. And the other section, the moving to the country, gonna eat a bunch of peaches, like that part repeats over and over. So that's clearly the chorus. But I love kind of like the switch up they do there. And then there's a total vibe shift. Then comes the part to me that was the most catchy, memorable of this song, is this like refrain.
Millions of peaches, peaches for free. Millions of peaches, peaches for me.
Hearing this song not only takes me back to the mid-90s, but also like viscerally brings me back to thumbing through like the pages of the BMG CD club where I got all those CDs for like two. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when the Prodigy asked us to do breathing exercises? I've previously talked about the song Firestarter, but I think this song, Breathe by The Prodigy, was actually my first song that I heard from these guys. And once again, this is from the perspective of a kid who grew up in the 90s in the Midwest of America. So if this was happening elsewhere in the world, then this was kind of new to me, but it was so exciting. I remember from that very first riff at the beginning, like I was gonna love this song. When those like anime sword sound effects came in, but they were in time and rhythm with the track, I was done. Like I was in love. And I think I remember these samples from like a Wu-Tang song or something. I could be wrong about that. And also there's probably a ton of other samples on this song, but I'm not a sample head, so I don't know where they necessarily came from. If you do, let me know. But this was awesome. I really loved how they would incorporate, I think it's brass in instruments in this, that would like swell to like increase like the suspense until it dropped into him saying, "Breathe with me." I asked previously in my post about Firestarter, like what kind of genre of music you would consider this, and I heard a lot of people say big beat, but I also heard a lot of people say punk, and I kind of get that with Firestarter, but I really get that with this song because there's this like chaotic punk energy, but especially in the next section where it does lean a lot more into like a rock vibe, not necessarily like rock the genre, but it carries that energy with it. And this song is so dynamic. There's even a section that's just like an acoustic guitar, but it doesn't sound completely disjointed from the electronic vibe. And then there's a section where it's just like a muffled bass. And to me, this was kind of like almost like a horror movie suspense kind of section where you didn't know what was going to happen next. And the longer they drag this muffled section out, the more like uneasy you kind of get. But yeah, The Prodigy, this Fat of the Land album, Firestarter, Breathe, and the other song that I can't say on here, they all like changed my life when I was in middle school, and I'll never forget this album. Hey, does anybody remember that time The Prodigy brought unhinged energy to electronic music in the 90s? So I can only speak to the experience of someone who lived in the Midwest of America. So this probably was going on for a while in the UK, and we were just unaware of it. But for us, this sound was so new. We were so used to like electronic music being so happy and dancey and poppy. And then The Prodigy came with this like dark energy that was like so cool sounding, and it kind of defined stuff like the Matrix soundtrack and stuff. And this song Firestarter was such an iconic song at that point, and it started off with that like really inferno like guitar lick. Then adding that breakbeat made everything so exciting. Like we hadn't heard anything like, once again in America at least, we hadn't heard anything like that before. And then we hear this "hey," and it's what sounds like a feminine voice, and we're like, is this gonna be like a female singer? Then this male voice comes in that has this accent that is clearly not American, and there was just something so different about, I don't know if you would call this rap, but it's the closest thing I could like kind of compare it to. Just the cadence of like that kind of rapping from the UK was so different than what we heard in America, and it just was this fresh new sound. I love how the bass in this song sounds like it's being kind of like muffled or drowned and then like, you know, re-emerge the surface and back and forth. And then little details like the ticking synth in the background just gives it this sense of urgency. At the time when I was a kid, me and my friends would call this techno or industrial, and I don't know if that's the right term. I know industrial for sure is not the right term, but for those of you who grew up with this in the UK, what was this officially called? Like, this was such a cool sound when I was a kid and just defined an era of my childhood. Hey, does anybody remember that time when Friends had the biggest 90s TV show theme song ever? I'll Be There For You by the Rembrandts is just such a staple 90s anthem. When any millennial or even Gen X or anybody actually, any generation hears this opening riff, it like activates something in you. And I've heard people talk about the claps in the verses being kind of a Mandela effect, but I think it's actually more that we're used to hearing the song in the context of the intro to Friends, where we only heard the section with a clap, because it only happens in the first verse, but it's a brilliant placement. And I love how subtle like the music arrangement is in the pre-chorus, where the lyrics go to talk about like the potential hardships that you and your friend group might go through. So it's very like Tom heavy, and it sounds like a little bit more like epic and open.
It's like you're always stuck in second gear.
This chorus has to have probably one of the catchiest hooks of pop rock music overall, let alone TV show themes. It has the title line, I'll Be There For You, but then there's like, it's not really a call and response, but musically it's kind of a call and response, like it fills in like a response line. This bridge does such a good job of building this like temporary suspense and like sense of urgency. And even though the Rembrandts definitely made this iconic, they're not the original writers of the song. I think this was actually written by some TV producers and the songwriter Allie Willis, who is the absolute greatest. Like, she wrote September and Boogie Wonderland and a bunch of other hit songs. But then when the Rembrandts recorded it to expand it outside of the 1-minute TV show theme, they wrote the rest of the song, so they ended up getting songwriting credit on. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Verve Pipe gave us the saddest song about our future nostalgia?
We were merely freshmen.
I was in high school when this song got popular, so not very young, but not very old at all either. And even then, it made me feel super nostalgic for things that hadn't happened yet. Which is funny because when you listen to the lyrics, a lot of this stuff didn't happen to most of us, at least didn't happen to me, but the vibe was there.
I was young, I knew everything.
And I'll admit, I usually love lyrics. I pay attention to lyrics a lot, but I couldn't tell you most of the lyrics to this song. However, I feel like all of us remember.
Can't be held responsible.
And that wasn't even the chorus, but when the chorus did happen, it drove the feelings all the way home.
For the life of me, I cannot remember what made us think that we were wise and we never compromised.
Also, I specifically remember hearing one version on TV, loving the song, and then going out to Sam Goody, getting a CD, and then listening to it at home and it's sounding just a little bit different. And this confused me for years, because before the internet, I couldn't look up why they were different versions of this song, and there was a lot of them.
For the life of me, I cannot remember. For the life of me, I cannot remember.
And for me and my friends, this was kind of a game of roulette, that when the song came on, to wait to see which version was going to play and if it was the one that we specifically liked. We thought we were nostalgic back then. It's, decades later, and here we are just thinking about the time when we were actual freshmen. Hey, does anybody remember that time Bob Dylan's son had a really successful band in the 90s? And I know most people think of One Headlight when they think of The Wallflowers, but the 6th Avenue Heartache was my personal favorite, and definitely the first song I heard from the Wallflowers. So we're going to start here. And of course, Jacob Dylan, the lead singer and primary songwriter of the Wallflowers, is son of Bob Dylan. And at first you're thinking like, okay, I don't want to assume that he's going to sound like his dad. But then this intro comes in and it's like straight up classic Dylan vibes. And then Jacob Dylan starts singing, and you're like, okay, so this is how Bob Dylan would sound like if he sang more on key. And that's no shade on Bob. He's a legend, obviously. But he wasn't really known for the best vocals. Expressive, yes, but not the most technical. And Jacob had all of that. He had the huskiness and the raspiness of the Dylan sound, but he was super on pitch.
Sirens ring, shots ring out.
And this hook is just tattooed on my heart. Like, I love the melody of it, but also this stacked harmony is so gratifying. And also, I remember the big news at the time being that Adam Duritz of Counting Crows was the backup singer on this. You can hear it, like, and their voices blend so well. There's a part like midway or towards the end of the song where Jacob does something that his dad kind of does, where he like kind of speaks more expressively at the end of phrases. And this is the most Bob Dylan that he sounds like to me in this song, but still more on pitch though.
Then upon that street.
And I appreciate Jacob Dylan's like attention to melody, because even later on he adds like this little la la descant in the background vocals, so like something else that kind of like hooks your brain. And these ad-libs from Jacob Dylan and Adam Duritz of the Counting Crows during the title lyrics at the 6th Avenue Heartache, part of the choruses, just kind of take you to church. I remember watching the Wallflowers debut new videos on VH1 all the time, and it's just, they were one of my favorite bands of the mid-90s, and they still are some of my favorites to this day. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Wallflowers were proving that they weren't just a band that had Bob Dylan's son as the lead singer? So when I talked about 5th Avenue Heartache, I mentioned that that was my favorite song, and I think a lot of people mistook that as me saying that I didn't like One Headlight, but I love One Headlight. And they're just a solid rock band from the 90s. Like, this beat with the bass and guitar and organ, it kind of gave this energy of a train, but that's going slightly slower than expected. And Jacob Dylan's voice is so good. And I know in the last video I talked about how he had these hints of Bob Dylan, and he definitely still does here, but I feel like this song really separated him from the Bob Dylan comparisons as much.
So long ago, I don't remember when.
And to me, the organ feels like it's responding to Jacob Dylan's vocals in almost like a mournful kind of way.
They say I lost my only friend.
This build up into the chorus always gets me. I love that the band plays and there's almost like this tense build up and suspension until Jacob says hey, and that hey, the way he slides into it is just so masterful. And then that chorus that all of us know, my favorite line was about there being more than the middle. Just really tight songwriting with this driving chorus with all the lyrics and stuff just wrapping up so neatly with the title of the song. It was a great band with a lot of great songs and talented songwriting. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s and early 2000s the Wise Guys wanted to start the commotion? I'm just going to admit it right off the top of the bat. Start the Commotion is the only song I knew from the Wise Guys. Even though I bought this album, I only really remember this song. And I think this is one of those times where this was already big in the UK in the 90s, but it didn't really hit the United States, where I'm from, until the 2000s because of probably a car commercial, and then I think it was in Zoolander. But the song starts off with this brass fanfare. And that fanfare, I feel like, is almost definitely sampled from something, but I'm not a sample person, so I couldn't tell you where. There's a guy on here that does that, and maybe he knows, but there are a bunch of other samples in this song that I'm just gonna miss. But I love the vibe of like crate digging that this song gives you, and like how hype it gets you, like right from the beginning with his like really chunky guitar stabs, and the hype man doing a great job, like, you know, adding a little bit of lyrics to this. But my favorite part
is this really like frenetic organ. And what most people will remember from this song are these chords, and I do know where these are from. This is from the song called Wild Child by the Ventures. This is very like 60s rock vibe. It's got kind of the same vibe and rhythm as Louie Louie, so just very 60s overall. And they introduce a whole bunch of other things like more horns. I especially love the retro background vocal trio that seems like they're also sampled from something. They even have like a really badass flute part. To me, this song does such a great job of giving you that feeling of a DJ going through all his like favorite songs and samples and just creates like a really hype energy. Hey, does anybody remember that time Third Eye Blind gave us one of the most memorable pop rock songs of the 90s? I kind of mentioned this when I was talking about Semi-Charmed Life, but these guys have a real talent for making great, catchy songs, but also telling great stories. And this song has so many catchy, like iconic 90s pop rock lines in it. And it starts with the first one.
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
I appreciate that it starts off just with a vocal and an acoustic guitar, so it kind of gives it this singer-songwriter feel before it builds into a full-on band. Then there's the second, like, catchy, most memorable section of this song was that understand and then turning it into, like, a sing-along hook.
I would understand.
Also, a nice touch to add, like, kind of the drum march when it lands on stand. And then, like, the third, in my opinion, most recognizable section of this song is that right before the chorus, the put the past away. It's just such, like, a major throwaway line. That doesn't make sense. It's not a throwaway line, but it's said so nonchalantly and so memorably, but sets up that chorus so well. Let's not forget about those verses. There's these guitar stabs that do such a good job punctuating like the dialogue and the story.
I sing over a secret pain. You know you.
And this is just something I'm personally a fan of. I love it when like any sort of pop rock band uses like a little bit more proper English, if that makes sense. So like the if you do not want to see me again. Like I feel like normally you'd use some like contractions or something in there, but that's how I write songs sometimes. I knew what they were doing with those memorable or hooky or catchy sections I mentioned earlier, because at the end they put them all together. The put the past away, I would understand, and step off that ledge. These guys, along with like Hootie and the Blowfish and 9 Days and Sister Hazel and Gin Blossoms and Goo Goo Dolls, like they all like are that ultimate 90s pop rock canon to me. Hey, does anybody remember that time Third Eye Blind wrote and sang one of the most definitively 90s pop rock songs ever? These opening chords are pretty much what almost everyone learns when they're first learning how to play guitar: G, D, and C, and it just repeats. And this repeats pretty much for 90% of the song. And in fact, before they even get into the verse, they add like a doot doot hook, so there's already something super catchy to sing along to before the song even starts. And I've heard these verses described as rap. I don't know if I would necessarily call it that, but it is more of that like sing-talky kind of vibe. But if you listen closely, that GDC chord progression is still happening underneath.
I'm packed and I'm holding. I'm smiling, she living, she golden, she lives for me. Says she lives for me.
Even when the hook comes in, the hook is catchy, don't get me wrong, super catchy, and we all remember it from the 90s, but it's the same chords underneath that section too. And I think it's really cool how he goes into his falsetto for goodbye, and then it dies down a little bit, and then goes right back into those doot doot hooks from the beginning.
In fact, since pretty much every melody in this song is written over the same chord progression, at the end, they're able to layer almost every singing part and it still fits. Now, you might have seen videos that have claimed that these 3 chords or these 4 chords are every single pop song ever, and that's not true. That's how you know someone doesn't know music, when they say that every song is the same chords. However, a lot of songs do fit these chords, and this song actually is those chords. Hey, does anybody remember that time TLC had one of the most iconic pop songs of the late 90s?
I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me.
To me, this intro defines late 90s, early 2000s pop. Some people call this a harpsichord, some say it's the digital guitar. I think it transcends both of those things. I think it's just like the Y2K late 90s like sound, because he was used a lot. That first verse, Chili comes in and she gives you the definition of a scrub, because I think it was a fairly new term at this point.
A scrub is a guy that thinks he's flying, this also known as a buster.
And I love how hooky and conversational this pre-chorus is. It's just Chili rejecting a guy.
No, I don't want your number, no, I don't wanna give you mine.
Their harmonies, their blend, and just the melody of the hook at this chorus, it's iconic. Like, I think to this day, everyone, not just millennials, everyone will say this anytime someone talks about a scrub or like a guy that doesn't deserve to be with someone.
No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me.
And even though this was 1999, this had a lot of like ahead of its time production, like Y2K pop production, including like those bubble sounds that are in a lot of Y2K pop.
Talking about what he wants and just sits on his broke.
Also, Justice for Left Eye's verse, this was cut out of like the radio versions and most of the versions that we heard, but it was so good.
If you can't spatially expand my horizons, then it leaves you in a class with scrubs, never rising.
And it's not like a flash in the pan, like she says a lot in it and switches up the bars and everything.
Let me give you something to think about. Inundate your mind with intentions to turn you out.
And depending on how you interpret it, they either have 2 bridges or like a bridge and a breakdown. So the first bridge is,
You don't have a car and you're walking. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you.
and then there's like this breakdown or this vamp. Whenever I think of Y2K or late 90s pop, this is one of the first that comes to mind. Hey, does anybody remember that time TLC wrote and sang the 90s anthem for loving yourself?
You can buy your hair if it won't grow. You can fix your nose if he says so.
Of course, TLC was known for all their R&B stuff, their pop R&B stuff, but this song was a little bit more pop and also featured a surprising amount of guitar work right off the bat. And I also love how happy the beat is with the strings. The verses sound so conversational.
Look into the mirror, who's inside there? The one with the long hair.
And then the pre-chorus is like your friend who's listening to you kind of responding.
My outside's look cool, my inside's a blue.
Then that chorus, on top of being super catchy, is just like this revelation of like, we can change all these things. We can fix our nose. We can... Now, I have to admit, for ages, I thought the line was you can buy all the makeup that man can make, but it's MAC, like the makeup company. And I wasn't until my late 30s when I figured that out.
You can buy all the makeup the man can make.
Also, these harmonies are immaculate, not to mention the background vocals like the O's and Ah's in the background.
But if you can look inside you, find out who am I.
I love that the bridge has no lyrics, so you can kind of cool down as you sing along. And small detail, but I love that they left the guitar scrapes in so it sounds natural. Now, I don't wear makeup and I'm not interested in plastic surgery, but this song always hits home for me because growing up like I did, you just kind of learn not to like yourself. And this one hits home a lot because if things inside of you don't change, then it doesn't matter what happens on the outside. And they did such a great job with this song talking about that. I love every song that I talk about in these videos, and
maybe I get emotional time to time, like outside of the videos, but this is one of those songs where 100% of the time when I think about it, hear it, or talk about it, I kind of get teary-eyed because it brings me back to a place. And if this song was that for you, then you know that we're all thankful that this exists and that they wrote it and performed it. And I don't know if they'll ever come across this video, but, you know, just thank you for such a great song. Hey, does anybody remember that time TLC's Waterfalls had background vocals from CeeLo? We'll get back to that in just a second, but let's talk about this intro. When I think of 90s R&B, this intro is one of the first examples that comes to mind. It has all the elements. It has like really soulful muted horns, like jazzy smooth keys, and like crunchy drums. And then when T-Boz comes in with that first verse, her raspiness, she's gone on later to say that that was on purpose so she could differentiate herself to be kind of like alternative within the R&B space, but I think it fits so well, and she's so conversational in telling the story. And this was one of the first like socially conscious songs I heard as a kid, and especially in the mainstream. And I love how the pre-chorus, "Listen to Me," such a great, short, but poignant and perfect pre-chorus. Now, before the chorus actually drops in, does anybody remember in the music video edit where they actually like made an instrumental there between the pre-chorus and the chorus so they could show you this like really heartbreaking skit about a mom like trying to stop her son? And then the hook drops in, and even though this whole song is pretty heavy on subject matter, the melody itself is kind of like a jingle, like it's just an earworm that gets stuck in your head. The horns like kind of subtly rolling in the background. And those harmonies were so tight. They sounded so good, and somewhere tucked in there, I didn't know this till very recently, but in interviews, T-Boz and Chili have talked about how CeeLo was in the studio and sang backup for them.
We grew up together. We go way back. He was chilling at the studio. I was like, hey, you sing good.
And as usual with TLC's songs, Justice for Left Eye's verses, they always got edited out of like radio versions, and oftentimes whenever MTV or VH1 would play the music videos, but they were always so good.
I seen a rainbow yesterday, but too many storms have come and gone, leaving a trace of not one God to give.
And honorable mention, does anybody remember the CG water TLC being such like a breakthrough in technology? Like we didn't think it was ever going to get more realistic than this. I know it's hard to forget about this song, but I think a lot of people forget about how like progressive and socially conscious TLC was even way back in the 90s. And this song is probably what they're most well known for, but I think people forget what the song was about. Hey, does anybody remember that time Toni Braxton sang one of the most literally breathtaking 90s R&B ballads ever? In my book, Toni Braxton is 90s R&B royalty, and this was one of my first favorite songs from her. And it starts off so strong because it starts off with that iconic hook. And I really like how Babyface, who wrote this song, does something kind of cool here where the beginning of each line starts a step up from the previous one. So it sounds like you're turning up the pitch, you know, but I think it gives this a sense of like rising anticipation. And the tension created by that anticipation and urgency kind of gets relieved a little bit when there's finally a line that descends instead of rising back up. Then there's the drama, right? Like she says that I shall never breathe again. It's like not that I will never breathe. I shall. Sounds so like Shakespearean almost. And I love how it ends with the breathe again background vocals. It's so pretty, but also it gives you the sense of inhaling and exhaling. And the word breathe is so high, and in her head voice, I love how she shows her range by singing so low on the verses.
And I can't stop thinking about.
And if you notice, she ends almost all the phrases with this kind of breath push. It's so expressive and so synonymous with Toni Braxton. Like it's so much part of her style, and she sounds so great anyways because she can sing so low, but she can sing so high and just own everything like the queen she is. I could talk about this for such a long time, and
You guys know already that like this pillow isn't comfortable for like an hour or more of conversation. So a bunch of us, I found this pillow a little bit more comfortable. So I think if we can get enough people, we're gonna talk more about these songs. Hey, does anybody remember that time Toni Braxton had like the most seductive, smoothest hit song of the 90s?
I get so high when I'm around you, baby.
I love this song. We already know that. So let's break this song down in the context of my teenage self watching this music video on VH1 getting ready for Sunday and my very conservative parents walking by. That intro already lets you know that this song is going to be sexy as hell, but then Toni comes in hot with that first lyric.
I'll always think of you inside of my private thoughts.
And then you know exactly what's coming and you're like, she's going to say it.
Can't imagine you touching my private parts.
And then by this point, my mom and dad are over my shoulder watching this video with me when Toni goes.
And just the thought of you can't help but touch myself.
And if it already wasn't apparent that Babyface wrote and produced this song, you can hear his background vocals all over it. And I love this line right before the chorus where Babyface basically tees up Toni for that banger of a hook. And I remember listening to this on my Walkman, like my cassette tape Walkman, and every time it got to that part where Toni gets real close, tell you what, makes a teenage boy feel things. This is one of those songs that's already super sexy before the lyrics, but then you add that on top of it, and this is just a masterpiece of a whole vibe. Hey, does anybody remember that time the Tony Rich Project and Kevin Sharp recorded the same song at the same time?
Nights are lonely, the days are so sad, and we just keep thinking about the love that we have. I'm missing you, and nobody knows it but me.
Now, this is kind of the reverse of the video where I talked about All For One and John Michael Montgomery. This time, the R&B singer, the Tony Rich Project, recorded it first, and then the country singer, Kevin Sharp, recorded it like 9 or 10 months later.
I pretended I'm glad you went away. I pretend that I'm glad you went away.
And I'm pretty sure this was the only song that was like a huge hit for each of them as well. The 90s just had this special thing where like ballads especially, but good songs could just kind of transcend a couple different genres. Also, this is kind of a strange structure for what is essentially a pop song, but it works so well that you don't even really notice. It goes like intro, verse,
like a clown, like a clown.
Pre-chorus,
Why didn't I say? Why didn't I say?
Chorus,
The nights are long, the nights are long.
and pre-chorus again, and then a bunch of choruses to the outro. I do remember the big story around Kevin Sharp's version, though, being that he had cancer, and I believe was in remission at the time this song happened. Unfortunately, he passed away like back in the early 2010s, I think. I'm not sure if it was cancer related, but I'm assuming it was. And I haven't kept up with Tony Rich, so I'm not sure what he's up to these days. And of course, it was the 90s, so they had their sad boy moments. He's so sad his shirt came open. He's so sad against the mirror. Hey, does anybody remember that time Tracy Bonham had the most satisfying scream vocal in 90s pop rock? One of the most common things in like 90s rock music was to use acoustic instruments in the arrangement of the verses and then later use like electric guitar and heavier instruments in the choruses to create that dynamic. And this song does that. In fact, there's not even really an intro. Tracy goes straight into singing. She has her more like conversational lyrics over just an acoustic guitar. I always really appreciated this like really uneasy melody instrument that's happening under the verses too. It's just like not quite on, so you can get this sense of like something's not quite right, even though she's saying in the lyrics that everything's good.
Life is perfect.
But then that drum fill hits and then all the weight of the band like drops in and it gets heavy as all get out. I appreciate the dynamic of this song when it gets to this part where there's the guitar stabs and she's talking about like all the things going wrong.
I'm hungry, I'm dirty.
party.
And then this scream. I remember buying the CD single of this and just rewinding it to the parts of this chorus where she's screaming, because it's screaming, but it's still so like on pitch and it's perfect and you could feel it. And I said this when I was talking about Meredith Brooks. I know a lot of people compared Tracy Bonham and Meredith Brooks with Alanis Morissette, and I get it because Alanis, you know, kind of kicked down the door for this like heavy, aggressive, and passionate female rock music in pop rock in the mainstream. But I think Tracy had her own thing going on here. Hey, does anybody remember that time a toy keyboard made a hit song in the 90s? Da, da, da. This was a song called Da 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 by a band called Trio, and honestly, I can't remember a single other song by them, even though I own the album. And the album even had to specify that that song was on it, right on the cover. And the song is literally just like drums, a Casio keyboard loop, later a little bit of guitar, and if you stuck around long enough, some background vocals, and a little keyboard part. And I love how unapologetically low effort this whole thing was, from the lyrics to obviously the music and even this cover art. If I remember correctly, this song came out in the 80s, but it got popular, at least in America, in the 90s because of a car commercial. And I think it was a German band, and I honestly can't remember if I heard the German version or the English version more, because I don't remember any of the lyrics other than da da da. But for a little while in the 90s, this was a hit song. And I haven't said this in a while in these videos, but man, the 90s, total fever dream. Hey, does anybody remember that time Trisha Yearwood sang the template early 90s country song? She's in love, boy. I mentioned this a lot before, but I grew up in Indiana in the 90s, and so this era of country is just kind of like ingrained in me. And this song has so many parts of that. Like at the very beginning, she names a girl that could be anybody that you went to school with.
Katie's sitting on a roll front porch.
She also introduces the boyfriend in the story.
Her boyfriend Tommy is laying on the horn.
This has nothing to do with the song, but as a kid, I always got a kick out of the chickens being in sync with the music. And me and my parents and my godparents always laughed at this line that was like the Midwest way of saying someone was dumb.
When it comes to brains, he got the short end of the stick.
And Trisha could sing. This pre-chorus was a perfect like belt into the hook.
She'd follow Tommy anywhere.
And this has got to be one of the most 90s country melodies and lyrics ever. It actually kind of reminds me of She Loves You by the Beatles.
She's in love, boy.
And I love this rhythmic melody at the end of the chorus. It just scratches my brain the right way.
And even if they have to run away.
This might have been Trisha Yearwood's very first song. I can't remember. I was pretty young when the song came out, but it was definitely one of her early ones and just set the tone for the first half of the 90s like country scene. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the 90s when Vanessa Williams wanted us to paint with all the colors of the wind?
And you paint with all the colors of the wind.
I already talked about Vanessa Williams and Save the Best for Last, and there's actually a lot of similarities between that song and this one, so it seemed like a natural fit to have her sing the pop version of this song. And I actually really miss this era of musical arrangement where like the intro wasn't just the chords being laid out, like it felt like there were movements. And in this one in particular had like this really super blossoming section of the intro. And then when Vanessa's vocals come in, it's both super 90s the way they treated it, but also like timeless.
You learn things you never knew, you never knew.
And in good Disney power ballad fashion, this massive chorus melody comes in, and Vanessa Williams absolutely nails it. And like, I think every 90s kid has this ingrained in us, this melody.
Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon?
And I actually actually can't speak too much to the lyrics because a while back I reposted a video by Dara Star Tucker, who you should watch. She does incredible research. Unlike me, I'm just doing memories. And she actually talks about how the lyric Blue Corn Moon is just made up. It's not a real thing. Super interesting. I do like, though, that when she sings mountain, like this phrase like feels like you're scaling a mountain.
And you sing with all the voices of the mountain.
Then on the bridge, when she sings how high, she reaches up for that high note, and it's just such a cathartic feeling.
How high does the sycamore grow?
And as if the song didn't already have the superhuman and live feeling, towards the end they highlight it some more by taking like the first few lines and making it push and pull with the rhythm to show you like this isn't set to like a hard grid timing. Between Vanessa Williams, Peebo Bryson, Regina Belle, and Celine Dion, in the 90s, Disney was in their pop power ballad bag. Hey, does anybody remember that time Vanessa Williams saved the best for last?
You go and save the best for last.
This intro is so 90s adult contemporary. This was an era where synth bass was super in fashion. And also piano that was like more chimes than piano and clearly electronic. But I love the way how the melody and the arrangement just like blooms halfway through. These opening lines and melodies are so great. Like, they're already so catchy, but also very timeless.
Sometimes the snow comes down in June.
And I love the emotion and the feeling you get when the turn happens in the pre-chorus.
It's not the way I hoped or how I planned.
When the chorus hits, instead of being like this big, belty, sing with your full chest, it's kind of like a down chorus.
And now we're standing face to face.
But that line, "Isn't this world a crazy place?" To me is the catchiest part of the chorus.
Isn't this world a crazy place?
And then that last line is this perfect button on the whole chorus, and it's just so satisfying to hear.
You go and save the best for last.
And like a lot of great songs of any era, I love it when the chorus ends and then there's this like bonus melody that plays out in the instrumentation. Now this song came out when I was like 10 years old, so arguably probably only the oldest millennials will remember this, but I feel like this was popular for a really long time, and I still, you know, whenever I hear someone say the phrase, "I think you saved the best for last," I think of this melody. Hey, does anybody remember that time Vertical Horizon said, "It's not that bad"?
You're only the best I ever had.
I've talked about a couple Vertical Horizon songs, but this is my favorite one. So I'm going to be honest, like Vertical Horizon didn't quite click with me at the beginning, but then my best friend in high school was like, "You got to hear this song." And this opening, I'm getting ahead of myself. So the intro has this guitar that sounds like it's kind of weeping. And it just sets the mood for like how melancholy this song is going to be. And then this is the part that my best friend in high school said, like, "You're going to love this." And he was right. The opening line has this beautiful falsetto melody.
So you sailed away.
This second line is so identifiable to this song, it's actually the secondary title.
Into a gray sky morning.
I mean, you can already see the scene in the movie, right? And then the chorus comes in, and what a brilliant chorus. It's dealing with that like sense of denial when you come to like the end of the road in a relationship.
But it's not so bad.
And then the second line is so identifiable to the song. That's the actual title of the song. And to me, even though it's still sad, it's just a little glimmer of acceptance because the guy's, acknowledging like, "Oh yeah, I don't think I'll ever do better." But at the same time, to me at least, it feels like he's joking just like 1%,
You're only the best I ever had.
And And obviously the song has a lot more parts to it, but to me, those few parts are like the core infrastructure of this song. And to me, it's like one of the best written songs of the 90s, even though it wasn't really a single until 2001, but it was on an album that came out in 99. Album cycles used to be so long, like I miss this. Anyway, back to the parts of the song. That weeping guitar part that was at the beginning comes back at the end, and to me it sounds like the rest of the band around that part actually has a little bit of like a more optimistic tone in the arrangement they have here. So it's kind of like he's still sad, but he's like starting to think a little bit more hopefully. I know that Gary Allan covered this song later, but I was literally graduating college when his version came out. So all the country I really grew up with was from when I was in high school. So by this point, I hadn't really heard the country. Hey, does anybody remember that time in the late 90s when Vertical Horizon just wanted it to be everything you wanted? He's everything you want. I remember this intro just really catching my ear. It had, I think it's a reverse guitar sound or something, but it was such like a contrast to what I was hearing like in pop rock radio at the time, at least. And then that loop kind of just keeps going and the rest of the band builds around it. But then the vocals come in, and I have to admit, melodically, this actually ages pretty well. Like, this sounds like a melody and a vocal delivery that would be performed now in like the 2020s.
Somewhere they're speaking, it's already coming in.
Clever little songwriting thing here. This melody for this part of the verse where he says, "Don't know why." It's like very 90s melody. It is also has other words, but this specific one, "Don't know why," in the second part of the first verse, is important. We're going to come back to it.
Here and you don't know why.
But then it just heavy drops into that hook, and this has got to be like one of the craziest earworms of the 90s, because even if you didn't like this song, you couldn't get this melody and this hook out of your head.
He's everything you want. He's everything you need.
But in the chorus, they return to that melody in the lyric of "Don't know why."
Don't know why.
This is something I talked about Max Martin doing, and he didn't have anything to do with this song, but a lot of pop writers do, is like preview little melodies and hooks and stuff earlier in the song, so by the time it hits for the main chorus or the main hook, it feels familiar because you literally just heard it like 20 seconds ago. I also remember being at like high school dances when this song would play and just like singing my heart out with my friends to the bridge of this song because it felt so emotional to us at that time. Of course, the last chorus changes lyrically because he's revealing that this song is about him, you know, not some other guy. But also, like, I like that he changes the melody a little bit. It's a little bit of an ad lib combined with a change in the verse lyrics. So originally I was going to talk about the song Best I Ever Had, you know, Gray Sky Morning, because that was my personal favorite, but I didn't know if anybody else remembered that song. Should I talk about that one? Hey, does anybody remember that time Vertical Horizon made the most sarcastic breakup anthem of the 2000s? The introduction always reminded me of something that like Incubus might have done. And this opening line of the verse, even though it's not the main chorus, to me was always like one of those super memorable and iconic openings to a song.
I've gotta be honest, I think you know.
Most pre-choruses do try to build you up to get into the chorus, but sometimes it does that by like increasing the energy. Sometimes it like makes things a little happier or drops energy out. This one gets you ready for the chorus by building some tension, and especially in the lyrics when he's saying never again, but then musically everything's kind of building this suspense.
Never again, no.
And then comes probably one of the most catchiest choruses of 2000s pop rock. Almost like a commercial jingle or something. And I gotta be honest, I totally did not mean to do that, but it works. I didn't love this song when it first came out, and there was actually a while where I didn't really love the song, but I got this melody stuck in my head so much, this whole song actually, that I had to acknowledge, if I get a song stuck in my head that often, I think about it that much, it has to be good songwriting, right? But I love that there's that sarcastic, "You're a god and I am not." But the ironic part about it is, or I guess the sarcasm is, if you stop making that person a god, then they're no longer a god. So that's why he says, following that line. So, not one of the songs that I loved when it actually came out, but it's stuck with me for so many years that I have to acknowledge now that it's a very well-written pop rock. Hey, does anybody remember that time Vitamin C wrote and sang the happiest song of the 90s? I already talked about her graduation song, and you can find that if you're looking for it. But this, I believe, was her very first single, and it was just this pure 90s happiness in bubblegum pop. And it starts off with like three of the most important elements of the song, which is her joy, because she laughs at the very beginning, that really cool hooky guitar line, and Lady Saw, who is like featured throughout the song and not just in that like middle bridge part. I remember one of the first things that hooked me about this song back when I heard it for the first time in like, I want to say like 99 or something, was she starts the first verse by saying, "First of all," like she's giving advice or something. First of all. She keeps up that shtick because at the second verse she's like, "And another thing." And I always love this like rambling descending melody in the verses. I don't know, just something about it hooked me. Never goes just the way that you want it to. And I also love how she recognizes that sometimes we need cliches in our life, and then she sings a cliche and then extra punctuates it by adding the harmony to life as a background vocal. That's just life. It ain't easy. Then this like pure pop joy in the chorus just put a smile on your face, and there's this like really crunchy electric guitar, and once again Lady Saw is able to introduce the whole chorus. And it's kind of hard to pick my favorite Lady Saw moment because, like I said, she's all over this. She's in the intro, the choruses, the verses. She's even got an outro, and of course she's got this bridge part. But I don't know, she adds so much extra joy to this track because she's kind of like a less aggressive Shaggy. Smile by your face and great one and all. I love songs like this in the late 90s that weren't afraid to just be like pop and fun, and I miss this era so much. Hey, does anybody remember that time Vitamin C made the graduation anthem of the 2000s? This song came out just in time for me to graduate high school and was on several CD compilations that were, like those gift promo things they gave all the students. And there was even like a remix version where they had interviews from students. This was super sentimental.
At graduation, you're thinking about everything that's happened in the past 4 years. I think I'm really gonna miss my friends.
And of course, she based it on an old classical song, Pachelbel's Canon in D, which usually plays at a lot of ceremonies like graduations. But Pachelbel's Canon in D, there's something about it that evokes like nostalgia and memories. In fact, Maroon 5 recently released a song called Memories. And not only is it based in Canon in D, he even uses a little bit of the melody from it too.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. The drinks bring back all the memories.
I know this song is super cheesy, but I still get nostalgic listening to it because I'm old enough now that I've been out of school longer than I was in it, and you just don't really appreciate that one day at graduation or whatever your equivalent was where you saw all those people you spent so much time with for the last time, you know?
I always come back to see how everybody is, and I'll miss everyone.
Let's not forget another great graduation song. I'll do that video next, but here's a hint. Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al Yankovic wrote the longest song of his career? Albuquerque by Weird Al Yankovic, despite not being a parody like what Weird Al was mostly known for, I feel like was an original song, like one of the rare original songs by Weird Al that a lot of people still talked about, probably because of like how long it is and how nonsensical and epic it is. Like, it starts off as like just like a rock jam song. And Weird Al gets into this story about being a kid who was fed sauerkraut for breakfast.
Way back when I was just a little bitty boy living in a box under the stairs.
And even though a lot of the narration was done through like spoken word,
there was a clear arrangement to it because he had to hit these marks musically where they would do like emphasis on certain lines. I love that the chorus is really just the word Albuquerque twice with like a heavy vocal arrangement and harmony. It kind of gives me that road trip feeling, and there's a lot of sections to this song. It's too much story to cover in just this post, but I remember one of my favorite parts that I laughed at was when he talked about the plane going down, and the only reason he survived is because he put his chair back up and his tray table back up. And amongst all these different sections of the song, there was this one part that I appreciated because like I could not spell Albuquerque for the life of me, but I have a fighting chance because of the bridge part where he like shouts out the spelling of it. I can't even say that I think about this song all the time, but it is a standout of Weird Al's that's not a parody song, and I think it's an accomplishment in itself. It could be its own movie almost. Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al was living in an Amish paradise? This one's like multi-layered because Gangsta's Paradise, that this was parodying, was already sampling a Stevie Wonder song, but famously Weird Al accidentally upset Coolio with this. He didn't like this.
As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain.
But man, did Weird Al and crew do such a great job replicating the production. When the intro comes in, I have to listen closely to be able to tell which version of the song it is. And in the music video, having Florence Henderson stand in for Michelle Pfeiffer's role in the Dangerous Minds music video was so perfect.
I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline.
And then, of course, there was that chorus, and this was technically like the third version of the song. Like, so Stevie Wonder's was Pastime Paradise, Coolio's was Gangsta's Paradise, and now Weird Al was Amish Paradise.
We've been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise.
And as kids, you know, I think I was in middle school when this song came out. The humor of it was that like rap was and still, you know, a lot of times is about like bragging about, you know, how hard you worked, the excess that you have, the money that you have. And, you know, usually like Amish and Mennonite culture is about being humble. And so in this song, Weird Al brags about being more humble.
Well, I know I'm a million times as humble as thou art.
And also in Coolio's version, there was the choir, you know, that was just in the song anyway. So for Weird Al's version, having the choir in it just fits so perfectly. And I think if I remember right, before Coolio unfortunately passed away, he did admit in some interviews that he regrets being upset about it because he looks back on it and sees it as an honor. Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al Yankovic made a song make more sense in the 90s?
He's gone, he's gone, he's gone.
Of course, all of us 90s kids know this was a parody of the song Lump by the President of the United States of America, which I already talked about.
She's lump, she's lump.
But what makes Weird Al the master of parody songs is that he's able to find a funny story with the same energy. So this opening sounds like it could be the actual real song in itself. And he's, of course, telling the story of Forrest Gump, which all of us remember was a massive phenomenon at the time. Everything was about Forrest Gump. And then he gets to the chorus, and once again, it sounds like it fits. Like this was originally just a song about Forrest Gump.
He's Gump, what's in his head?
Back when I talked about the original song Lump, I said I didn't think that song was supposed to be taken too seriously because, you know, the lyrics didn't mean a ton. But in this song, obviously because Weird Al's talking about the Forrest Gump movie, it makes a lot more sense. But he even takes that sing-along chorus that didn't really have lyrics. He made it part of the Run, Forrest, Runs story. It was like a brilliant use of that storyline in the melody of this parody song. And just logistically, Weird Al fits so much story in here. He even gave shout-outs to Bubba and Lieutenant Dan.
His buddy Bubba was a shrimp-loving man. His friend with no legs, he called Lieutenant Dan.
And I said it before, the President of the United States of America and Lump are classics and iconic, but I think when Weird Al came out with this song, it replaced it in all of our memories.
So I've done Weird Al Wednesdays all this month, and it's kind of gone back and forth on how well it's done. Do you think I should keep it up on Wednesdays? Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al Yankovic did a parody of TLC's Waterfalls? Okay, so back by popular demand, here's Weird Al Wednesdays, and since there's 5 Wednesdays in October, there's going to be 5 of them. I'm going to start off with one that I don't think a lot of people remember, but I remember this being one of my favorites because Waterfalls was such a huge song, and Weird Al finding such a clever parody of it was great because prank calls were such a big thing when I was a kid. Love how he even paid attention to the details of how the beeps of dialing the phone followed the track. He gives a few examples of prank calls in this, but it starts off with that 90s classic of "You ask if the refrigerator is running," and then of course you had to tell them they should go out and catch it. This chorus, it just sits so right. Like, he found lyrics that fit this perfectly without sounding too strained or like forced, and it's hilarious. Any kid who remembers living through the 90s remembers like how big prank calls were. There's a whole TV show about it, and of course the king of prank calls, Bart Simpson himself, even makes a cameo in this with his poor Mo Sislak from The Simpsons.
Most Tavern, where do you leave me to drink?
Yeah, hello, is Mike there?
And no matter how cruel it was, we always laughed at Mo.
Last name, Raj.
Hold on, I'll check. Mike Raj!
This was one of my favorites from the Bad Hair Day CD, and even though Weird Al had been doing things way before this, this specific album was my entry point into Weird Al, I think. Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al Yankovic made his big 90s comeback with a Nirvana parody? So I'm going to admit, I was like 10 years old when this song came out, so I don't have the best memory of Weird Al before this, but in my understanding when this song came out, it was like huge for him because he hadn't had something like really pop off in a while, and Nirvana was like ripe for parody. And one of the more fun things to poke fun at with Nirvana was not being able to understand the lyrics if you weren't like a huge fan of theirs. And I like how he also pokes fun at there being a soft part and then like a hard part. I remember as a kid, like seeing the guitar physically like bend when the phrase bent in the melody just cracked me up. I think the thing that I remember most from this song, and specifically this music video, is when he had the marbles in his mouth, and I was like, that is kind of how it feels like to me, at least when I was 10. I love this era of the 90s where like there was random humor. Like towards the end of the song, the hello part melody is being played by like all kinds of different instruments like kazoos and like tuba, I think. I can't say for sure, but I would not be surprised if this Weird Al version of Smells Like Nirvana, I guess, got me into the actual Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana because I was so young. Hey, does anybody remember that time Weird Al Yankovic turned the Star Wars prequel into an epic song?
We started singing my, this here Anakin guy.
Specifically, this was the first of the prequel movies, and this is not even a hot take, this is just truth. This is the Star Wars that I grew up with. Yes, I was very aware of the original trilogy, but in the late 90s, that's when I was in middle school and high school, and so this is when we were going to theaters to see the new Star Wars movies, and I can't change that. That's when I kind of got into Star Wars. But Weird Al took American Pie by Don McLean and turned it into this perfect summary of that movie, and it starts off with that famous Star Wars line.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away.
And the original American Pie was so epic, telling this great American music history story. And so for Weird Al to be able to find like the right phrases to fit the same spirit of each line was so perfect.
We found this boy.
And Weird Al really stuck to the true spirit of the original American Pie.
Oh my, this here Anakin guy.
To this day, I still sing the Jedi line instead of the original one.
Saying soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
Weird Al even just masterfully segues into the different like vibe shifts in the song, so everything seems like a different movement.
Ooh, he was a preview person flying
Even gets like the slow piano ballad section.
'Cause Queen Amidala wanted to.
Now, I remember there being rumors back then that Weird Al wrote this song without having seen the movie because the movie hadn't come out yet. So he was just going based off of spoilers he found, which I think is kind of progressive, thinking about like how the internet was not that place you would find spoilers that I knew of at that time. And then I think very late in the writing of the song saw like a charity screening of it or something. I could be wrong about all this, but that's what I heard when I was a kid. And that makes this song even more impressive that he was able to summarize everything, not even really having seen the movie. Hey, does anybody remember that time Whitney Houston almost didn't record one of her biggest hit songs?
You will exhale, yeah. Say, shoot.
But first, let's talk about how perfect this song is, how perfectly written it is, and how well Whitney performs it. It just starts off with her voice, and the tone is immaculate.
Everyone falls.
Seriously, when I was a kid, I would love just hearing her sing Everyone. Just that word was already perfect. And then the chorus has an interesting story. Babyface, who wrote the song, said that by the time it got to the shoot part, he didn't know what lyrics to put there, but he wanted it to vibe like that, and he just never replaced the lyrics. Also, let's talk about how perfect her control is. There's times when you think she's gonna belt, but she just hits something more perfect than belting. Then when she finally belts that high note, it's only for a moment, but it's so perfect, it's magical. Of course, this song is from the soundtrack for Waiting to Exhale, a movie that Whitney starred in, and supposedly she didn't want to record any music for the soundtrack. She wanted to concentrate on acting, but Babyface came to set and showed her this song, and she couldn't help it. And who could blame her?
You will exhale, say, shoot back, shoot back, shoot back, shoot back, shoot back.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Whitney Houston sang the theme song to a movie she starred in, but not the one you're thinking of?
I believe in you and me.
Or maybe you were thinking of this one. I just feel like The Bodyguard and I Will Always Love You was such a great song that songs like this that Whitney also sang and the movie she was also in were so good that they just got forgotten. And I love how this song starts off with the melody that is the main hook. Now, the clip I was able to find had like a synth at the beginning, but there was also a version that was just acoustic piano. Both versions are great, and they were both on the album. And I love when Whitney comes in here. She sings the title of the song, and it's just so tender.
I believe that we will be.
Like, we know that Whitney can belt. She can go off, but she shows so much control here, and you can feel it. And I love that this song, instead of having like a really traditional, like here's a low verse and then here's a really catchy chorus and then there's another low verse and another really catchy chorus, it just kind of builds and crescendos throughout the entire song.
I will never leave your side.
Whitney, with her voice, takes you on this like musical journey of gradually falling in love, and it's just so masterful. And then she gets to the end of that bridge, and this is the moment that I remember loving, but also you saw in all those TV commercials for this movie. I remember wanting this soundtrack so bad. It had one of those covers that had like the lenticular, like it changed images, like when you angled it differently, and I asked for it for Christmas, and I think my little brother got it for me for Christmas, and I miss that feeling of wanting an album and then like waiting for it and then getting it as a gift. And because Whitney was one of my favorite singers of the time, of forever, and you know, it's obvious why. Now, I didn't find out till like way later in life that this was actually a cover of a song that was originally done by the Four Tops around when I was born. And I want to talk about that here, but there's some restrictions and I can't. So maybe I could, you know, find a better pillow. And someday on this pillow, I could talk about stuff like this for like an hour or more. What do you think? Hey, does anybody remember that time Whitney Houston did the most inspirational 90s duet with her bestie?
Count on me through thick and thin, a friendship that will never end.
This was from the Waiting to Exhale soundtrack, and this soundtrack had hits. I think this was like the 4th or 5th single off this album, and there were probably more after this. There's a story I'll tell a little bit later that one of my friends wanted me to share on here, but first of all, this song, except for a little bit of a string intro, it gets right into the hook, and Whitney and CeCe Winans' harmonies are so smooth, it sounds like one voice.
Please believe me when I say.
This is a little thing, but it was always my favorite part of the song where they go, "Don't be afraid," and it descends. I don't know, there was something about that that just so 90s ballad, but also was so right.
Don't be afraid.
Most importantly, this song has dynamics. Like, they start pretty vulnerable and soft.
I can see it's hurting you.
Then there's this turning point where Whitney's like, okay, let's go.
Don't give in, 'cause you can.
And if you weren't familiar with CeCe Winans, I'm not sure how well known she was at the time. This woman could sing.
But we'll get through it, 'cause love.
If there was anyone that could keep up with Whitney vocally, it would be CeCe Winans, and she shows it on this song.
Answers there within. That life can make you feel.
And I don't know how close they really were in real life, but I want to believe that they were best friends based on this vocal performance.
We'll get through. We'll get through it. Just don't give in.
I really love how much they banter and they're singing back and forth.
Count on, count on, count on, count on me.
When I was a kid, I loved so many songs off this Waiting to Exhale soundtrack that I wanted the album, but until I could get to Sam Goody on my own, I couldn't go out and just get the CD. So I actually remember going to like a flea market, like an Amish flea market with my parents, and buying a bootleg of it on cassette. I did buy the real CD later, to make up for it, but I loved this soundtrack and I fought for it. Hey, does anybody remember that time Enrique Iglesias re-recorded one of his songs as a duet with one of the best singers ever? Now, I already talked about Christina Aguilera and Ricky Martin's duet, which was very similar to this. But this Whitney Houston and Enrique Iglesias duet actually came out a little bit before that, so I'm not sure where the ideas came from because the similarities are staggering. Like, both of them were originally on the Latin Artist record, and then they re-recorded with an American diva. But the 90s were already really into having Spanish guitar in their ballads, so this one already kind of naturally fit. And I love this motif of over and over that keeps coming back in both verses and in some of the backgrounds. It just sounds like time passing and repeating. And then this chorus comes in and it's just so like mature. I don't know how else to describe it. That last line though is like super dramatic. And Enrique is great, don't get me wrong, but I couldn't help, even when it first came out, thinking like, I feel like Whitney's holding back. But then, like, towards the end of the song, she lets go, and I love how Enrique, like, literally just gets out of the way. Now, one of the reasons this song came out so great was because it was written by the great Diane Warren, who we've already talked about on here, but she's written, a number of things you've heard. And it was produced by David Foster, who you've also heard. And those two have also worked together on other songs that you definitely heard. This song was so 90s. Even though it came out in the year 2000, there is just some remnant of that 90s energy left there, if you know what I mean. Hey, does anybody remember that time Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey did a legendary duet that should have been a lot more of a deal than it was? It was for the Prince of Egypt soundtrack, which I think was DreamWorks' first big Disney animated movie competitor. and they wanted to go big, and so they got the two biggest divas at the time. Just a couple years before this, Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston were at the top of their game. This seemed like something that should have happened a lot earlier, but like this was a great song for the two of them.
Many nights we prayed in this time of fear.
I know it got somewhat of a push, but for whatever reason, I don't remember it being like this massive cornerstone of pop culture like I think it should have been, because these were the two biggest divas at the time, and I mean that in a good way. And they were singing a power ballad together for a film soundtrack. It was amazing. Hey, does anybody remember that time when Will Smith was releasing summer blockbuster bangers? In the late 90s, Will Smith blockbuster movies and their soundtracks were such an event. And I just remember, it being family friendly, but that's kind of what I liked about it, because it was just like a feel-good jam and had nothing to do with anything besides the movie itself. And this track is so late 90s iconic. And I know usually I have no idea where samples come from, but this time I know that this song was sampled from a track by Patrice Rushen called Forget Me Nots that actually came out the year I was born. It both samples the track for the backing track and interpolates the hook for the hook. And the reason I know this is because I've been a guest a few times on the Roomy Official channel, and we actually talked about it on there.
I'm here with my buddy Rod Kim.
Hi.
Let's get started. Okay.
And don't get me wrong, like really sexy club bangers have their place, like really more adult themes in songs, and especially hip hop and pop songs have their place. But it's nice every once in a while to have something a little bit more like all audiences, and that was what Will Smith was, at least in this era.
The good guys dress in black, remember that, just in case we ever face to face and make contact.
Not to mention, he had Coco from SWV. I should really talk about SWV on here sometime. He had Coco from SWV singing that hook, and she nails it. I also love this era of songs where there were like dance instructions within the song. It made it really fun at like middle school and high school dances.
Just slide with me, just slide with me, just slide with me, come on.
But yeah, I personally love this era of like big summer blockbuster movies and their soundtracks. Will Smith followed this up with Wild Wild West, and I think I'll talk about that sometime soon. Hey, does anybody remember that time Will Smith took us to the Wild Wild West? I already talked about Men in Black, but this song, I think more than Men in Black, was just so egregiously only for the movie. Like, the song is about the character he plays in the movie.
Wild Wild West, Jim West, Desperado.
And the beginning of the chorus actually samples a song from the 80s also called Wild Wild West by Kool Moe Dee that he actually gets to re-sing in this version of the song.
Wild Wild West, when I roll into the Wild Wild West.
And then the second half of the chorus is actually sung by Dru Hill, which includes Cisco right before the thong song. And of course, this part of the chorus, as well as the entire rest of the song, interpolates and samples Stevie Wonder's I Wish. And I gotta hand it to him, even though the entire song is built off the pieces of that Stevie Wonder tune, they do have some like really cool swag here, at least for the late 90s. Like, I love all these like pauses and stops during the verse. And because it was the late 90s, they had those like very specific record scratch samples that you heard in all these songs. And as you heard, the vocals were also another piece of that Stevie Wonder tune. But I don't know, I just loved these big blockbuster movies that had these big promotional singles. And at the time, Will Smith and his collaborators were some of the best at this. Hey, does anybody remember that time Inspector Gadget had a boy band sing his theme song? I haven't said this in a while, but the 90s were a total fever dream. Inspector Gadget was such a big thing for a while. Matthew Broderick played him in a movie, and there were McDonald's Happy Meal toys that you put together. And then this boy band named Youngstown, which I only know from this song, did like a remix of it. They did pretty much what I would probably do if I got tasked with, updating an old theme song to the 90s aesthetic. They used the Inspector Gadget theme as like the beginning and then like the tag at the end of choruses. As far as boy band songs go, this was actually a pretty clever concept, because everything was about like, girl, you're my everything. And so Inspector Gadget having a gadget for everything, they could sing about that and it would still like fit. And the song sounds like they're just talking to Inspector Gadget directly. Like they say go go gadget and claw. Of course, the music video had that dance break. I didn't know until much later that they actually recorded like a quote-unquote dirty version of this song. Like instead of saying go go gadget, it says I can freak you with my gadget. One of the other lyrics is like, I want to be inside you, something you won't forget. I don't think current generations realize just how many boy bands there were in the 90s and early 2000s. There was so many, and this was just one of them.